So, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Kearney, and it is a great privilege for me as Dean of Marquette University Law School to welcome you to the Law School's 2015 Restorative Justice Conference. Truly, we are delighted that you are here. I say the Law School's conference, even though, of course, as with many initiatives, our restorative justice work over the years has been especially associated with one person. This is Janine Geske, who joined our faculty after retiring from the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 1998. Perhaps I should say that she rejoined our faculty, as Justice Geske not only is a Marquette lawyer herself of our class of 1975, but also was a member of the faculty for several years before she was first appointed to the bench. For more than 15 years then, beginning in 1998, first with Dean Howard Eisenberg and then with me, she served as Distinguished Professor of Law, retiring only this past year. Our plan has been to keep our restorative justice work going in a number of respects. It will not be the same as having a full-time faculty member focused on this work, as was Professor Geske's approach, but there are things that we can yet do. I am particularly grateful to two of my colleagues, Professors Andrea Schneider and Michael O'Hare, for their willingness to continue the Green Bay Visit program in addition to their other responsibilities. I have long admired that program and our restorative justice work more generally. This work has seemed to me among the most important reasons that we have been able to say that Marquette Law School, as it has developed over the years, offers a different or more varied education than was the case historically. And I am grateful to Professor Geske not just for her past work. She is fully retired from the law school, and a good thing for us. Now that may seem an odd and even ungracious thing to say, but by it I mean only that. Otherwise, she would have been unable to accept the recent invitation from the Marquette University Board of Trustees to become one of them. There can be no employee trustees. I very much agree with that. What a great thing for Marquette University in my estimation, and obviously and far more importantly, that of the Board of Trustees, to have Janine Geske among our trustees, and congratulations to her. In any event, even while formally retired, she has remained involved in leading our restorative justice work. If you have any doubt on the matter, and I imagine that this crowd does not, just look about the room. Janine has led this conference. I imagine that, just as with this conference, she will do this sort of thing hereafter as she wishes. And the fact that she is a trustee means that I cannot compensate her at all. So it truly will be volunteer work. I had thought that that was the applause line as dean myself, but... And speaking of volunteers, I want to mention another group even as I conclude and make a point about Marquette University Law School more generally. There are so many people who worked with Professor Geske to put together this conference. Besides my colleague, Associate Dean Christine Lozinski-Vogel, these were all volunteers. They are listed in the program, well more than 20 of them, which is probably too many to read individually, but I do want to note the list for you and to acknowledge and to thank them. They range from Marquette faculty, law and beyond, to other university colleagues, to Marquette lawyers, to judges and other public officials, to most basically engaged citizens. We're so fortunate as a law school to have such extraordinary collaborators. That is true in a number of our conferences or other contexts, but nowhere is it truer than with our restorative justice work. There are two reasons for that. One is that the work is important, touching upon and helping us expand our sense of justice. The other, of course, is that Janine Geske is an extraordinary leader. So without more, thank you to all of you for being here, and please join me in thanking and welcoming Justice, Professor, Trustee Janine Geske.
Thank you so much, Dean. I just do this so I can hear him say those things. That's I want to begin, obviously, by welcoming all of you. For many of you, this is a return trip to this law school from other programs as students, now lawyers, community members, but many of you, this is your first visit to this magnificent law school. And although I'm not going to spend as much time as the dean did, we are very fortunate to have Dean Kearney as the dean of this law school. He was the leader, the chief fundraiser, the chief overseer, and the captain of this ship as this building was built. And he has been really the individual most responsible for us to be able to give these kinds of events for the public. I can't think of a public event where we can have people come in, be able to meet each other, to interact, to hear challenging topics, to be able to break some bread together, and yet not have to break their checkbooks to be able to attend such a conference. And I continue to be incredibly grateful to the dean for his support of this work and his support of the various civil issues we have in our community and greater world, that this law school can be a place where we can come and talk about these very difficult topics. Let me just, I'm all for that. Let me just spend a moment or two on the issue of restorative justice. Some of the people in the room have a lot of experience with restorative justice, and others it may even be the first time you've really sort of encountered the topic. And people often think of restorative justice in terms of, you know, a victim and offender sitting across the table and having a dialogue. And that can be restorative justice. Other people think of restorative justice as a talking circle or a healing circle or a sentencing circle or community conferencing or family group conferencing. And those too are processes of restorative justice. But what we like to do when we look at our conferences is go to the fundamentals of restorative justice. And there are three questions, and those of you that know the field know that Howard Zier, who's one of the scholars and grandfathers of restorative justice, always asks three fundamental questions. The first is, who was harmed? The second was, what was that harm? So, for example, in a burglary case, the harm can be, in the court system, the harm is that somebody entered into a house and stole a television set. But if you talk to that victim or survivor, the harm is much deeper. The harm of somebody invading their residence, their protection in their community, the neighbors, the people worrying about their safety, their distrust of other people, all those things that our court system generally doesn't recognize, but in restorative justice we look at. We also look at the ripples in terms of the family members of those who have been impacted by crime or harm. And so we look at the ripples. So when we look at who was harmed and what was harmed, we look at those fundamental questions. And the third question is, what can we, and sometimes hold the offender accountable, do to help work at repairing that harm? So in that context, we are looking at the issue of human trafficking. And we've tried to take on topics that sometimes have not been looked at in a restorative justice lens, but clearly cry out for us to do that analysis. Because we could say we've got a human trafficking problem, and there's a lot of publicity about that now. So what do? Well, we got to toughen up prosecutions, and you will hear from some prosecutors today. We need to make sure that those traffickers get locked up. We need to make sure that this stops. That's all true. But if you're looking at the lens, you'll say, wait a minute, who's harmed by what happened, and what are we doing to repair the real harm that occurs in that process? So that's what we're exploring today. And our hopes and our objectives for today are really twofold. One, for all of us, through a series of speakers and different lenses, to have a deeper appreciation of what it is, who is harmed, who is that they are being harmed, communities, nations, neighborhoods, families, and obviously the survivors. And what is the harm? What is the harm? It's not the momentary harm, it's the ripple effect of harm and the psychological harm and the life-changing harm. And the third question is, what can all of us do to work to repairing the harm. And I'd asked many of our speakers to sort of weave answers to some of those questions into the remarks today to help all of us that when we leave this conference, we'll have a deeper understanding of those issues, which enables us to talk to others and do things for others, but also a deeper understanding of what each of our obligations are in trying to make this a better community, particularly for those who are impacted both by labor and sex trafficking. So because of that lens, who is harmed, we start this conference as we have started many of our previous conferences. When we had a conference on bullying, some of our early panel involved children who were bullied. When we did our conference on sex abuse, clergy sex abuse in the Catholic Church, we started with a panel of survivors. And like that, the planners of this committee decided that is a focus that must remain because it is the focus of restorative justice. So today we're very privileged and fortunate to have three speakers who have lived that individual direct journey of surviving human trafficking. And we're very privileged, as we begin all our conferences, to have Mike Goucher as our moderator. He has moderated, I think, just about every beginning conference, and there's no one better in this community to do this. I'm not going to spend time on the introduction because I suspect there's nobody from this area that doesn't know Mike. But Mike is a distinguished fellow of law and public policy at Marquette. He has won many awards. He was an award-winning television journalist. He still does an incredible job of special reporting on one of our local channels. But much more importantly, he moderates and leads the dialogue in this university on many of our really tough issues. And so with that, I ask you to join me in welcoming Mike Goucher, who will introduce the panel.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to have you here today. We're delighted that you could be part of this important discussion, and personally speaking, I'm delighted to be involved with this event, to work with my colleague for many years, a true friend, and just an absolutely inspirational woman, Janine Geske. I also want to thank Dean Kearney for his commitment to this kind of programming here at the law school, where we really do hope that we can become a community convener of sorts, a place where you can have serious civil conversations, something we need more of in today's world. Let me begin very briefly by describing what we're going to do for about the next hour and 15 minutes. And I want to welcome the women seated next to me. And I'll introduce them right now, and I'll go in order down here. The woman to my far left, to your right, is Lisa Williams. Seated next to her is Rachel Thomas. And seated immediately next to me is Shamir McKenzie. They are here today for a couple of reasons. First of all, they are nationally recognized figures in the fight against human trafficking, or more specifically, in this case, sex trafficking. They are working hard to educate the public about the seriousness of this issue, about the consequences of the problem, and they are working in some cases to help girls and women who are survivors of sexual trafficking. We are going to talk about that part of their work, their current work today, in a little bit. But we want to begin today with the survivor stories of these three women because, and as you will see, they are extremely accomplished women. Women are doing great things in the world today. They are also survivors of sexual trafficking. And so what we're going to do over the next 75 minutes or so is we'll take about 15 minutes to walk through with each of these women their personal experience. So 15 minutes with each of them. Then we'll take some time to talk about the work they're doing today. As I said before, very, very important work in addressing this problem. And then what we'd like to do is, I imagine more than a few of you might have some questions. We'll try and leave about 15 or 20 minutes at the end of this presentation for your questions so you can talk to our guests directly. So that's the way the day will go. Now, the good news is we're going to begin with, I think, something that will help set the stage for our conversation today. Lisa was good enough to mention this to me when she came into town today. She works in Atlanta, lives in on a farm outside Atlanta, Georgia. Glad to have you here. And she wanted me to be aware of the fact that CNN is going to be doing a documentary on the subject of human trafficking, and more specifically sex trafficking in Atlanta. Is that correct, Lisa? And it's going to air on April 7th, but we have been given, Lisa has been given, about a 3.5-minute promotion of sorts that gives you an idea of what this documentary will tackle. And so what I'd like to do is have Ryan cue it up. We'll play that, and then we'll begin our discussion. So you can watch it on the two screens, to your left and to your right. Ryan, I'll leave it up to you. So again, that will be April 7th on CNN. Lisa, thanks very much for bringing that to our attention. And that, I do think, helps us set the stage a bit for our conversation today. We're going to begin by sharing these survivor stories. And the first person that I'd like to have a conversation with is Shamir McKenzie. You're lucky you get to go first here. So Shamir is, as you will see, a really outstanding person. And I think many people, Shamir, will, and this is going to be true for all three of you, many people in this room will say, wow, how did that happen? So I want to begin there. I want to have people get a sense of, you grew up in the New York area, in New York City? So tell us a little bit about your childhood. Was it normal? Tell us, and then we'll go from there. And first of all, thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. I am really honored to be here in a university setting, having this opportunity to share about the reality that is taking place here in America. Oftentimes we hear about this issue of human trafficking, and our brains automatically go to another country, Thailand, Mexico, other countries. And sometimes we fail to understand that this issue is so prevalent right here in the United States, in our own backyards, in our own communities. So I'm honored to be here to share that this is a reality. It's not a movie, it's not a storybook, it's the reality here in America. And when we're talking about this issue, we're talking about human beings. So I know we have some experts in the room, we have professors and students, but whatever you are this morning, I want you to just remove your title for a minute and understand that we're sharing about human beings. Now, to answer your question, I had to put that out there. I grew up in New York City. It was very interesting. I came to America at the age of 6, coming from Jamaica. That was very difficult for me because I wouldn't say there are barriers, but I have an accent, if you might recognize that by now. And I used to be teased a lot in school because of my accent, and kids used to tease me about being from Jamaica and being an immigrant. And so that was kind of rough for me, just coming to America and dealing with that. But apart from that, my passion was in track and field.
You were a good athlete, weren't you?
So they say. Well, they got me a full scholarship to college, so I believe in myself. Yes,
I was a good athlete.
I was a great athlete. At that time, I believe track was my outlet. My coach always reminded me that it was mind over matter. And so I would run anything from the 100-meter to cross country, and I excel in those races. I made the state team for the 4x1, the 4x4, the 4x8 cross country. I made the state team for all those races, and it was amazing to know that I can set my goal. And my goal in high school was, by the time I got to college, I wanted all these colleges around the country to be making me an offer. And I would run home every evening just to see what college wrote me. Okay. And it was amazing to just come home and, hey, Mom, I got mail from this college and this college. So it was very exciting. And at that time, my goal was to be a professional athlete, the next Marion Jones.
Okay. So you get a track scholarship, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that go?
I accepted an offer from St. John's University. It was a beautiful package, although that wasn't my first choice. When I accepted this offer to St. John's, all the high school coaches that I had told me to focus on my education. And none said, like, okay, this is a great program. But when they said that, I kind of had it in the back of my head that okay, maybe this wasn't the best decision. When I got on campus, all the upperclassmen said to me, we give you about a year. I was like, no, I'm going to be a professional athlete. I'm going to be the next Marion Jones. You better watch it. I'm coming to break these records. And it was challenging because the times that I used to run in high school for track, I was struggling to make those times in college. And so one summer, I decided to go back and train with my high school coach, and I pulled my hamstring. Now, if you know, when you pull a hamstring, you got to stay off of it.
And you come back too early, you got big problems.
Right. And so when I went back to school for that fall semester and I informed my coach that I pulled my hamstring, I would go to the trainers and get conditioning, ice bath, roll it out, all that good stuff. And then I would go back to my coach and he'll say, go run 6 200s, go for a long run, which was counterproductive. I remember my very last race, it was a cross-country meet, and I was limping, just dragging, and all the coaches are saying to my coach, pull her out the race. And, you know, I have this concept in my mind, like, no one passed me in a race. That's not acceptable. I'm the one to be passing people. No one passed me in a race. So it was both a physical thing, and it was challenging mentally to see, you know, I'm limping and people are passing me. And his thing was just go, go, go. We need these points. Go, go, go. And so after that race, he said to me, I don't know if I'm going to renew your scholarship. But what I didn't know was that he didn't have the power to take my scholarship away. So the next semester came around, and now I was struggling to meet. After financial aid and everything, without my track scholarship, I needed $3,000 to go back to school.
So that's the issue. You needed money.
I needed money to go back to school. I was, this was the third year. I was a junior in college, just completed that first semester, had the hamstring injury, the interaction with the coach saying he's not renewing my scholarship for the next semester. And here I was faced with this issue. Where am I going to get this $3,000 from to continue my education? So
at that time, were you dating anyone? Did you meet anybody? I mean, what was... You clearly met someone at that time, at that sort of vulnerable moment in your life.
At that particular time, and I mentioned that I was in college because I want people to understand that this can happen to anyone. Whether you're in college, whether you're out of college, traffickers prey upon your vulnerability. And mine was that search for that money to go back to school. So I met this guy, and I'm going to describe him as Prince Charming right now, because that's how he approached me. Traffickers don't come and say, hey, I'm the big bad pimp, come with me. I'm going to do this, this, and this. They don't do that. His approach was very charming. He said he graduated from a very respectable college, Morehouse in Atlanta, right? And so I met him simply crossing the street in Manhattan. He came out of his car, he introduced himself, we exchanged numbers, never said he was a pimp. We had conversations about single parents in the community, the high number of African American males incarcerated, you know, just issues affecting our community. So I thought this was great. I met a guy that I can communicate with on issues that I like to discuss. Awesome. But at that moment, it never occurred to me that something was wrong when I asked him, well, what do you do for a living? And he said, I'm not going to tell you that. I want you to like me for who I am, not what I do. And I'm like, well, he drives a Mercedes Benz. He has this flashy jewelry. What do you do? But then, you know, females, you can relate to this, right? You don't want him to think you're after his money, right? So you're like, I'll accept that answer.
When did you know, when did you begin to suspect that this was a relationship that it might not be what it appeared to be initially? Well,
you know, during this conversation, he didn't come right out and say, hey, this is what can happen. After several weeks or several months, I shared with him, you know, that I'm in search of this $3,000. I don't know how I'm going back to school. And he's like, I can help you. All you have to do is dance. Now, when we talk about dancing for college students, it's like not really acceptable, but it's like a lot of girls dance their way through college. Nothing is wrong with that. Strip clubs are legal, right? So there's nothing wrong with dancing. And that's what I believed. I didn't believe that there was anything wrong with dancing. And that first night, he put me into a club, and for the first 2 hours, I made $300. No one touched me. I didn't have to take my clothes off. And so I started to do the math, and I said, $300, 2 hours, I need $3,000. Oh, this could be over in no time. Until he pulled me out of that club. And he brought me to this house, regular house on the streets of Brooklyn in a regular residential neighborhood. And he instructed me it was $10 for a wall dance and $20 for a lap dance. And here I was walking around this house asking, does anyone want to dance? Do you want to dance? No one wanted to dance. Until this one guy approached me and asked me how much it was for oral sex. Now, at that time, I did not know Jesus. And today, I will not repeat the words that came out my mouth. Your Honor, forgive me, right? I will not repeat the words that came out my mouth today, but I started to curse this guy out because, I didn't understand the environment I was in at that moment. And so I began cursing this guy out, and he overheard the conversation. And he pulled me to the corner, and he said, you're going to do whatever that guy said do. Now, I started cursing him out. And I said, did you hear what he just asked me, blah, 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 blah? And he was like, yeah. And it's $50. I'm like, who are you talking to? I'm not going to do this. And he's like, yes, you are. I was like, no, I'm going to leave. And when I took a step to leave, he put his hand around my throat and brought me back to my position. And he said, do you really think you could make it out of here alive? And in that moment, we all have this idea of, if I'm in a situation, I'm going to do this. You should kick him in the groin. You should punch him in the face. We all have these ideas of what we're going to do in certain situations, right? But when you're in that situation, it doesn't necessarily play out like that. Because here I am thinking, I'm from Jamaica. I know how to fight. I had to fight when the kids teased me in school. I could knock him out. 5'1", weighing about 110 pounds. Here I was facing a guy about 270. Who am I going to knock out?
So this life then began to get even worse, correct? Was it the threat of physical force that ultimately did not allow you to escape that life?
Well, in that moment, I froze, and I thought, he can kill me, and if he doesn't, when he said, if you leave, I will kill you, I thought, he can kill me, and if he doesn't, there are the guys downstairs who I remember when I was coming in, there were these big bodybuilder-looking guys at the door. And I said, well, if he doesn't get me, I can't make it past those guys at the door. And so I went back to this guy, and I begged him to do dances with me. But then when I got home, I said, it's me and him, one-on-one. And I had these things planned in my head. I'm going to kick him here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to... Right. They say the bad slaves were dropped off in Jamaica, so that's why Jamaicans are so aggressive. I still believe that. Right? So I had this thought in my head that, I'm going to do this when I get home. It's just me and him one-on-one. So when I get home, I said to him, you talked about dancing, and that's kind of okay, but you didn't say anything about prostitution, and that doesn't sit well with me. So thank you for your help, but I'm going to go. And again, he grabbed me by my throat and brought me back. And, the plans were now manifesting. He grabs you, punch him. So the first grab, I swung at him. And that's when I learned that very day, rule number 1, you don't hit a pimp. Because after that, it got very ugly. He started punching me back. He had on his Timberland boots. He started kicking me with his Timberland boots in the stomach, everywhere. The next thing I know, and to this very day, you can see in my right eye where he popped the blood vessel, and the dark spot is still there. And the next thing I knew, I woke up, I became unconscious, and I lost functions of my bodily fluid. And when I woke up, I found myself lying in a puddle of urine, and it was kind of an out-of-body experience, wondering where I am. And he runs over, Prince Charming, that I met turned into a monster. And he ran over and converted now from the monster back to Prince Charming. And what he said was, "I'm sorry. I lost control. Please forgive me. I don't know what happened." And in that very moment, after just getting beaten to the point of unconsciousness, I believed him. I believed that he was sorry. I believed that he wouldn't do it again. And I believed that he had lost control. That easy.
And so you stayed with him. And he asked you to do, and we apologize, but it's a very graphic subject. I mean, he asked you to have sex with men every day, every hour.
It was every day. And when I talk about this issue, I call it slavery. And slavery is a very uncomfortable issue in our community. A lot of people don't want to address this issue. And that's why the subject itself is so uncomfortable for a lot of people to talk about. It's uncomfortable. And human trafficking is uncomfortable. We're supposed to feel uncomfortable, but that feeling is supposed to drive us to action. And so this happened for 18 months. 18 months of what I describe as severe torture. And when I say torture, I want you to understand torture in every sense of the word torture.
Well, people have asked you, I know this, Shamir, they said, why didn't you go to police? Why didn't you ask police to step in to try and stop this, to try and have this man arrested?
That's the number $1 million question. A lot of people ask that very question. There's no conference that I've ever attended that question is not asked. But fear. When someone tells you that they will kill you, you can say, "Oh, yeah, you don't know me. I got my cousin who's a gangster. My father is the head of chief of police. I know this FBI agent." You have all these things like, "Yeah, try me." You got the wrong one. But when someone can actually carry out those actions and beat you to the point where you think you're going to die, you now know, don't mess with this person. So fear, his physical abuse, his psychological abuse, kept me in order. I developed this compliant behavior out of fear that if I don't do this, there were consequences. And those consequences wasn't just like a spanking that a parent gives to their child. There were severe consequences.
So you say you describe 18 months of hell. What ended this? What allowed you to break free of this, that allowed you to start the next phase of your life? Whereas I think Jada Pinkett Smith said, you know, you've got to be ready to make that change. What made you ready to make that change?
Well, like I said, this happened for 18 months. And throughout those 18 months, I thought of ways to get out of it. I thought of running away. The very first time I ran away, my punishment was being sodomized. And so after that experience of just having him sodomize me and afterwards like sending me to work, in quotes, right? I just remember that feeling of crying out for help. No one came, and this guy was there laughing like this is funny. And I'm in this excruciating pain, and then afterwards he said, "Go clean up yourself and get ready for work." So I knew after that first time that I ran away, don't try running away because next time it's going to be worse. So I thought of poisoning his food, and I said if I get some rat poison and I mix it up with some other stuff, he would die. But then the light bulb came on and said, what if he doesn't die? He's going to know I poisoned his food, and there are consequences for that. Then I went to Florida, and I met up with these Jamaican gangsters, and I know they're gangsters because they run the government in Jamaica since the 70s, right? And when I met up with those guys, I told them this one time, I developed the courage to run away again, and I said, hey guys, I have a pimp that I'm trying to get away from. And the guy said, don't worry, I just brought up this hitman from Jamaica, we're going to rob him and kill him. So he came to the hotel, he gave me a 9mm, showed me how to load the clip. He said, all you have to do is cover me. I'll take action. I said, yes. In that moment, it started playing back in my head, everything this guy did to me. And I was like, this is my chance to take revenge. And I drove up, we were living in a gated community in Florida at this time, and I drove up to the gate to punch the number in. And I couldn't. All those feelings of wanting to take revenge, something dawned on me like, I can't kill anyone, I can't rob anyone. And so I couldn't go through with that, and as a result of that, I was raped at gunpoint. So, all these ideas of how to escape, and finally I decided, well, if I stop making money, he wouldn't want me anymore. And it's important to recognize the money that goes from hand to hand, or that's accumulated when you're trafficked. And I can just throw this out there right now. If a trafficker has one girl and her quota is $500, and that girl works 365 days a year, if you multiply 500 by 365, you get about $188,000. That's off of one girl. So that's what's driving this. And I figured, well, if I stop making money, he wouldn't want me anymore. At that time, my quota ranged from $1,500 to $3,000 a day. So I went from bringing home 3, 2 to now 0 out of a club in Miami that someone will give you $200 to say hi. And he knows that. And he's like, no, you bring home 0 money outside of this club? No, something is wrong. So he took me out the club and he put me on South Beach. Now, South Beach is a party strip, as we all know. So for me, that was easy because the market wasn't there. Or if it is, you had to dig to find buyers. So one day he came and he saw us having lunch. And when he put you on South Beach, I want you to understand, you go out there with $0. You don't eat until you make money. So we had to make friends with people to get us food. And one day he caught us and he told us to come to the car. He started beating up the girl that was in the front seat. And he turned around and he said to me, "You, what am I going to do with you?" And he said, I said, "Just let me leave." He said, "You want to leave? I'm going to give you $5,000 and you could leave." But I knew that was a lie, because he gave that same example to a different girl. And when he was finished with her, her body was just bouncing around the living room like you're sorting dirty clothes. So he brought me back to the house and he went upstairs. And when he went upstairs, I heard the sound of the gun. Now, I had a previous encounter with that gun when he asked me to drive, and I told him I didn't want to drive. And he said, "Choose death or driving." And at that time, I had given up hope in life, and I chose death. I said, "I'm choosing death, kill me." And he said, "Open your mouth." And he placed the gun in my mouth, and he pulled the trigger. And here I was thinking, I'm dead. And I was relieved that I'm dead. You can't hurt me anymore. Until I start feeling the blows of the guns to my head. And I was like, wait, when you're dead, you're not supposed to feel anything. So this time now, when I'm in the house and I heard the sound of the gun, I said, he's putting that magazine in that gun. He's making sure the gun is loaded. And all this emotion that I have of wanting to die, for some reason that day, I wanted to live. And so I ran out the back door. And I'm running around in this gated community, running for my life, until this guy asked me, who was in his garage with his 2-year-old daughter, "Why are you running around here?" And I said, in that moment, right, running for my life, I said, "I'm running away from my ex-boyfriend who's trying to beat me up." Even in that moment, I told the story that I was programmed to tell people who are trying to help me. I'm running away from my ex-boyfriend who's trying to beat me up. And that's the help I receive. And I call this guy my guardian angel, because if I should see him now, I would not recognize him. He put me in a hotel, and although I'm a skinny girl, I love to eat. So he gave me some food, and he gave me a phone to call home, and that's how I got out.
Shamir's story has led to her working in this field, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But I want to say first, thank you for sharing that, and then I want to talk to Rachel about your story. And something very interesting here in common. You were in college, too. You were in Atlanta, Georgia, and again, this is interesting. You met someone while you were in college. Who did he claim to be? What did he say to you? Tell us about your experience.
So this is my first time hearing your story, and I'm honored to be here also. And I appreciate the diversity of all survivor stories, from, as Martina mentioned yesterday, labor trafficking, sexual trafficking. Can we hear me? Abroad, here in the United States, no two stories are alike, but we all have a shared experience. And so my background, I'm from Pasadena, California. Any Cali in the house by chance? Hey, okay, in the back, there we go. So I am from a wonderful upper middle class, two-parent home. My mother is a lawyer. My father's a church deacon. We had the perfect all-American childhood. I was on the track team. I played volleyball. I ran track, and I played softball. I had great grades. I was voted prom queen. I experienced no type of abuse in my childhood. My parents have been married 36 years, and I've never even seen them have an argument in front of me. So I was given the ideal childhood. I was at Emory University in Atlanta in my junior year, so I was 20 years old, like Shamir, and I was at a popular college hangout, and a man approached me, and he said, "You are gorgeous. Has anyone ever told you you should be a model?" And so I'm like, hey, well, I had heard it before. I had heard it in high school. This guy with a fake accent was like, "Oh, you've got the look, you've got the look." And he was with John Robert Powers, this modeling agency. And back in high school, he convinced me that I could be a model, and I begged my parents, please, pay for me to go to this school, and he can jumpstart my modeling career. And so my parents, back when I was in high school, paid almost $1,000 and sent me to this modeling school. And I went for, I think, like 4 Saturdays, and I learned to walk with a book on my head and other silly stuff. And nothing turned out from that. And so back in high school, my parents said, "You know what, Rachel, you have a brain, use it. Forget this modeling stuff." And so when this man approached me as I was in college, I said, I've heard that before. I've tried it already. I am almost done with school. Thanks, but no thanks. And then I went back to dancing with my friends. And then about 45 minutes later, a girl approaches me, and she says, "You know what, I'm here with Mike, the agent that approached you a little while ago, and we just cannot take our eyes off of you. You definitely have what it takes. Can you just come talk to us just for 5 minutes?" And so I went over to their section in the VIP area, and Mike, he was in a 3-piece suit. He had a charming personality. He handed me a business card, and he said, "I am the #1 modeling agent here in Atlanta, and I know talent when I see it, and you have talent. And I believe in you so much that I want to invest in your modeling career. I want to pay for your first professional photo shoot, and I want to get you your first set of comp cards, which is the model's resume with height and weight and photographs." And he said, "I guarantee that I will get you your first paid modeling gig within 1 month. And when I do, you can sign with my agency. And if I fail, what will you have lost? This is all my investment." And the girls who were with him, one I had seen on local billboards and music videos, and I was, they were so friendly, and it seemed like a really good deal. So I took his card, and the next day I gave him a call. He said that he was so happy to hear from me, and I was in luck because one of the other models, Michelle, that I had met last night, she had a photo shoot set up for that very next weekend, and I can just come to that. And so he started telling me where to meet him and what to bring, and I said, hold up, you know, I've watched CNN. You're not going to have me dead on the side of the road somewhere. I'm not just going to meet you at a random place. I'm going to bring a friend, a male friend. And he said, okay, Miss Paranoid, bring your friend. And so that's what I did. And that very next weekend, we did the photo shoot. And when I got there, I remember feeling silly that I had even been so cautious in the first place. It was exactly as he had described it would be. There were professional photographers. They had the lighting and the backdrop and a rack of clothing and tables of accessories, and we were trying on clothes, and it was looked like America's Next Top Model. I don't know if we have any fans of that show in here. And it was a good experience. And so I went home from the photo shoot, not knowing what to think of it, but you know, that was a fun experience. And then about 3 days later, I got a phone call, and it was Mike. And he was telling me that I had already been booked for my first gig. Before my comp cards were even made, he had just sent the raw images over to some of his casting director friends, and I'd already got my first gig. And so that very next weekend, I did a music video for a Grammy Award-winning artist. And at the end of that day, I mean, it was even more glamorous than the photo shoot, because on top of the hair and the makeup artist, this time they had free food, which, like Shamir, that means a lot to me. I'm like, free food, and this is pretty much a party. And so at the end of that day, Mike came to me and he said, you've done a great job. You have earned $350, and in order to receive payment, you have to fill out this W-9. And in high school, I had worked at the Y, so I knew what that was. It's just a tax form that your employer needs to be able to cut you a check. And so I filled out the W-9 with my full name, my permanent address, which was my parents' home address back in Pasadena, California, my current address where I was living near Emory's campus with my best friend, my social security number, and a slew of other information that the form asked for. And I handed it to Mike, assuming he would hand it to the casting director, and I would receive a check in the mail. So I know we don't have all the time in the world, so I'll speed the story up. By the 4th week, Mike had gotten me 2 paid modeling gigs and a major audition in New York. And so I decided to sign contract. He had done everything he said he would do. And I agreed to pay him an amount of money to represent me. He explained it, you know, as a retainer fee, and with my mom being a lawyer, I knew what that was. I agreed to pay you a certain amount of money, and you're gonna do a service for me. By the 5th week, we were driving to an audition together, and Michelle, one of the other models, was driving. Mike was in the passenger seat, and I was in the back seat. And a song came on the radio, and Mike said, hey, I like this. Who sings this? And I don't know if the music was too loud or if she was just zoned out, but for whatever reason, Michelle didn't respond. And so from the back seat, casually, I said, oh, it's Maxwell. It's called Lifetime. And Mike got so enraged, he reached over and he slapped Michelle so hard that her head hit the window, and she just started apologizing. Mike, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry. And he switched into a monster instantly, and he cursed her out for ignoring him, and she just didn't look surprised, but she looked very scared and apologetic. And me in the back seat, never having seen abuse before, what was going through my mind was, oh my God, those Lifetime movies are real, right? This is her abusive boyfriend, and she needs to break up with him, and I better get away too. And somehow I made it through the night without a nervous breakdown, And the next day, I called Mike in my sweetest voice, and I said, you know what? Finals are coming up. It's getting really hard for me to juggle school and modeling. I appreciate all you've done for me. I know I signed that contract, but if we can just put things on hold, I'll call you, later when I want to pick back up with the modeling thing.
And he said?
He said, bitch, I own you. You owe me, and I will get my money. He said, you're going to do what I tell you to do, or somebody's going to get hurt. And then he read off my parents' home address. And then he told me when and where to meet him. And that was the first night that I was forced into human trafficking. And it was just 5 weeks after being a happy, well-adjusted college student, having the time of her life. 5 weeks later, I had become a victim of trafficking. And legally, the definition of sex trafficking is causing someone to engage in commercial sexual exploitation by use of force, fraud, or coercion. And so in those first 5 weeks, I had succumbed to the force and the fraud. And it was 5 months later that I had succumbed to the coercion, the psychological piece, where I believed that there was no hope for escape. I believed that I was a worthless piece of property. I was damaged goods at this point. I believed that my new role or lot in life was as this man's property. And being a daddy's girl, very close to my parents, I talked to them at least 3 times a week, but I only answered the phone or called them when I was in a place where I could make up something fun or act like everything was okay. He made it very clear, if I tell anyone, if I go for help, if I go to the police, he'll kill my parents. He had their home address memorized, and he would just use that anytime I even hesitated in obeying whatever he said.
How long did this last?
This lasted for about 10 months. And the whole time I lived near campus, I was going to class for most of the experience. And then summer happened, and when I was supposed to be entering my senior year, I enrolled so that my parents, didn't worry that I was no longer enrolled, and they still had to pay tuition. But I couldn't keep up anymore, and so I hadn't been going to class. About 2 weeks into what was supposed to be my senior year, I got a phone call from the Atlanta police, and they had been given my name and number by another one of Mike's victims, and I had been named as her recruiter, because after about 5 months of being under his control, I had become his poster child. He was very well connected in the city, so he was a legitimate modeling agent. I had done music videos, I was in magazines, I was on local billboards, but he was also an escort agent to those who knew him, who knew that if you come to Atlanta and you want the model style girls, you call Mike. So I had been forced to recruit her in and say, you should come meet my agent, the same thing that Michelle had done to me. And so the police called me and said, either you come in and tell your side of the story and you will possibly be a victim, or we're going to put a warrant out for your arrest and we will find you. And so that was how my rescue process
Your rescue is by
started.
police arresting him. And you found out there have been many other young women just like you that he had taken advantage of.
Right. And at that point, the police hadn't arrested him yet. But I went down to the station, and the case started, and eventually I testified to the grand jury. I cooperated in the investigation reluctantly, mostly out of fear and all the other things that hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about too, that victims face with the coercion piece, and feeling, bonded to that lifestyle and that identity. But But yeah, when the police finally arrested him, they put his face on the 6 o'clock Atlanta News, and they said, if this man has ever approached you, if you know anything about him, if you've had any dealings with this man, call this hotline number. And in the first hour, they had over 75 phone calls. And he preyed only on naive college girls who were away from home. In Emory, there is a 15-mile radius of 6 colleges: Georgia State, Georgia Tech, Spelman, Clark, Emory, and Agnes Scott. 2 of those 6 colleges are all-girls schools. And he would go to each campus, go to each college hangout, passing out his flyers and business cards, and he prided himself on being the multicultural modeling agent. So he had white, Latina, Asian. I was his only black girl for a while. So I have a photo. I don't know if we can get to that when we do the PowerPoint.
Sure, let me do that. I want to thank you again, Rachel, for sharing your story. I want to spend about 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes or so.
Long.
Way too long? Okay. All right, Lisa. You know, it was interesting, Lisa. Both of their experiences occurred in college. You have a different experience. I mean, you're a highly educated woman now, but when this began for you, what, at a much younger age?
Yes. I think what's important to know is that we are more than a story. We are so much more than a story. We're asked to share some of the things that are most personal and private in our lives that have been degrading, abusive, things that could take your breath and life away. And we say we believe in restorative justice, but I want you to think about this for a moment. What other victims do you have sit before you to tell all their most tragic, personal things? And that you believe that you have a right to know in order to understand this thing. We have to really think about what it is that we're asking of us and of people and of our girls that we have the opportunity to stand beside on this journey when we help to rescue them or bring them into services or into care. We have to ask ourselves, are we any different than those who look at young women and girls through glass panes and say, I want that one, or I wanted that one because she has the story that I want and I want to buy her for X amount of dollars. So we're certainly more than a story. Yes, we have a shared experience, but I want you all to know that because I think it's important when you start to listen and to hear and to understand this thing that we happen to know as one of the most devastating things to a human spirit. And so I will share an experience so that you understand how to perhaps prevent this in the future or intervene, but not so that you could look into my soul and undress me again and buy me again for your viewership, for your understanding, for whatever you want to call it today. So our motives here, let us be very clear, is for prevention and intervention. And yes, I was a 12-year-old young woman, a girl, and let me make that distinction because most people call us women when our girls are 9, 10, and 11 years of age, as if they made decisions on their own to be bought and sold and traded and raped for profit. I promise you that nowhere in a dream of an 11-year-old was that anywhere in the scenario. I remember this story, and this is the one that I choose to share with you today because when we choose to share what we want, that keeps our power here. You understand that? Good. It was a very simple day. It was in a Massachusetts home, and it was a sunny day. And like these young women today, I had a mother, I had a father, I had a sister. I lived in a home. We had a upper middle class upbringing. We had a family. I was human. I am human, but I was a human being at that moment. People failed to realize my value. And on this particular day, my father said, "You no longer should live in this house because you talk a little too much, and you intervene when I want to beat your mother, and because you are foiling my plans of control, you need to leave." And the way that he asked me to leave was through a fight, a physical fight. And so just imagine a man of about 225 pounds fighting a 12-year-old girl, just a little smaller than that 110 pounds. And what I remember was falling down those steps after being hit in the face and being called names. But if I stop at just that moment, before that fight, before he was telling me how to leave his home with bruises and injury, there were years when he was telling me that I was nothing but a whore. He would say to my mother, "You know she's a whore. You know I picked up a hitchhiker today, and they said they had been with Lisa." And so he began to play those games on one's mind, much like a pimp does. And so my pimp was not an external pimp. That person lived in my home. The grooming took place there in this wonderful home that was immaculately clean, where we looked like poster children, where we lived on a military installation, the home of the free and the brave, you see. And so every day I heard that I was a whore. I heard that I was a prostitute. He was, in fact, grooming me and brainwashing me. And my mother at that particular time sat silent. And so we go back to that fighting and the fist to the flesh and the falling down the stairs. And as I'm running out the door, I remember the name he called me. And he basically said, "Get out of my home and never come back." Well, the military police were called in for a 12-year-old who had a face double the size it should have been. And I remember sitting in the emergency room. And on this particular day, the orderly came in and the guy said, "We can't do anything else for her because she's only 12 years old." And he said to Miss Williams, "Would you like to press charges against your husband, the person who assaulted your daughter, who beat her, who made her look like this, who gave her all of her injuries?" And that mother at that moment said, "No." And at 12 years old, something inside of me then, as I'm 50 today, but something at 12 said to me, "But this is my body. This happened to me. I should be the one to say what happens to me." And I want to raise my hand because I was 12 years old sitting on that bed saying, "Hello, look at me. Yes, I like to press charges against the person who's done this." And I remember the military police saying to me, "You're just a child. You cannot press charges." There was no justice there. And so, not understanding that, I said, "But do you see what I look like?" And they said, "You're a child. You cannot press charges." And they turned to my mother and said, "We will keep him away from you all for 48 hours. Well, in that time, she loaded me in the car to take me back to our home, our quarters. And she didn't speak to me. But when we got to that home, she began to pack my clothing. You understand? She packed my clothing. I'm 12 years old. And I had a green trunk in Massachusetts. And she put all my little clothing in the trunk. And I remember on the top shelf, she put it was a fake cedar lining, you know the one I'm talking about? And she put the little curling iron there, and she still hasn't spoken to me. And she loads this trunk in the car, and she says to her two daughters, my sisters, she is going away. And she hands her hand out to me and dropped two little keys in my hand, and they're the keys to the trunk. And she takes me to a bus station. And at 12 years old, I'm left at a bus station, beaten, bruised, unsure of who I am at that moment, and all alone without any money or any help. And so there I began to assess that there is no one to take care of me anymore. And then I said to myself, but has anyone really been taking care of you, Lisa? And then you start to play back all of the things in your head that has been programmed. It's a part of brainwashing. It's what we see with our girls today quite often. You are a whore. You are a bitch. You're meant for nothing except laying on your back or kneeling on your knees. This is who you are. And clearly, all of the physical and sexual abuse at the hands of my mother's husband had already occurred. And so this is who I was, of course. And after a course of a day or two, you get a little hungry. I don't know about you all, but you do get a little hungry and a little thirsty. And we didn't have bottled water back then. We had water fountains. But you can't stay in a bus station. And so that became my entry into understanding that the only commodity that I had possession of was my body. And Attorney Martinez, you alluded to this yesterday when you said, and we call it survival sex. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my 4-year plan, my 10-year plan. It was so that I could have something to drink and something to eat. And men that look like many of you here in suits, ties, khakis, braided belts, and loafers decided too that they could rent or buy me by the hour. Now, one would say that was your choice, Lisa, but I dare differ with you on that opinion. It was not a choice. That's what we call surviving. It was not a choice. I did not put myself out in the cold. I did not put myself out at 12 years old, unable to work a regular job. I did not abuse myself. I did not victimize myself. I was placed in a place, and out of my distress and my desire to survive, I did what only I figured out I could do in that particular moment. And that is how this happened to me. So there wasn't a street pimp or a house pimp or a trafficker, and that's just a really nice name when people want to feel good about this issue when we work on it. There was that innate ability to say you should keep waking up every morning. And if you have to fight, you fight to survive. And that's what I did. And fast forward to 2002, I believe it was, and I had written a book called Self-Discovery, and the 3rd chapter was titled Solicitation. And I read that book and I read that chapter, and what I didn't realize, I wrote about all of the people who had bought me. And I wrote about the pastors who would purchase me. And I wrote about the fathers who went home to their wives and their 2.3 children who had bought me. And I realized that these were the people that we sit next to every single day of our lives. In 2007, when I saw the article of that little 10-year-old girl in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution who was being charged with the act of prostitution, she was 10. 2 years younger than I was, 10, and she was handcuffed and she was shackled. And she was charged for the crimes that had been committed against her. I'm sitting on my little farm. I have lived a wonderful life, and I have traveled the world, and I have seen and done things, and I've done things that many people who've had no abuse would be the ones on the forefront doing. I've done those things. But at that moment, I realized something, that I had to do something. I could no longer sit on my farm behind my gated home and just be the same. I didn't realize that she was me. I didn't realize that until some 6 months later in September, when it was my birthday, and I was reading that article again, and my husband came into the room, and I was sobbing, and he's like, "Lisa, what is wrong?" And I said to him, "She is me. I just realized that she is me. I escaped, but who was there to help her? She is being thrown into detention, and she is serving a prison sentence for the crimes committed against her." And that is what started our advocacy and the work that we do today. And yes, that is a part of who I am. It is not all of who I am, because I'm more than my victimization. And I'm certainly more than a survivor, and so are these young women. That's a part of us. Don't continue to keep us only in that victimization. We rescue and we work with girls and boys so they can move beyond that trafficking, that being sold for profit. My name is Lisa Williams. My name is not prostitute. My name is not whore. My name is not bitch. My name is not bottom. My name is not slut. My name is Lisa Williams. I'm a human being. I am a mother. I am a daughter. I am a sister. I am a friend. I'm an entrepreneur. I am the sum total of what makes me up, and I am special, as are these two young women. Thank you.
Lisa. And if you would tell us a bit more about the work you're currently doing in the Atlanta area with girls and young women.
Yes, thank you. That article in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, it spoke volumes to me, not because I could see her face, and that's why I opened the way I did with you all. I could not see the face of that child. What I did see were the shackles around her ankles. I felt her discomfort, not because of what had happened to me, but because we share humanity. And there was a social injustice happening in a place that was my community. And so the first thing I did, I picked up the telephone. And I may not have a whole lot of skills, I have some, but the one that I've mastered is calling people for favors. And I simply picked up the phone and called my circle of influence and said, "I have read something. It's April 5th, 2007, and I have rented a center that was about this size, and I need you to come to Atlanta." And I called a circle of friends, and I didn't give them the detail. I didn't give them the details, but there was an urgency, I do believe, in my voice. And I said, "I need you here." And women showed up from 7 states. They flew in, they drove in, and they took the train into Atlanta, and they came to the GICC Center. And I told them about this 10-year-old girl. And I said, "I don't need you to pray about this. I've already prayed for you, you're here. I need for you to open up your wallets and take out money." At that time, there was only one house east of the Mississippi for American girls. And I'm saying this to you, for American girls. That's not to exclude any, but to include American girls. Everyday, beautiful young women that could be your daughters, your nieces, your grandchildren. And I said, one house east of the Mississippi is not enough for young girls who need a safe place to heal when their parents can't manage this for them. Open up your wallets, let's write a check to them, and we did. And we did that again in 60 days. And for me, there came a voice, and I will tell you it was God speaking to me. What part of one house east of the Mississippi, Lisa, that you don't understand? What part of she is you that you don't understand? What part of if you don't do this because you have heard it, you have seen it, you know it from the inside and out, it won't be done the way I want you to do your piece. Just your piece. We all have our pieces to do. And so we took 1 year to do a fundraiser, an awareness raising and a fundraiser. And folks said to me, "Are you just stupid, Lisa? Because we know you went to college and all of that kind of good stuff. And we know you build pipeline systems and design those. And you did that for NATO and you did all this work. But you're just a little slow because no one's going to give you any money for these girls. This is who they are." In that 1 year, we raised $250,000. On 1 year from the time we started. And on the anniversary of that year, we purchased a 7-acre ranch in the foothills of Georgia. And we have a 4,000 square foot home there. It's called Living Water for Girls. And it's a safe refuge for American girls, girls 12 to 18 years of age, where we provide their mental health services, their educational services. We provide everything they need to find a new normalcy, a new normal in their life. And we help them to find their voices, because they have been given names, and quite often they've been branded with names on their necks and their bodies and dollar signs to remind them that every day when you brush your teeth, you are owned by someone else. And so as we're telling this beautiful young girl, our daughter, she can heal, she says, "But it says I'm the property of," right here. And so we engaged dermatologists because we needed those things to be removed from their necks. It doesn't all the time remove it from here, but we had to start where we could. And so we've done that. And when the FBI brought me my first girl at 12 years of age, and that was what we were talking about, she had been put in strip clubs at 9 years of age. So we helped them. The FBI said to me, "We want to build cases." And I said, "No, I want to build the spirit back." So we were at a little odds, but they kept bringing them to me because we built their spirits back. You understand that? We built their spirits back, and we helped them to learn their names again. And then we taught them to only answer to the name that they wanted to answer to. And when they learned that, they became strong enough to testify. And we put predators away where they belong. And I will close my piece on this. The thing that got us started was the 10-year-old in that jumpsuit with those shackles. And it was May, 2 years later, where I sat with a 13-year-old girl. And she said, "Miss Williams, my voice is strong enough. Call the FBI. Call the U.S. State's Attorney. I'm ready." And they flew in over several months to prep her. Right? And when she stood in that federal courtroom and she looked at that perpetrator, the last one who had bought her, because she had had 8 pimps. 8. She looked at him. She had on gray slacks. She had on a white blouse and a red sweater. Her hair was flipped. She had a little, what do you call those things? Headbands on, flats on. And she said, "You thought you stole my dignity. You thought you broke me, but my God has restored me."
Amen.
That's the work that we do. That's the work that we do. We put our girls back into their homes when they're able to go back into their homes. They're not always able to go back into their homes because sometimes their parents are the ones who did this to them. And sometimes the parents believe that it was their fault that they woke up and wanted this life. So we have a second program called Living Water Learning Resource Center, where we now help young girls and women 16 and up with their GED and opportunity and access into 5 colleges that we have memorandums of understanding with. And we now have girls who were 1 year ago on the streets being bought and sold, sitting in college classrooms on the dean's list. That's what we do.
Rachel and Shamir, I'm going to ask you each to take a little bit of time. We're running short of time, for which I apologize, but to tell people the work that you're doing today. And Rachel, maybe I'll begin with you on that. I know you're part of the public education component of this. You want people to know and to think about some things that maybe we don't like to think about. Some of it is our cultural decisions, and I'll let you explain what you're doing today.
So, to be respectful of time,
It's okay.
my husband and I started an organization a few years ago, Sowers Education Group, sowing seeds of awareness and survivor empowerment. So on the prevention side, we go to universities, we train foster parents, teachers, everyone who works with children, and the college students themselves, because I firmly believe that if this had been part of my college orientation, if I just knew what to look out for, I might have been saved. So we do prevention, and we also have a curriculum for survivors. After my experience, God restored me. I had a loving family to go home to, and I was able to get back on the course I was previously on. So I got a master's in education. I taught high school English for 3 years. I tried to bury my story. And then I had a student who I saw myself in, who I could tell that she needed something I had to offer aside from the English curriculum I was teaching. And so I got back into this work, doing the prevention side of it. And our curriculum deals with that coercion piece. And I have so many pages of notes, and I'm looking at the time, so I think if the video, the intro to the curriculum is about 3 minutes. Do we have time for that?
Okay.
Okay, I'll just...
Sure.
Okay, I think he's gonna... Called Ending the Game. And we know that there is no stereotypical victim, no one type of trafficking situation, but what we see a lot of times domestically is this urban subculture called the game, where pimps are getting together with one another, they are honing their craft, they are learning about how to control slaves. Just like in historical slavery, there were methods, there are books written, there are websites, and so there's a definite intentional strategy that pimps use to create this new identity so that there are those feelings of attachment, so that we're seeing high recidivism rates, so that when girls come out of it, even though they know it wasn't initially their choice, they've been doing this so long, this is now the new me. So in the game, you're given a new name, you're given a new look, you're given a new purpose, which is to make money. That is how you survive. That has become your new identity. So this curriculum helps to shed that that coercion, really. So.
Hi, and I'm Rachel. I'm co-author of Ending the Game, a strong survivor of human trafficking, and your personal cheerleader. Ending the Game is a trailblazing, survivor-written curriculum designed to do two things. One, expose commonly used, yet seldom explained, strategies of psychological coercion. And two, provide the tools necessary to undo the negative influence of commercial sexual exploitation, or as we call it, the game.
So the trafficker was making me believe that I was a businesswoman. I was out there making money that I didn't have to go to school for. That I didn't have to waste my life on going to school. I was a doctor or a lawyer making that kind of money. That's what I would tell myself. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a good one. I want to be the best out there. And it kind of made me okay with selling myself.
Federal law describes the means of trafficking as force, fraud, or coercion. But so little is done to address the effects of coercion, specifically psychological coercion, that it's hard for victims to recognize their victimization and sort through these confusing feelings of attachment to a trafficker or to the life. It's not a life, it's a game. And it's a game that's impossible to win unless you get out, unless you end it.
When I'm feeling down, this has been helpful for me. I remind myself that I am a phenomenal woman. Phenomenal woman am I, or is me. And you are all phenomenal. And don't let anyone or anything, not even yourself, tell you anything other.
We believe that there is real power in being able able to name what happened to you, being able to see the bigger picture, that it's all a big evil game, and most importantly, learn to take meaningful steps towards reclaiming your personal power, rewriting your own destiny, and embracing true survivorhood. That's how we end the game.
And I also want to ask Shamira to describe the work that she's doing today with the foundation that has been formed. Tell us a little bit about the work.
Well, a lot of times when people hear about the issue of human trafficking, everyone wants to get involved in the rescue. I want to go out there and I want to rescue these girls off the street and give them a home. Well, what's the next step? After we rescue these girls, what is the next step to continue? What does restoration look like after rescue? Are we going to house them forever? Are we going to give them the skills they need to be citizens in society? And what does that look like after rescue? Education. So Sungate Foundation exists to provide educational opportunities to survivors. And I am living proof. It's taken me now 10 years to complete my bachelor's. I'm a senior at Loyola University, completing my bachelor's since it was interrupted. Thank you. And although it took 10 years, I want you guys to understand that it was a collaborative effort why I'm able to even sit here today. It was different people that came in my path that empowered me to be the woman you see today. And this is the same opportunity I want to offer to other survivors. And as we all know the importance of education, so I don't need to spend time talking about the importance of education, but what I want to do with Sungate is provide these girls with scholarships to college, textbooks for college, childcare while they're in college. Because if you have kids, you're saying, oh, we can help you go to school. Well, what about their children? Right? So childcare, textbooks, transportation, help with those LSATs and GMATs and all those other grad school entry. And just to understand, because even now that I am back in college after 10 years, right, there are some things that I don't really know. You can go to the dean and talk to the dean about this or that. So to provide mentorship to these young ladies who are enrolled in school on that process, because we know college in itself is not an easy process, whether you have suffered trauma, just any individual, it's a difficult process to be in college. So on top of the trauma that our young ladies experience, we want to provide them with that support so that they can be successful while in college and come out being productive, contributing citizen, but more importantly, to live their dream, to fulfill their dream, their passion. Because while you are enslaved, you're living the dream of someone else. You're living the dream of your pimp on what he wants to do. And sometimes when people come into our lives, even to assist, they want to tell us, oh, you should speak about your story, or you should do this, or you should do that. But oftentimes, young ladies are not asked, what do you want to do? So at Sungate, we're trying to find, what is it that you want to do? Do you want to be a doctor? Do you want to be a lawyer? Do you want to be a teacher? And let's develop that. Let's work on getting you to that place where we can say, I'm Lisa Williams, and I'm an entrepreneur. Or I'm Rachel Thomas, and I'm the CEO for SOARS. Or I'm a Shamir McKenzie, and I'm the CEO for Sungate. We need more survivors to be out there saying, I'm a lawyer, and it's there, it's happening. We need more survivors to say, I'm a lawyer, I'm a doctor, I'm a professor, I'm a judge. And I want you all to understand that we are a part of this process. It's not a Lisa, it's not a Rachel, it's not a Shamir. This is our problem. And together, you and I, we can fix it. We can do something about this. So I want you all to look into yourselves, and you may be asking, oh Lord, I don't have any money, Shamir. You don't know what my bank account looks like right now. That's okay, because we're not all blessed with the riches, right? But we all are given some God-given skills and talent. And so I want you to ask yourselves right now, what is my God-given skill or talent that I can lend to this issue? Lisa talked about dermatologists to remove the branding. And I'm sure you heard from Martina last night about, as a lawyer, how she's given back to help survivors who have been criminalized or through the civil process, right? So ask yourselves, what is it that I am blessed to do? And how can I contribute to empower a survivor by my skills? It's our problem, guys. And I want you to believe that this can end. And if you don't believe that, find another issue. Seriously. Seriously. Because if you don't believe that this can end, you have to believe. Each of us believe in our work. You have to believe that this can stop. You have to believe that survivors can be restored. So let's do this together. Let's do this together. Are you with me? Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to thank our three guests, Shamir McKenzie, Rachel Thomas, and Lisa Williams. Thank you very much for being with us today. We appreciate it.
My name is Rachel Monica Wilcox, and I am the moderator of this particular segment of the program. Before I get into introducing our first speaker on law and policy, I want to tell Shamir, Rachel, and Lisa that you are not just stories, and that any amount of law and policy change needs to acknowledge your humanity as the center of a wheel. And the law is a spoke on that wheel, but your humanity is at the center of it. I honor your stories today. I also want to acknowledge we have three wonderful interns who assisted this particular segment of the conference: Monica Kale, Nicholas Conrarty, and Catherine O'Connor. The infographic that you collected on your way in today is the responsibility of those interns. They also did a considerable amount of research and legal documentation to help support our work today. So I want to acknowledge their great work and the partnership with the law school in that process. So to begin this portion of really digging in deeply into where are we in Wisconsin in terms of our law, our policy, what kinds of changes we can make for the lives of survivors and the prevention of human trafficking, I'm going to introduce Sarah Beth Lewis. She has served as an assistant district attorney for Milwaukee County for about 9 years, where she specialized in the area of sex crimes prosecution. She's a seasoned trial attorney, has successfully prosecuted hundreds of sex offenders, including serial rapists and child sex offenders. Ms. Lewis is known and recognized as the authority in Wisconsin in the area of sex trafficking prosecutions. She has taken 4 cases to trial in state court under Wisconsin's human trafficking and child sex trafficking statutes, obtaining guilty verdicts and substantial sentences in all 4 cases. The defendant in her most recent child sex trafficking prosecution was sentenced after trial to 56 years in prison. The defendant, Ms. Lewis, also provided draft revisions simplifying Wisconsin's human trafficking statute. Those draft revisions were substantially adopted by the state legislature and reflected in the amended statute. Ms. Lewis is currently assigned to the district attorney's homicide unit, where she continues her trial work. Before becoming a prosecutor, Ms. Lewis served as an associate attorney with distinguished corporate law firms in New York City, Newark, New Jersey, and here in Milwaukee. Ms. Lewis graduated from Marquette University Law School, cum laude, in 1999, and she was note and comment editor of the Law Review. Sarah?
Thank you. It was probably a little bit more gracious than necessary an introduction, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Rachel. I'm here today to give a presentation on the laws, the current criminal statutes that apply to sex trafficking. And I'm going to focus specifically on sex trafficking because that is what we see the most of in Wisconsin, especially in our state court level criminal prosecutions and investigations. Before I start talking about the statutes individually, which is going to be kind of the focus of this presentation, I'd make a note that last April specifically, I believe the enactment date was April 25th, 2014, a number of really positive changes were made to the current statutory regime, if you will, in Wisconsin. Changes that I believe have made Wisconsin's human trafficking and sex trafficking and child sex trafficking statutes better tools for prosecutors and law enforcement, and just better mechanisms to protect the community and achieve some modicum of justice for victims in these areas. Prior to these amendments, Wisconsin's statutes were rated by the Polaris Project, which, as many of you may be familiar with that is, I guess, essentially you might describe them as a think tank and advocacy organization as it relates to all aspects of human trafficking. And Wisconsin statutes were not receiving the best marks. Now, we weren't doing the worst, but we weren't receiving the best marks from that and other organizations evaluating the strength of anti-trafficking laws. And I think Wisconsin's in a much better place now. But during the course of this brief presentation, I'll also point out some areas that, at least from my perspective as a prosecutor who's worked with the statutes before the changes and had input to an extent on the current the most recent changes, there are some areas where I think Wisconsin statutes could be improved even further to better effectuate justice for victims. The first statute that I'm going to talk about today is the Trafficking of a Child statute. And my PowerPoint here in presentation is going to present these statutes in a summary form. So every word of each statute may not be included here. Some of the provisions are going to be summarized. The point being to just help effectively communicate what the gist of the statute is. The first statute is our Trafficking of a Child statute. And this is a really great statute, and it was quite a good statute prior even to the April 2014 amendments. And it's better in many respects than some of the statutes around the country, as I understand. Our statute is found in 948.051 sub 1. If you wanted to look this up in the Wisconsin statutes book or look it up online, that would be the number to follow. Basically, this crime is committed by anyone who knowingly recruits, entices, provides, obtains, or harbors, or attempts to do so. Meaning this is a crime where an attempt is treated as a completed act under the law. So if you attempt to do these things, or if you actually succeed in doing them, you violated the statute. And the purpose has to be, however, for the purpose of a commercial sex act. So you're recruiting a child, someone under the age of 18, and you're doing this for the purpose of having them engage in commercial sex acts. Now, I'm going to talk about the Commercial Sex Act definition as it's been modified in April of 2014 when I get to the human trafficking statute, but kind of just to give you a general idea of what it means here, it's basically sexual contact or any other kind of sexual arousal, and it does actually include sexually explicit performance now in the definition that is done for anything of value, where anything of value is promised, given, received directly or indirectly by any person. This Trafficking of a Child statute applies exclusively to sex trafficking of a child, since, as you see, commercial sex acts are the basis. It's a strict liability offense. So when the word knowingly is used in the statute, that just simply means that the recruitment, the enticing, the harboring has to be done with the knowledge that it's being done and that it's being done for the purpose of commercial sex acts. But it does not need to be done with knowledge of the person's age. So what this means is that the state, if we are bringing a charge against a sex trafficker for this offense, we don't need to prove that he knew or should have known that the person he was trafficking, recruiting, obtaining, enticing for commercial sex acts was under the age of 18. The penalty for this crime in the state of Wisconsin, it's a Class C felony, is 40 years total in the Wisconsin state prison system. They can receive up to 25 years of initial confinement. One proposal I have had in the past, and I still think would be appropriate with this particular offense, would be to enhance its penalties and bump it up to a Class B felony, because it really is a very egregious, as we know, and very harmful form of sexual exploitation and, quite frankly, sexual abuse, and oftentimes direct hands-on sexual assault is involved of children. And I think making it a 60-year felony is appropriate given how serious this offense is. If you have sexual contact with a child under 13, that's a 60-year felony. I think if you're trafficking someone, child under 18 years, and having them engage in sex acts, that wouldn't be inappropriate. And that's just my own thought. Others might disagree. 40 years is a very serious felony in the state of Wisconsin. The defendant has to knowingly engage in this conduct, as noted. What is good about this statute is it applies to all children, meaning anyone who's under the age of 18 years. Our child felony sexual assault statutes apply to children under 16 years for felony sexual assault. It's important that this continue to apply to all children, because teenagers are a prime target of traffickers, and a lot of our victims are 16 and 17 years old, and it's really helpful in prosecuting these offenders to have a strict liability statute to use in their prosecution when their victims are 16 and 17 years of age. Additionally, in addition to that statute, and actually right before I move on to our next child sex trafficking related statute, which is the solicitation statute, another thing I would note is that under federal law, if you traffic a child and you do it by force, fraud, or coercion, there are enhanced penalties involved. And a proposal that we don't have currently, but might even further strengthen the ability to really have a strong statute to prosecute these offenders, would be perhaps adopting a sub-provision of the trafficking of a child statute that says if you traffic a child but you use the means that are going to be described in the human trafficking statute, and those means can be kind of summarized as using force or defrauding or forms of coercion. I'll talk about those in a moment. But if you use force on a child, if you threaten them, if you physically harm them to compel them to engage in sex acts, that should be an offense that carries perhaps a mandatory minimum penalty. And I believe that such an offense, forcibly trafficking a minor under federal law, does carry a mandatory minimum. And that's something that I think could be an addition that could be helpful there. Soliciting a child for prostitution is kind of the old line statute that's been around, predates the trafficking statutes that came into effect, I believe, in 2007, or actually I think 2008 here in Wisconsin, the original one. So this was the statute that was used prior to that time time to prosecute these offenders. And this crime is committed by one who intentionally solicits any child to engage in an act of prostitution. So this can be a single transaction type offense, where trafficking of a child is more of a course of conduct offense. And causes the child to engage in an act of prostitution or establishes the child in a place of prostitution. To solicit under this statute means to command, encourage, request another to engage in specific conduct. In this instance, it would be acts of prostitution. Also, an act of prostitution is defined for this statute as engaging in sexual intercourse or other sexual contact under the statutes for anything of value. And that act of prostitution definition is narrower in scope than our commercial sex acts definition is. So this statute, as you can see, is a little more specific and a little bit narrower in its focus. Can often be used in connection with a trafficking prosecution. Both of the statutes can. This is also a strict liability offense. The state doesn't need to prove that the defendant knew that the individual he solicited for prostitution was a minor, which makes it easier to prove. And this is a Class D felony carrying a maximum total term of imprisonment of 25 years. The jury instruction elements here are that the defendant solicited or caused the child to engage in an act of prostitution. The defendant solicited the child intending that an act of prostitution be committed and proving that the child had not attained the age of 18 years. This statute, unlike the child sex trafficking statute, you have to complete the act or have it charged as an attempt. An attempt is not treated as a completed act. For those who are not familiar with the statutes and how they work, if someone attempts to commit a certain type of crime, they can be charged with that attempt if that attempted crime can be proven, but the penalty generally is they cut the penalty in half for an attempt. But with child sex trafficking, since an attempt is treated as a completed act, the full penalty applies. But if you attempt to solicit a child for prostitution, it would be half the penalty. Next is the human trafficking statute. And this statute was subject to quite a few revisions recently. And this statute is it's a somewhat complex statute that has a fair amount of moving parts to it. And this statute was amended, as I noted, on April 25th, 2014. One of the key changes to the statute, it substantially has remained in its prior form as far as how the statute is structured, and a number of the provisions remain the same. Some have been modified and some have been added, as I'll point out in a moment. But one of the key changes, and probably the most important change, is that the statute used to define trafficking as requiring that the state prove as an element beyond a reasonable doubt that the victim did not consent. And that created a lot of problems in situations where victims were over time coerced or manipulated into this conduct, where the concept of non-consent as we apply it and as it's defined in Wisconsin statutes didn't really fit well with the conduct here. And it tended to create a statutory scheme here that when you read it, would appear to apply to just highly forcible non-consensual situations like the abducted off the street into a van and, at gunpoint or locked in a hotel room, that kind of thing. When we all know that sex trafficking is far broader in its scope than those narrow incidents, and actually that those types of incidents are somewhat rare in comparison to the totality of the type of sex trafficking in children and young adults that we see across the country and here in Wisconsin, throughout the world for that matter. A crime is committed by one who knowingly engages in trafficking for the purpose of causing a person to commit a commercial sex act and does so by among these means. And I would note before talking about the different means that need to be proven that this statute is geared at adults. I just talked about a minute ago, we do have a child anti-trafficking statute that's a really good one. But this one applies to people over 18. A lot of the victims that we encounter, that law enforcement encounter, are over 18. Many of them were forced into this, coerced into it, manipulated into this prior to becoming adults. And there's, the kind of this, magical time where someone's 17 and all of a sudden has significant protection of the trafficking of a child statute, and then all of a sudden, your birthday comes, and then you've got to prove quite a bit more in order to hold someone accountable for trafficking. But this is the adult statute, and there are many, many, mostly young girls, but it does happen to young men as well, but mostly younger women between the ages of 18 and I'd say 22 or 23 is a big age group for victimization we see. So having a statute that applies to adults that we can actually use in state court to hold offenders accountable is important. But the human trafficking is not strict liability, and it requires that there's some form of force or defrauding or coercion. And in Wisconsin, we spell that out with these different means. First, and these are not necessarily in the order of the statute, they're in order, the ones I have in the PowerPoint here are just common ones that we would invoke when charging a case. Causing or threatening to cause bodily harm, that was in the original statute. Using or threatening to use force or violence on any individual. That second provision you see in there is a really important recent change to the statute. The original statute actually just had this causing or threatening to cause bodily harm, not a simple use of force, which meant you'd have to prove that their intent was to actually cause bodily harm as opposed to just using physical force against an individual. This makes it more consistent actually with the force element of a forcible sexual assault. So that's an important addition. Fraud or deception is a component, or extortion. Any one of these means is adequate under the statute. Restraining or threatening to restrain an individual, controlling or threatening to control any individual's access to an addictive substance. This is actually, this provision has been modified a little bit to open it up further, but this type of provision has been in the statute since it was originally drafted, and it's actually a pretty useful piece that Wisconsin has. It's not, as I understand, part of the federal law that is currently in place. And it's something where Wisconsin's actually been a little bit ahead of the curve. In addition to having trafficking arise out of violent, intimate relationships where older men who engage in this conduct manipulate girls and younger women and ultimately then use manipulation, false promises, as well as frequently forms of violence, not only physical but frequently sexual violence against them. There's also a type of trafficker who will use his ability to control a person's addiction to make them engage in commercial sex acts. And we see this with great frequency with heroin addicts. And heroin, as many of you may know, is a terrible problem in this state right now, as is sex trafficking. So we see traffickers exploiting people who have heroin addictions. They know these individuals need that drug. They know that the individuals will basically do anything in order to avoid having withdrawal. So they become a primary or sole supplier for the victim, and they manipulate them that way. I've even seen in cases where they get a victim who's used to using a certain amount of heroin daily, and they'll encourage them to, quote, party. They'll bring them to a hotel, provide them with a lot of heroin, increasing the need for more and more heroin so they can exert more and more control over the victim. And then when the victim's not complying with their every demand, it's like, well, I'm not going to give you your dose today. And that's another insidious way traffickers control their victims. And this is a great provision that the Wisconsin statute has. In addition, I didn't note in the PowerPoint, kind of because they're a little long in their wording, but Wisconsin also has some catch-all provisions which are great. The Wisconsin statute does have a provision where if you cause or threaten to cause, causing or threaten to cause or intimidate any individual. So if you're threatening an individual or intimidating an individual in the course of compelling them to engage in commercial sex acts, or you create some type of a scheme where you are using threats of force or violence, intimidation, or even threats on others, that type of a scheme can be used as the means. And sometimes the means is actually, in real life, a combination of a number of those things. Like frequently there'll be false promises at the outset and manipulation, hence fraud or deceit. And then as time goes on, that'll be reinforced with violence, hence the bodily harm or force. There also may be threats to the victim's family or just threats to harm the victim, like I'm going to do this to you if you don't comply. Trafficking, though, is defined as recruiting, enticing, harboring, transporting, providing, or obtaining, or attempting to do the same to any individual. So it's similar in structure in that way to the child trafficking statute. Again, human trafficking is a statute where attempt is treated as a completed act under the law. So the same penalty would apply for attempting this as for completing it. Now here, an important aspect here, because this definition has been incorporated into trafficking of a child now, and this is also a good change for the human trafficking statute. A commercial sex act definition has been modified as of April 25th, 2014, and now it states that a commercial sex act means any of the following, for which anything of value, so it doesn't need to be cash. It could be trade of goods, anything of value, is given, promised, or received by any person. Sexual contact, sexual intercourse, a sexually explicit performance, or any other conduct done for the purpose of sexual humiliation, degradation, arousal, or gratification. And this kind of sweeps just about any kind of sexually related conduct or conduct that someone would want to purchase another individual for. And what's good here is this sexually explicit performance piece that used to be an express provision of the trafficking of a child statute, that you could be found guilty of trafficking of a child if you were recruiting, enticing, obtaining them for purposes of causing them to engage in sexually explicit performance or commercial sex acts. And so it wasn't part of the commercial sex act's definition. So therefore, it didn't apply in the adult context. But now, if you take an adult and you use one of those means that we talked about, using force on them, defrauding them, restraining them, or some combination thereof, in order to make them dance at a strip club, engage in sexually explicit performance of some type for individuals or groups, that's also human trafficking now, not just applicable to children, which is a great gain here. Additionally, and I'd note that actually this provision exists in trafficking of a child as well. Whoever knowingly engages in trafficking or knowingly benefits benefits from the trafficking can also be subject to a maximum imprisonment of 25 years.
Sarah, we'll take advantage of you on the panel to go over the details. So
okay, should I move faster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is my time up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can I say one last thing, though? The pandering statute that we used to have has now been conflated into human trafficking, or at least the felony aspect of it. So it's a good statute in that anybody who received compensation from the earnings of a prostitute is subject to a maximum term of imprisonment of 12 years and 6 months. It cuts out a lot of activity that we used to have to prove under that statute and streamlines it. So that's another good, effective change. Thank you. Sorry about that.
And as we transition, Sarah, I just want to say on a personal note, there's been a massive amount of progressive policy change here in Wisconsin, and you personally can take credit for the way that these laws, we appreciate that. So as we move into our actual panel discussion, I want to kind of process-wise tell you that this is a panel where we're really trying to take advantage of the talent and the dimensions that each of our panelists can add. So it's mostly going to be information delivery. We have it backed up against lunch on purpose so that as we stimulate your minds to asking deeper questions and really wanting to toss around the legal issues and the policy change here, you can take advantage of the lunch break to talk about that. We may have time for Q&A on the panel, but I don't anticipate that we will. So I just wanted to give you that process note in advance. I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists. And Sarah, we've already heard about her amazing accomplishments and expertise. I'm going to introduce Joseph Wall, her companion, really, in terms of prosecuting. Joseph Wall has served as the Assistant U.S. Attorney for more than 22 years. He specializes as a trial lawyer in the prosecution of complex white-collar crime and sex trafficking. Since 2008, he has convicted 11 individuals under the federal sex trafficking statutes. Previously, he was a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge, serving in children's court from 2001 through 2005, and in felony drug court from 2005 through the return to the U.S. Attorney's Office in 2007. Also very proud that he is another graduate of Marquette University Law School in 1984, magna cum laude, chief editor of the Marquette Law Review. Our next panelist is LaTanya Johnson, who is the representative of Wisconsin's 17th Assembly District, which is on Milwaukee's northwest side. She has lived in Milwaukee for 28 years and has a degree in criminal justice from Tennessee State University. And she's the former owner and operator of Anointed Child Care Service. Representative Johnson currently serves on the Consumer Protection, Children and Families, Criminal Justice, and Urban Education Committees. Our next panelist is Sheila Sullivan, who holds a PhD in English from the University of Chicago and her law degree from University of Wisconsin Law School. Sheila is the managing attorney. Yay, we are represented here. We are very inclusive at this Restorative Justice Conference.
I get to be diversity now?
She is the managing attorney of Legal Action of Wisconsin's Road to Opportunity project, which provides free legal services to low-income clients struggling to overcome an array of civil legal barriers to employment. She is particularly interested in the impact that relatively minor criminal records have on young women seeking to obtain and retain jobs that pay a family-sustaining wage. So I'm going to take my cue as we start our panel questions from Martina Vandenberg, who last night, her final slides in her wonderful presentation had 2 points that talked about things that we need to be paying attention to as attorneys who serve trafficking survivors. And those 2 things were 1, safe harbor, and 2, vacator and expungement as relief for victims. So my first question is for Representative Johnson. You've taken a status bump today. Representative Johnson, and for Sarah Lewis. We have attempted to have safe harbor passage here in Wisconsin. Could you speak a little bit toward where you think we are headed with regard to safe harbor provisions, what you think they should be, maybe where we have been, and why those efforts at passage have been unsuccessful to date?
Do you want to go first? Or?
I'll go first. We are currently in the process of introducing a safe harbor bill here in Wisconsin. It'll probably take place within the next 4 to 6 weeks. One of the uphill battles that we continue to fight in the state assembly and in the legislature period in terms of human trafficking and safe harbor is the cost. It's a significant cost to treat our human trafficking survivors, especially child victims. It's estimated roughly around $9,500 per victim. And the uphill battle that I've found is we gain support because we know that the services are needed, that it's a good cause. But in terms of finding the money to provide the services is a huge issue. One of the issues with the Safe Harbor bill that we're going to introduce is the immunity piece. Currently, Wisconsin doesn't have enough services for the victims that we are finding. And the immunity piece basically says that if a child victim is found to be a victim of human trafficking, you cannot prosecute or charge that child with prostitution, which is the way it should be. But unfortunately, because we lack services, judges are finding themselves actually having to sentence some of our young victims to juvenile detention just to provide them services. Last session, I introduced a bill called Assembly Bill 192, which is known as the Caregiver Law. It basically states that if a child is found to be a victim of commercial sex acts or human trafficking, that child's case should then be investigated by the Department of Children and Families. The way the law is currently written is that if a child is found to be a victim of human trafficking or commercial sex acts, the department is permitted rather than required to do an investigation. So if the perpetrator is not a caregiver, a guardian, or a parent, the Department of Children and Family does not have to investigate that crime. And in most cases, pretty much all the cases, they do not. And that's the issue. Why is that child running away from home? Why has Wisconsin become a feeder state in terms of human trafficking? And a lot of that has to do with, in my opinion, the lax laws, especially concerning services that are given to these victims. Because if we get these children off the street and we send them back home, if they have issues at home, they're going to run. And that's what we've seen happen, is that they're going to run. And we shouldn't be concerned just about giving these children services in order to get them to testify. Because what happens to these children after the testimony has been given? We should be concerned about their overall safety and protection. And right now, the Department of Children and Families has failed to investigate these crimes or to provide these children with services or protection.
I agree with most all of the points that Representative Johnson just made. I think there's been a bit of a resistance in law enforcement circles to safe harbor because there's a fear that not having the ability to detain and potentially use the tool of at least bringing a charge against a minor would make it more difficult to cultivate cooperation of that minor in a sex trafficking prosecution, and also would leave the minor, because of this lack of services, in some circumstances in a worse place than if they're charged with a crime, which seems like a counterintuitive circumstance, certainly. But as I have thought about this issue more, I used to be somewhat skeptical of safe harbor, but I've really kind of changed my position as I've learned more about it and have been even more involved in these cases. I really don't see the purpose of charging a child with prostitution in a juvenile court context, period, since a child, especially if it's a child under the age of 16, cannot legally consent to sexual activity, period, even sexual contact. So to charge them for selling themselves sexually seems inappropriate. And there have been other states who have adopted blanket safe harbor provisions, it's my understanding, where they don't prosecute juveniles for engaging in the crime of prostitution, period. And I think the better focus is to focus on services and ensuring that the child welfare system is required, as Representative Johnson is proposing here, to investigate these situations. So I even think it'd be tricky if you have a safe harbor provision that only applies to those who can demonstrate that they've been sex trafficked. It may be more appropriate simply to not charge minors with the crime of prostitution, period, because more likely than not they have some type of contributing circumstance if they're 15, 16 years old and they're selling their body. Whether they can demonstrate they've been trafficked or not, I think charging them with committing the crime of prostitution doesn't really serve the community. It doesn't serve the victim. Services are the most important thing. And as far as cooperation in prosecuting these sex traffickers, which is a really important thing, I, as a prosecutor, would rather have the services be one aspect and then my prosecuting the offender be totally separate. So it just be expected that any person who presents as prostituting herself or being prostituted is given the same type of services, period. Whether they're trafficked or not, if they're engaging in prostitution as a minor, they likely have the same treatment and service needs or similar treatment and service needs. And having that handled separately from the criminal justice standpoint would be best. But it's a very complicated issue, and I personally don't profess to be an expert on the topic, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. As complex as it is, I do think we're going to continue to see push and momentum toward wanting to address it again. So thank you for your perspectives on safe harbor. I loved what Martina kept saying again and again last night, that makers of law and policy need to focus on what comes after. And it's maybe not as sexy to the public eye, but it is certainly most necessary. So I'd like to ask Sheila to talk a little bit about expungement. And we have a relatively new law in Wisconsin that does provide for expungement of records for victims of human trafficking. And I'd like for you to talk about it both in theory and in practice from your perspective.
Love to. Before I talk about the statute itself, I'd like to say a couple of things. Many of you know this from personal experience. Other people may sort of want a framework for this. Contact with the criminal justice system, arrest and conviction records, produces three outcomes that we know for sure. It produces stigma, continued private discrimination. It produces collateral consequences, which is state-mandated, federally mandated regulatory systems that stop people from doing certain things, and those collateral consequences can last a lifetime. And it produces A and B equals C, tendency to continue in poverty. Okay, so this is the framework. When we're talking about restorative justice approaches, and also Ms. McKenzie talks about what happens afterwards, one of the things to do is to say, well, an awful lot of people who are trafficked end up with criminal records. And the best, so I would start with the framework of there are two things that would be best in this case. Do not convict people, and unless you have a heck of a lot better expungement law than we do have in Wisconsin, use the law we have to seek reopening and dismissal of cases so that you end with no conviction, because otherwise you're going to be subject to stigma, collateral consequences, and possibly poverty. And I invite all of you, when you have a free moment, to go, everybody know how to find the ABA inventory of collateral consequences? You can go on a state-by-state level and type in and search. Well, type in and search in every state. Start with prostitution. That's the big one. But also, because prostitution comes into typical classes of crimes, type in crimes of moral turpitude. Type in sex offenses, because if you have a prostitution statute as we have in this state and in most states, it's a contractual model from the 1920s where you have buyers and sellers. They're both prosecuted under the same statute, one who buys and one who sells. Therefore, in many states, prostitution comes under the category of sex offenses. So you go through the collateral consequences. Some will be obvious, some will shock you. Can't drive a I'll start with Wisconsin, barred from driving a school bus for at least 5 years if you have a prostitution conviction. Many states bar you for life from driving a school bus if you have a prostitution. Teach, run a daycare center, many states bar you for life from doing those things. Things that you may not think about as collateral consequences. You want to adopt a child. In many states in the South, you're barred for life from adopting a child if you have a prostitution conviction. You might be barred from living in a household from someone who gets federal benefits, with someone who gets federal benefits, your mom or your cousin or your sister getting certain kinds of benefits. You could be barred for life from living in that household. These collateral consequences can extend outward from straightforward criminal convictions in any state that has an active municipal ordinance. Municipalities give tickets for prostitution, loitering for solicitation, escorting without a license. My introduction to this issue came from talking to 30-year-old women who were still trying to explain why it was reported on their criminal record. They had 4 tickets for operating as an escort without a license. They were given those tickets when they were 16, when they couldn't even legally get a license. So my pitch will always be, I should start, this is also, so you might be mandatorily barred. These criminal convictions, it's not going to go away if you want to be a lawyer or doctor or somebody else. You may not be mandatorily barred, but you may find yourself 15 years later going in. And you talked about when you have to always keep telling your story and proving that you are a victim for the rest of your life. Oh, you want to be a lawyer? Come in and explain your conviction. Come in and say, once again, prove I am a victim. So I would argue for incredibly strongly, as you can see, in any case where we have solutions, the best solutions are always do not create the criminal conviction, because you can be rescued at 20, you can be rescued at 21, but at 41 or 51 or 61, or when you're applying for that disabled housing complex when you're 71, you'll still be answering it, and you'll still be having to tell the victim's story. Okay, so why is expungement bad in Wisconsin? Okay, we have an expungement law, and that's a good thing. But under 973.015, this is general expungement. What happens is a successful expungement takes away, conceals your court record. So everybody in Wisconsin knows how to do CCAP, right? So you just type in your friends and neighbors and potential dates and whatever, play date for my children, and, you know. I'm not from Virginia. I'm from Virginia originally, so this was a big shock to me when I moved here. I was like, oh, you do that here? So that's a great thing. People can, you know, a sealed conviction, well, you can no longer search it. However, your conviction, arrest and conviction record will still appear on the State of Wisconsin Crime Information Bureau Criminal History Record Report, which is the report issued by the main repository in Wisconsin, the Department of Justice, will still say arrest, conviction, a little notation says, oh, that was expunged. Note the problem here? Expunged, but I can still see it. Okay, what else is bad about Wisconsin's expungement law? Under Wisconsin's expungement law, if you have an expunged conviction and someone asks you if you have a conviction, you have to say, I have a conviction. Under Wisconsin's Fair Employment Act, you can use an expunged conviction as a conviction record, just as if it was unexpunged. So it can be the basis for lawful discrimination against you in employment and licensure, just to the same extent. So this remedy is particularly limited. What is really good, potentially, about 973-015 is it does allow you to go back to court and not ask for an expungement, but to ask that the underlying case be reopened and vacated. If the underlying case is reopened and vacated, then you will be able to remove the history of that record from Wisconsin, from your CIB. It will be removed from your federal rap sheet. And it will no longer, at least in this state, be the basis for any form of occupational licensing or any other kind of professional licensing discrimination. And this is really, really important. I checked the numbers on this. In 1950, about 5% of occupations were regulated at the state level for licensure or some kind of certification. 1 in 3 jobs now. 1 in 3 jobs, you have to get some kind of, and these are the things that people often do when they come out of the world and they're trying to find their freedom. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to start their own businesses. Sometimes they're the only ones who'll give themselves the chance. So these are cutoff points that have been particularly important to people who have had successful escapes. So that is the real core part. You have to prove that you're a victim of trafficking under 973-015, but because it's a civil motion, effectively, you only have to prove by the lower civil burden of proof. So that is also, I think, a powerful thing. That is, I should say, I think it's potentially powerful. One of the questions is how courts are going to respond. Looking for judges. One of the questions is how courts are going to respond to what they might see as sort of ex post facto explanations of what went on. You come in and say 5 years later, the statute itself is pretty good in terms of what you have to prove. Sarah talked about some of the elements that you'd have to prove. You don't have to prove that you actually got a person put in jail, but you still have to face that sort of education process. And probably you also have to face another kind of education process that you guys all, I think, touched on some way or another, that everybody sort of knows something about trafficking now, but they have a model for it. And it may well be that you don't fit their model, your client doesn't fit the model. Polaris did a great study, and I just looked this up in Ohio, and police officers said, oh yeah, we really want to know more about trafficking, and 78% of them said, but trafficking doesn't happen in our fill-in-the-blank area of the state. I'm like, you know, commercial sex acts are happening in your area of the state, but prostitution, you don't see trafficking, so I'm thinking there's some kind of disjuncture here. So clearly, I think part of what we need now, what role lawyers can play here, is bring the cases, make the requests, ask to get rid, reopen, and get rid of these cases. And in the process, we can all work together. We can develop materials to explain, I know you think that sex trafficking looks like this, but it also looks like this. I know you think coercion looks like this, but it also looks like this. I think this is something that I mean, Rachel's working with Lotus right now, and they're beginning to develop a group of people who want to bring these kind of cases. This is a process of education. We have the tool, but like any other tool, it doesn't work unless we're all ready to get here. And the other great thing about the tool, it doesn't have any period of time. So it may cause more problems in a court if you have to come back 8 years after you've escaped, but you still have the opportunity to say, now I'm ready to come back. And then the fight is to tell that story properly. I don't know, I think this is a potentially great tool. 93946 also has 1M, which is a new provision as well, that allows you to use coercion as an affirmative defense for any offense committed as a direct result of being trafficked. My limited experience of talking to people about their records who are coming often years later is that there are a lot of other criminal convictions that people get when they're being trafficked as a side effect of being trafficked. The things I've seen very commonly are resisting and obstructing because people give false names, false information, disorderly conduct, drug paraphernalia, which is often around, taking owner's car without consent when sex acts are taking place in cars, theft, all of these things. And if you start looking at people's records, sometimes the prostitution conviction doesn't appear for a while or doesn't appear very often, but you can start seeing that there are patterns of offenses that people are drawn into as a direct result of being trafficked, but it's not necessarily in the most visible form. So this allows for the possibility, if people are willing to take it, of affirmative defenses, again, not just to prostitution. So I think that part is also something, again, in terms of education, will more defense counsel use this? What are judges going to ask to prove about that? But that, like the other end of reopening and getting rid of a conviction, allows us to talk about, let's stop convictions from happening. I'll save I have another little peroration about civil offenses associated, but I think Rachel will want me to shut up and move on to something else for right now.
Well, I'll track back just for 1 second, because about bringing people's cases and the importance of the work that lawyers need to do right now, and about educating judges, the defense bar, all kinds of attorneys. We have developed a hashtag. How many people in here are Twitter fans? If you aren't, that's fine. If you are, take advantage, because our hashtag is really meaningful. It's # Restorative Justice Faces of Trafficking, in recognition that there are so many different stories. And until we stop placing a label on what we think those stories should look like, we will not make meaningful legal change, and we will not be bringing the cases on behalf of survivors that we need to be. So a little bit of our social media enhancement for this particular question, and it leads us into one of my final panel questions, and I'm going to put this one for Joseph Wall, and it has to do with restorative justice. I think some people in this audience are probably a little skeptical about the idea that restorative justice is an appropriate tool for cases of human trafficking, either sex or labor. So I'd like it if maybe you could put that in context a little bit, and maybe are there some aspects that are problematic that you want to comment on?
Sure. The short answer is that restorative justice can be an excellent tool in these cases, with some exceptions that you wouldn't see in other types of cases. And you have to start out with the realization. Now, I've been in the justice system for 31 years as a prosecutor, assistant DA, federal prosecutor, and a judge, both at children's court and felony court. And I've prosecuted or presided over cases involving individuals who've been involved in murder, sexual assault, arson, drug dealing, drunk driving, nearly everything. Even though I haven't prosecuted a murder case, I've prosecuted murderers in other contexts. These cases are they're different than any other case that I've ever handled as a prosecutor or seen as presided over as a judge. They're very, very different. They're very unique. They sit out there somewhat by themselves. First of all, these perpetrators, the sex traffickers, pimps, they're different than a lot of defendants. They're master manipulators. They are unbelievably persuasive, given the right type of a victim or potential victim. They are able to convince these young ladies to do things that they would never have imagined that they would do, or that any of us can even imagine being done or doing or knowing or thinking that somebody else would actually do. You know, you have a pimp who might have a stable of 6 women. Some might be minors, some might be adults, and all 6 believe that he loves them, first of all, and they believe that they love him too, and they'll tell you that. You will have victims of these trafficking offenses who will look at you and they will say, I am not a victim. Even though they just spent 40 minutes telling a grand jury the most horrible details that any of these individuals in the grand jury have ever heard in their life, the most embarrassing, horrific, abusive type of details. And they'll say, among other things, well, I don't consider myself a victim. Oftentimes at the end of such grand jury testimony, and I've put more than 100 prostituted females in the grand jury. I've interviewed probably another 20 to 30 outside of the grand jury. So, you know, I've talked to all these victims. And at the end of their testimony, in addition to some of them saying I'm not a victim, I will oftentimes ask them, do you have feelings for this individual, this pimp? Or do you think you have feelings? And most of them will say, yes, I do. What are those feelings? And they'll say, well, I love him. I love him. And what do you think he feels about you? Well, he loves me. I had one young lady about 2 months ago. I said, well, what makes you think that? She says, well, when he would beat me, he would say, the reason I beat you is because I love you and I want you to follow my rules. Obviously, something is lacking in that young lady's life in terms of love and direction and things of that nature. So you have to start out with that these men are very, very different. I would categorize almost all of them as sociopaths. I've talked to a number of them, interviewed a number of them after they've been convicted, and they just fit a sociopathic personality type. So that sets them apart from a lot of the other individuals and their victims. It sets the cases apart from the normal run-of-the-mill cases where we would say that restorative justice would certainly help in all respects, both as to the victim, the community, and the offender. So you have that issue, and you have the concern of putting in the same room the offender, the pimp, and the victim, the trafficked female, because that female may still have feelings for this individual, and it's a chance for re-victimization. You listen to jail calls of some of these individuals, and they still think they're king of the hill, and they're sitting in jail. They're looking at life under some of the federal statutes, and they're still trying to run the show from jail. You listen to jail calls; it's unbelievable. They're ordering these women around. So you have that issue when you're looking at one aspect of restorative justice, and that really is the victim-offender dialogue, which is a wonderful aspect of restorative justice. But I think you have to be very careful in these cases with that aspect. But many of the other aspects of restorative justice, and what I know about restorative justice is basically I learned from Justice Geski's wonderful website, including the video and her postings, and then some other research I did in preparation of this. You have the, it's one name is the Native American Healing Circle, where the victim is in a circle and there's a group of individuals and it's part of a healing process and they talk around the circle. I mean, that could be very, very helpful for our victims. I think that, sometimes when I speak about these matters, I realize I wear several different hats. I'm on the board of directors of 3 different nonprofits that deal with at-risk youth, and the Benedict Center that deals with, among other things, prostituted women, adults, and having been a children's court judge, I'm sometimes try to think, okay, what hat am I wearing today? But as a prosecutor, I think prosecutors need to look at these victims as having more of a voice. I mean, we have the Milwaukee County DA's office has an excellent victim witness unit. Our office has a very, very good victim witness unit, and they reach out to help the victims, even though some of them don't think they are, with services, advice, and things of that nature. But as a prosecutor, I think that we have to be more aware of these individuals as not just witnesses, which is, I think, is the first thing you think of as a prosecutor. She's a victim, but she's also a witness, and the goal is to get this guy in jail for a long, long time because he's a sociopath and he's going to just do it again. He's not going to change. So I think there should be more emphasis by prosecutors on the victim and making sure the victim has a voice. And there are mechanisms in place for that. But as I say, I think there has to be more attention and more emphasis from individual prosecutors like myself. 4 weeks ago, I had a sentencing of a pimp. He was a heroin dealer and used heroin to control his women. They were all adults. And I had a very aggressive detective from Sheboygan who sought out the victims to give them these victim impact statements, which they fill out and talk about what has happened to them. And, one part of me was, well, what they filled out was just horrific. The details and what this man had done to them and what was now happening in their lives, absolutely horrific things that were in these forms. And as a prosecutor, your first impulse is, well, this is really good for our sentencing argument. But, from a restorative justice perspective, we need to pay more attention to this woman because of what happened to her, as opposed to using her as a tool to get an enhanced sentence on the individual. So that's something that in going through this process and learning about it really did make me think. So I think the answer is yes, that there is definitely a role in these cases. The concern is in the victim-offender dialogue aspect of restorative justice, but just the idea of, the core idea of healing these victims and the emphasis that needs to be placed on that by all the different players in the system to help them heal, to help them reintegrate back in the community, to get them services. Representative Johnson talked a little bit about her frustrations with dealing with services in the legislature for children, and that's because the people we elect look at services as being expenses instead of investments, which is really what they are. They're investments. And that's not being understood or heard, especially when it comes to children.
Thank you. There's one other point because we have time, and Martina hit on this last night. In my role with the Lotus Clinic, one of the questions that I'm frequently asked from people in other states is, how is Wisconsin doing on tort prosecution, civil litigation against traffickers? And the answer is, we're doing very poorly. We do almost none of it. We've had one case here, and that was Martina's case. So I wanted to get your perspectives as a panelist. Some of you have more experience than others. You can just volunteer. Is it appropriate to use civil litigation and tort litigation? In particular, there's the federal law that would allow us to do that, to prosecute perpetrators of trafficking on behalf of their victims.
Looking at the federal law, yes, one of the problems is these traffickers don't have much in the way of assets. They seem to kind of go day to day. No matter how much they're making, they seem to pretty much just spend it. They may buy jewelry, they may buy a car. They're not investing the money. They're not putting it in the bank. They're not buying nice houses. They're essentially like drug dealers. They're just kind of living day to day, and the more they make, the better that day and the next day will be, and that's about it. So that's your biggest problem when you look at getting money, squeezing money out of these guys. There's 3 specific federal statutes that help in this area. Again, if you find a pimp who has a stash of money, there's within the sex trafficking statutes, there's 1593 that provides for restitution to the victim in the amount of the gross income that the pimp made off of this trafficked victim. So you start adding those numbers together, it can be pretty high. But again, he needs to have the money or the assets such to seize them. 1594, the next statute, allows the federal government to forfeit a trafficker's assets that were either used in the trafficking. That could be a house where he keeps some of the victims. It could be a car where he transports a victim from one place to another for the purpose of a sex act, or any assets. So all of that can be forfeited by the federal government. And substitute assets. In other words, maybe assets that he accumulated before he decided to become a pimp. Again, if you can find those. So that's another law. The third one is 1595, and that allows a victim to file a civil action against her trafficker to recover damages. So I think that might be the one you're talking about more so. So the federal laws are out there. The problem is I have not run into a pimp yet that has money that we could really do anything with.
I think we have just a few minutes left. I'd like to ask the panelists, having heard each other, which is always a great experience in terms of the different questions that each of you have experience in, do you have any final thoughts? Where should our energies, policy-wise, law-wise, as attorneys working in this field, where should our efforts be focused now to make the most meaningful change?
I really think the efforts should be focused on victim needs, particularly victim treatment needs, and providing services for this victim population who are oftentimes individuals who have been the subject of victimization, not just at the hands of the most recent pimp, but possibly previous traffickers or pimps. And frequently, it's my understanding that research indicates that many times individuals, especially if they're exploited by sex traffickers as children, were sexually abused in a home, and that can often be the reason that they're vulnerable to the trafficker's manipulation and vulnerable to this entire endeavor. And that means that they have layers of trauma, and they're going to come into the treatment world with the attitude and the perspective that Assistant U.S. Attorney Wall described, where they may still have this traumatic bond to the trafficker, and even working through that in and of itself as the first step really requires really requires a really unique and specialized form of services that just aren't out there. And the earlier the intervention and the earlier some kind of services can be put into place, the better. But that does require, requires allocation of resources, which is difficult in these times to get governmental entities to allocate resources for things like this, because, as was pointed out, they don't see it as an investment, but rather as an expenditure. And it's such an investment because these vulnerable people really need that support from their community. It's hard to get victims to want to take up the treatment, though. That's a real issue. You can have a bed available at a great facility and a victim may refuse to go, or because they're not at that place yet. So it's a very difficult situation all around. But I think if victims receive the services they need and can use those services to be empowered, and that the service intervention is there at the outset, it's actually helpful for prosecutors because it goes hand in hand. Your victim is going to, her humanity is being restored at the same time that perhaps the justice process is unfolding, and that's usually a plus all the way around. But as was noted before, the needs don't end at the conclusion of the trial, and that's where we're really lacking. This is an area that really needs a lot of attention as far as community resources and treatment.
I think we need to start by holding our government accountable. It's not okay that we know that this is an issue. It's not okay that we know this problem exists. I remember talking to a human trafficking victim, and she told me that she knew her grandmother's story. She knew her mother's story, and she knew her story. There are children who are being groomed for human trafficking. They are being groomed for human trafficking because it's a generational curse for some of these children. And as an elected official, it's not okay. It's not okay that any one of our elected officials has the attitude that if this isn't happening in my backyard, if this isn't happening to a member of my family, that this shouldn't be a top priority, because it should. One of the reasons that I started by drafting legislation for children is because children garner sympathy. It's not that our adult victims don't need help, because they do. But children garner sympathy because it's the right thing to do, because they're children. And if we keep finding this opposition to do the right thing by our children, this problem isn't going to go away. It's going to continue to grow. The faces are going to change, but the stories are going to be the same. And it's going to exist for generation to generation to generation. And it's about time that we start making this a priority. It's about time that we start making our vulnerable children priorities. It's about time that we say enough is enough. Every child, regardless of where they come from, deserves a safe place to live. And Wisconsin needs to be a safe place to live for our children.
Thank you. And on the orders of my dean, once your dean, always your dean, Dean Kearney, we run the trains on time here at Marquette. And I think it's a good place for us to break for lunch. You're going to walk out and find box lunches available. Please continue your conversations. Our panelists are going to be available to ask further questions and to talk and respond to what they've said. Thank you.
Talk about it, bounce things off each other. There's people that I can contact. You know, these people.
Yeah. At home. Thank you so much.
Who was going to say anything after that?
Sorry to cut you.
The legislature.
Oh, no problem.
As I told you, we know we wind up when we organize this day plus the lecture, that we're putting a lot in, and we're trying to show different aspects of a particular issue. And, you know, as we look at human trafficking, both work trafficking and sex trafficking, there's both the micro, the individual, the structural criminal law, and obviously the global. And I think many of us heard first about trafficking at the global level and then suddenly have realized much of it is happening in our own backyards. But we didn't want to ignore the global because this is a global issue. And it's a global issue in many of the ways that it's local. Yeah, but we have a very distinguished panel with us today who are going to talk to us about this issue. And we are very fortunate, I mentioned earlier this morning, Rich Fryman is the Elliott Fitch Professor for International Studies and Professor of Political Science at Marquette. And he's known for many things in the international law arena, but he has been an expert on human trafficking, and he's probably the first person that I met at Marquette that knew so much about human trafficking. So when we were putting together this conference, we invited him to be part of the planning committee, and he was a very helpful part of that planning committee. You know, and I remember him, I'm just going to share one little story before I turn it over to him to introduce the other panelists, because I think it's important to remember. We were talking around the table, and of course Milwaukee's been named as one of the key problem areas, and that Milwaukee has a high level of trafficking. And Rich said to all of us, we don't know where the high level of trafficking is. All we know is when there's a prosecution or there's something that makes the paper. We don't know what's going on in our backyards, in our communities, in our states, our nation, and internationally. And I think with that, that's one of the reasons, hopefully, we're all here today, is so that we can better understand it is all around us. So with that, I'd like to introduce Professor Rich Fryman, and let him introduce the panel.
Thank you, Janine. When I was invited to participate in the planning for the conference, I jumped at the opportunity. And part of the reason is that, and I'll say this as simple as possible, restorative justice is a dimension that's pretty much missing when one looks at approaches to human trafficking in the international context. If you trace the rise of the modern global prohibition regime against human trafficking, what you will see is a long history of statements of concerns with the harm posed by human trafficking. And the public face of a lot of these discussions will have the plight of victims front and center. But in practice, there are two disconnects. And the first one is that the harms of human trafficking to the state tend to be more prioritized than the harms of human trafficking to the victims. And here I'm talking about the harms that human trafficking poses to international security, the harm that human trafficking poses to national security, the harm that human trafficking poses to border integrity, the harm that human trafficking poses to public order. The harms to the victims of human trafficking tends to get lost in the international debate. The second disconnect is sometimes the issue of human trafficking itself becomes secondary. And it becomes secondary to an array of broader agendas. It becomes secondary to the broader political agenda, the broader economic agenda, and even the broader social agenda and priorities, not only of governments, but sometimes various groups that are advocating for these issues. So our panel today, this first panel after lunch, is a step towards refocusing. And what's going to happen here is to look at this international dimension, this international context of human trafficking through a restorative justice lens. And so it is my great pleasure today to introduce our two speakers. First, Martina Vandenberg, who is president of the Human Trafficking Pro Bono Legal Center, and then Todd Whitmore, who is associate professor and co-director, interdisciplinary minor in Catholic Social Tradition, faculty fellow, the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies and University of Notre Dame. And just as an aside, what I've just said doesn't do justice to the two people that are sitting at this table, and we really don't have enough time to do justice reading through their entire biographies, as you will well see. So let me turn the floor over to Martina Vandenberg.
So before I begin, I just want to say two quick things. One, I want to thank Rich Fryman because he is an amazing convener on many, many events on human trafficking, and in fact was the editor of a published volume on human trafficking, and I'm going to publicly apologize to him because my chapter was late. So he was very gracious and continues to be very gracious. The second group of people that I want to thank are the survivors in the room. So thank you for sharing from your lives, not just stories, but about all that you've accomplished and all that you're doing. Thank you. It's incredibly meaningful to have you here. The title of this conference is From Wisconsin to the World. And I want to start actually very briefly in Wisconsin, because one of the most important forced labor cases ever prosecuted in the United States was prosecuted right here in Milwaukee. How many of you have any memory of the case U.S. versus Colimlin? The U.S. versus Colimlin case was a woman very near where we are sitting right here who lived in a mansion and was held in forced labor for 19 years. 19 years and never paid. Thank heavens, the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Milwaukee brought that case, and that case ended with a conviction. And the defendants, each of them, eventually went to prison for 6 years and then were deported. It also, to the credit of the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Milwaukee, ended in a restitution order of about $916,000 in back wages for 19 years of forced labor in a home that may actually be in a neighborhood that you live in. So I think it's very important to keep in mind, although we've heard a lot today about the horrors of sex trafficking, I think it's very important to keep in mind that there's also a great deal of forced labor right here in our backyard. So from Wisconsin to the world, I want to talk about restorative justice and the international context. One of the things that I have learned after working in the trafficking movement for 20 years is don't believe statistics. They're generally made up. They're usually quite bogus. Now that I've said that you should take this with a huge, huge salt shaker full of skepticism, now that I've said that, I'm going to give you some statistics. The International Labor Organization, which I think has the best estimate, and it's just an estimate, the best estimate of human trafficking says that there are about 20.9 million people held in all forms of servitude in the in the world. These numbers were generated in 2012. What I respect about the ILO is that they published a 50-page methodology paper on how they got to these numbers. Right? If you're going to put out numbers, be transparent. So their methodology paper, you can actually get it, you can read it, might put you to sleep, but it's important to know that they actually did a methodologically sound job on this. Now, what may surprise you is state-imposed forced labor. Again, that's what we saw in Myanmar with labor camps. 2.2 million people around the world. Forced labor for sexual exploitation. That includes both forced prostitution and also the commercial sexual exploitation of children. 4.5 million. And forced labor generally in private sector institutions, 14.2 million. So the number of forced labor cases around the world actually far outstrip the number of trafficking cases into the sex industry. The other myth I think that we have around the world is that the only victims are women and girls. And the reality is, when you look at the ILO numbers, that it's almost evenly split. People may be trafficked into different sectors, but certainly women are trafficked into forced labor, and men are trafficked into forced prostitution. So we have trafficking across the board. It knows no boundaries in terms of gender or sector. The other piece of this is looking at children. So again, considering that the number is 20.9 million by their estimate, easily 25% of those are children. They are children held in forced labor and commercial sexual exploitation. I was at a conference recently in London, and there was a little boy who spoke. He had been brought in from India. And he asked every woman in the audience to take out their lipstick, because we all have lipstick in our purses. And in that lipstick is mica. Mica is what makes it glitter. What makes our lipstick glitter is what kept him in forced labor in mines in India for years. Incredibly dangerous conditions. He watched one of his friends die when part of the mica mine caved in. So the everyday products that we have in our homes are the result of forced labor from little boys like that. Now, the U.S. government publishes a report every year. It's called the Trafficking in Persons Report. I talked about this a little bit last night, but the Trafficking in Persons Report rates every country in the world based on Tier 1, Tier 2 watch list, if they're fallen off the wagon, and Tier 3. Tier 3 means you're taking really no steps to combat trafficking. Tier 2 watch list means you're really not doing very well and you're in danger of falling into Tier 3. Tier 2 means you're taking some steps. Tier 1 means you're great, just like the Americans. Now, Tier 3 is, we will not be surprised, countries we already have a beef with, by and large. So if you look at these countries, I mean, these are countries that are not, Uzbekistan, not really on our sort of top 10 allies list. You don't see any members of NATO on this list. Unfortunately, the Tier 3 list, the countries that the United States calls out for human trafficking and threatens with sanctions, which are, by the way, almost every year waived by the president. The countries on this list are countries that are already problematic from the perspective of U.S. foreign policy. Now, as Rich pointed out, the numbers that we have that we can actually touch and upon which we judge other countries are the numbers of prosecutions. The State Department has become much better about this, but as you can imagine, if you're a country and you're about to be judged on how many prosecutions you have a major incentive to spike the numbers. And so the State Department has become more sophisticated about figuring out which cases are classified as trafficking but are actually just garden variety kidnapping, which cases are classified as trafficking but are actually just voluntary prostitution. Nevertheless, keeping in mind 20.9 million people held around the world, the total number of prosecutions is less than 10,000. Less than 10,000 in 2013 in the entire world. And this parenthetical number gives me even more pause. Because if you think that maybe the ILO is just about right, and the number of people trapped in forced labor exceeds 16 million, then how on earth is it possible that there were only 1,199 prosecutions for forced labor in the entire world? We're not going to prosecute our way out of human trafficking. Now, what's interesting about the TIP report is that it color codes all of these countries. So if you actually look at the TIP report, you can see which countries are green, which ones are red, like the Russian Federation, which ones are Tier 2 watch lists, like Bosnia-Herzegovina, where Rich and I both have worked. The yellow countries are Tier 2. So the U.S. is essentially grading all of these countries around the world. The Europeans, you saw a lot of green there. Of the prosecutions that have happened around the world in 2013, the Europeans are responsible for almost a third of them, right? So Europe is actually doing a pretty magnificent job of prosecutions, right? But what about the other, what the U.S. government calls Ps? What about prevention, right? What about protection for survivors? So this we can measure. It's harder to measure things like prevention. This is East Asia. Australia is a big green country. New Zealand's a big green country. China and others are in different shades of trouble. And if you again look at the prosecutions, the prosecutions in East Asia and the Pacific are nevertheless pretty significant, about a third in that region. So if we are actually judging countries by the numbers, I would argue that prosecutions can't be the only number we look at. And to be fair, the State Department is also looking at the other two Ps, but again, difficult to quantify. And how about the good old United States? One of the dirtiest secrets in the United States is how few trafficking prosecutions there are. I got these numbers from the federal government itself. I didn't count these, they did. In 2012, in the entire country, all federal prosecutions, 128. In 2013, all federal prosecutions, every U.S. attorney's office, Every prosecution out of Maine Justice, 161. Again, I asked the question I asked before, are we really giving ourselves an A? If prosecutions is the number we count, prosecutions is the number we care about. There is actually international law on human trafficking, and the United States was very, very proactive in getting this international law moving and getting it ratified. It's been ratified now, this Palermo Protocol, by more than 160 nations. It's one of the most universally ratified protocols and treaties in the world. What it forces countries to do, in no uncertain terms, is criminalize prosecution. What it suggests they might want to do, if they have time, is create protection. Right? Countries are often unwilling to sign up for anything that costs money. And so in this treaty, there is unfortunately very little about protecting victims, providing legal residency for victims, and preventing trafficking. Now, one of the problems that we have across the globe is that many, many people think that human trafficking looks like this. And when I talk to federal prosecutors, what they say to me is, I have a horrible time with juries. I couldn't figure out why the juries were so resistant to the kind of human trafficking cases that we were trying to bring. And then I watched the movie Taken, and I realized that the jurors have all seen the movie Taken, and that's what they're thinking they're going to see. Daddy works for the CIA, he goes in and he does a rescue, and the traffickers are all Albanian mobsters. In my experience, and in the experience of so many advocates around the world, that is not what trafficking looks like. In many, many cases, whether it's internal trafficking within a country or international trafficking across borders, many people move voluntarily. You don't need whips and chains. You don't need beatings, because the psychological coercion that is used is sufficient to keep people in bondage. So let me just talk very briefly about a couple of cases that have international implications but happened here on our shores. It's possible to win a green card in the lottery. And when you win a green card lottery ticket, you've sort of won the moon in some West African countries, but it doesn't mean that the entire process is done, because when you win that lottery, there's still costs associated with needing to pay for your tickets, needing to process all the paperwork. These traffickers were brilliant. According to U.S. Attorney Paul Fishman in Newark, New Jersey, they figured out who won the lottery. And then they approached those people and they said, we'll take care of everything. The lawyers, the papers, the documents, the plane tickets, don't you worry. All you have to do is adopt these children and marry these young women and bring them to the United States and hand them over to us. And that's what people did. And so they brought 20 girls from West Africa, most of them were from Togo. They put those girls in braiding salons, hair braiding salons that looked like this one in Newark, New Jersey. Those girls worked 14, 16, 17 hours a day braiding hair. They were forced to give over to the Afolabi defendants all of their tips, everything they earned. How is it possible that no one asked a 10-year-old girl braiding hair, why aren't you in school? But no one, unfortunately, looked beneath the surface. And so as a result, these children worked. Several of them were raped by one of the traffickers. And altogether, again, I think people believe that you can only earn lots of money in the sex industry if you're a trafficker. They earned $3.9 million. And that was the restitution order in New Jersey. Around the world, we've seen all kinds of trafficking, and some of the trafficking looks like this. I actually took this picture in Bosnia-Herzegovina. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, after the war ended in 1995 and we signed the Dayton Peace Accords, an influx of peacekeepers and UN personnel and international organization personnel flooded into Bosnia and Herzegovina. And in the post-conflict period, you had a perfect storm of enormous sums of money sloshing around, along with unbelievably vicious criminal entrepreneurs who thought nothing of bringing women from the former Soviet Union, Moldova, and other countries of Eastern Europe into Bosnia and Herzegovina for forced prostitution in brothels. Bosnia at that point had a completely destroyed, totally destroyed judicial system. Everything was on the rocks. There was no protection for these women, and unfortunately, Human Rights Watch did a report documenting trafficking-related activities, is what we called it at the time, trafficking-related activities by UN personnel, UN peacekeepers, S4 personnel, that was the stabilization force contractors, and international police task force officers, who literally walked into brothels, places called Harley Davidson or Madonna in the middle of Bosnia, and bought women, in one case even bought weapons. The very few guys who were sent home, 2 of them, they were sent home for buying weapons. The fact that they had bought women in a package deal to own them was irrelevant. And unfortunately, this is also what trafficking looks like around the world. The ACLU and Yale Law School did this report called Victims of Complacency, the ongoing trafficking and abuse of third country nationals by U.S. government contractors. There were allegations published in the Chicago Tribune by a brilliant reporter named Cam Simpson. And Cam wrote about men from Nepal brought to U.S. military bases in Iraq and allegedly held in forced labor. And the story came to light in the most unusual of ways and the most horrific of ways, because some of the men who were coming in, who had told their families and clearly believed that they would be doing work at luxury hotels in Amman, and then were told at the last minute, no, you're going to Iraq. One of these young men tried to call his mother when he found out that he wasn't going to be working at a luxury hotel in Amman. And his last words to his mother were, "We are done for." And unfortunately, he was right, because his van was separated from the other vans. Insurgents took his van on this, the most dangerous road in the world between Amman and Baghdad, and they were all executed. It was all filmed. It was all shown on television back in Nepal, and that was the first word that these families had, that their children had been taken to Iraq and executed. One person who was in that small group actually made it to Iraq, made it to the U.S. military base, and later sued the U.S. government contractors that had sent them there, alleging that this was human trafficking. So trafficking occurs in places where you might not expect it. Ben Skinner, a brilliant writer who wrote a book called A Crime So Monstrous, that if you haven't read, I would really recommend you read. Ben Skinner wrote recently in Bloomberg about cases of trafficking involving fishermen. This was in New Zealand. The fishermen thought that they would be safe. They were from Indonesia. They thought, New Zealand, that's a country with labor laws. New Zealand, that's a country where they actually have human rights. We'll be safe. What they did not know and could not possibly have known was that they would actually be placed on South Korean vessels and that they would be taken out into New Zealand waters and forced to engage in fishing and horribly abused, given no medical care, paid substandard wages, worked huge, long shifts. Ben, who actually interviewed these men, said, it didn't surprise me, the abuse. It didn't surprise me, the lack of medical care. It didn't surprise me, the 36-hour shifts. What did surprise me was the sexual abuse by the Korean crew that was forcing these Indonesian workers to work on the ship. Okay, so my challenge to all of you is we can measure prosecutions, or at least we can try, keeping in mind that the numbers are imperfect. We can measure prosecutions, but how do we measure prevention? How do we measure the cases that we have prevented? This is my contact information. I think I'm ahead of schedule. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
While he's getting set up, I'm just going to say it's always great to be back in Wisconsin. I grew up in Mosney, in between Wausau and Stevens Point. One of the things Rich left out, You're looking at the 1975 freestyle mogul skiing champion of what was then Rib Mountain, now Granite Peak. I think times have changed. Well, it's a long way from Wisconsin to northern Uganda and South Sudan, but that's where I've been doing my field work for the last 10 years. I come across the issue of human trafficking rather indirectly. I didn't go looking for it. I am in the Peace Institute at the University of Notre Dame, and so I was studying the Lord's Resistance Army conflict in northern Uganda when it was still going on there. And I would go and I would live in the internally displaced persons camps, as I'll talk a little bit more about. Over 90% of the people in northern Uganda lived in these internally displaced persons camps. Some went there fleeing the LRA. Many went there because they were forcibly displaced by the Ugandan government. And what I do in my research is use anthropological methods to raise theological questions, like how can you sustain hope in such situations? Well, as anyone who goes into that context quickly finds out, there have been many who have been abducted by the Lord's Resistance Army. And even what's less known is many who have been taken into the Ugandan military force, about which I'll talk about a little bit more later. One of the things I want to mention at the get-go, and again, it comes out of my approaching human trafficking indirectly through other issues I was trying to get at, was it became increasingly important for me to talk to those who have been abducted as whole persons. We've talked a little bit at this conference about what's the right term. Is it victim? Is it survivor? Is it and there were a lot of researchers in northern Uganda where they would just walk up to a person. Well, when were you abducted and how long? As if that's all there was about that person. And one of the, and I can take no credit for it, it was an incidental way of the way I got into it was I would live in these IDP camps, so I would know people for an extended period of time quite often as long as months before I even knew that at one point they had been abducted and the like. So it was a broader context. And if there's any one message that I would bring here today would be, in your face-to-face encounters with persons who have been trafficked, just remember they're not only persons who have been trafficked. They're much more than that, and learn more about that. And anyway, that's my main message. The photos you're going to be seeing today are ones that I've taken. This young girl here, 12, 13 years old. This was in a reception center for those who have escaped from the Lord's Resistance Army, and that's her child. So here's a 12, 13-year-old who's already been pregnant and given birth from the Lord's Resistance Army. What would happen would be they abduct boys in general to do the fighting. They abduct girls typically to be, they'd call them wives, but no other word for it except for sex slave. They'd bring them into the camp, and then the officers would divvy up the girls. A pretty drastic life change, and the girls would be as young as 8 years old. Okay, I'm not so good at technology apparently. There we go. I'm better now. I'm going to be looking at trends. I'll be looking a little bit at law, but not very much. It's part of the whole, looking at the whole person, because, and Martina gestured in this direction in her talk, you can have all the laws in place and then precious few prosecutions, and if you don't attend to the various root causes in trafficking, then no amount of law is going to eradicate human trafficking. So I'm going to spend most of my time looking at the root causes. But there really is difficulty in obtaining good data. I'll double down on what Martina was saying, particularly in places in the developing world where there's just not a lot of infrastructure. So you want to go do a bunch of surveys. In northern Uganda, north of the main town of Gulu, there are virtually no paved roads. You know those SUV commercials where people are doing this? Well, you do this all the time in northern Uganda and South Sudan. Everything from communications, lack of internet and the like. The other thing is a general lack of laws targeting trafficking. Now, Africa's come a long way in the last 10 to 15 years, like the rest of the world. Not far enough, but depending on who you ask, but as late as 2014, only about half had laws specifying certain acts as trafficking. Other researchers say, well, it's more than half, slightly more than half. But what that means is about half don't have laws with regard to trafficking. Both of these trends make it very difficult to pinpoint just exactly what is going on. It's difficult to do the research, and much of what we know comes through the legal system, but if there's no legal system in place, it becomes doubly difficult. Most victims, so I want to again second Martina's point that I don't want to ignore males, adult males, but most victims are adult women or children of both sexes. Adult women primarily for sex trade and domestic work, and the children a lot for manual labor, fishing, agriculture, and the like, or in the cities working in the factories, but also domestic work and the sex trade. One more point about the lack of laws. We've heard about the different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. 10 of the 21 countries that are in tier 3 are in Africa, so almost half. Now you throw in Somalia. Somalia is so bad off they just call it a special case. It doesn't even warrant tier 3. So you've got 11 of the 22 of the bottom 22, fully half are in Africa. So let's begin looking at the root causes again, because you can have all the legal framework you want, but even when you have legal frameworks, it's often very few prosecutions. And if you don't attend to the root causes, then, the human trafficking is not going to go away. I'll look at the history of exploitation of Africa. Many of us know about the slave trade and the like. Many factors of that continue today. The level of poverty, I'll talk about in some detail. Migration, where people move for various reasons from their rural context. Where I've done my research in northern Uganda, about 85% of the people are peasant farmers. But when you can't make it as a peasant farmer and you move into town, you lose that social safety network of the village. Lack of education and literacy. Multiplicity of languages. If you move from one place to the next and the language is not your own, it becomes very difficult to have resources. Lack of a general rule of law. I'll get back to that. Armed conflict and HIV/AIDS. Well, let's look at the history of the international exploitation of Africa. Most of us know about the slave trade, right? 16th and 19th century. And then when most of Europe and the United States outlawed slavery, though, we had in the early 20th century the scramble for Africa, right? This is when the European countries said, oh yeah, we can't have slaves anymore. Well, let's just divvy up Africa and call it ours, okay? So, this is France, this is England, this is Belgium, right? And they didn't even know exactly where to draw the lines. They didn't know, they didn't even map entirely Africa before claiming it for itself. And you got the development of colonialism in Africa from the early 20th century into around the 1960s or so. Now in the 1950s and 60s, you get the independence movements, but now in the 21st century, you get what's called the new scramble for Africa. That you find in terms of going after natural resources, whether it's land or minerals, Since we've been talking about films today, Blood Diamonds kind of sensationalizes it. Talk about glitter and lipstick. Coltan, which makes your cell phones work. One of the primary places, if not the primary place where it comes from, is Democratic Republic of Congo. There was a six-nation war in the Democratic Republic of Congo that were in Europe we'd call a world war during the 1990s and early 2000s. And all of these countries, African countries fighting there, were doing so to control the resources to then ship them out to the developed world. Land, gems and minerals, we shouldn't be surprised then if it doesn't also include people. Poverty as a root cause. This is a woman in Magui, South Sudan, a Lutuku woman. And her village was just run out of the mountains by the Lord's Resistance Army. And they set up a camp, and they were all around in tents with these, tarps thrown over these poles. So this woman was living within 100 yards of where I was living in Magui. Poverty line in the U.S. is about between $11,000 and $12,000 a year. Just to give you a sense of the difference of scale in terms of poverty, the World Bank, its marker for poverty, $250 a day, or about $900 a year. Extreme poverty, $125 a day, or $456. That's a way of saying entirely different in terms of scale. That poverty in the world, as marked by the World Bank, is 12 to 24 times worse. I mean, that's your starting point for even talking about poverty, right? Never mind, $11,000, you'd be wealthy in many places. And then if we look at the numbers, 43% of the world's population lives in poverty. That's a lot of people, a lot of vulnerable people. 1.3 billion in extreme poverty, that's the 456 a year, but look at this, almost half of the people in Africa. Some countries, like South Sudan, like Democratic Republic of Congo, you're looking at 3/4 of the people live at that. So what does it mean? By the way, this is a young boy in Ogoro, IDP camp, very, very proud of his pickaxe. This wasn't unusual to see people that the only clothes they had left were just shreds. Children, particularly in rural Africa, like when the United States was largely an agricultural economy a century ago or more, were viewed as economic assets. And if they couldn't be an asset, they would be a burden. It just would make the children more vulnerable because when you're talking about subsistence farming, you're talking about, even if the children are assets, you're just right at the margin of being able to make it. And so quite often you couldn't as a subsistence farmer, and parents and relatives would often sell or give their children away. Now, as a theme that we've been talking about, they don't know that they're selling them into human trafficking. It was, gosh, I can't support this child, can you? And brokers would come by and would take the children. One of the saddest things of doing research in this area is just the number of people who would come up to me and just ask me, would you take my child? I mean, just think about it. Think about it, of parental bonds and the like. I remember one, it was what they call a jwaka, a spirit medium. And because she's a spirit medium, she'd be wealthier than most of the other people because they pay for her services, and so she has some money. And, she said, after I talked to her for a couple of hours, she said, would you take my child back to the United States? And I said, well, I better check at home about that, whether I can really do that or not. And I came back later, and I thought, well, this would be an infant child, a new child. No, it was a 14-year-old girl. So it's not necessarily nefarious on the parent or the relative's part. It's just situations of desperation bring that about. Now, Also, it becomes difficult when we move from an agricultural to a more industrial economy and moving into the cities. Then the children are just simply economic burdens unless they can work in the factories or can go out and beg. That makes them all the more vulnerable. And then when adults seek work far from home. I'm going to get into the mobility issue in just a moment. Well, I guess it's right now. We talk about globalization of the economy, the changes about that the World Trade Organization has brought about and the like. It's been almost entirely an unrelenting bad thing for Africa. Because what happens when you free up the market, after the history of exploitation, you have farmers in the developed world being able to produce on an economy of scale, and then whatever they can't sell, they dump in the developing world. They sell below price. Well, the farmers around sub-Saharan Africa then can't compete, and so you get the migratory move to the cities. And what that does is people then lose the protection that comes from being part of a clan, being part of a village. The Acholi people of northern Uganda, they don't have last names. They have their given name, and then said, and I'm of such and such a clan. And when you're a child not just of your parents, but a child of the clan. When you have to migrate into the city, you lose that protective safety net, making you that much more vulnerable. Lack of education or literacy. Again, the numbers aren't good. 10 of the lowest country literacy rates in the world, 9 are in Africa. 20 million non-literate. And worse for women, half cannot read. And then where I do my research, it's even worse. In the internally displaced persons camps in Uganda, the literacy rate was 27%. Where I do my field work in South Sudan, among women, the literacy rate is 12%. Now, what that means, oh, by the way, in 2008, after the LRA left, I took my daughters with me to northern Uganda. What it means, it's just greater desperation because there's fewer opportunities left for you, and then fewer resources for escape. If you can't read, you're not going to know what the laws are. It's hard to reach out to people and the like. This photo was taken in Pabo IDP camp. Everyone recycles the USAID or USAID food tins that they hammered out and turned into a door. Okay. Multiplicity of languages. We talked about, you talked about Shaima before, where she knew, last night, where she knew 3 English words. This is just South Sudan. It's a blurry map. You don't have to be able to read the things on there to know that these are just different languages. Now, as we've been told, you don't have to be moved to be trafficked, but quite often you are. And if you're moved to someplace else without the linguistic resource, you're all the more vulnerable. The general lack of rule of law. Transparency International calls it a situation of endemic corruption. So I'm not just talking about specific laws about trafficking. I'm just about law in general. Over half of the most 20 corrupt countries in the world are in Africa. In fact, Mo Ibrahim has developed his own index just to focus on African governance because the situation is so dire there. And it's not just the government leaders, it's top to bottom. It's your store clerk, it's everybody. What it means, you have to pay bribes to get any action, even if there is a law in place. But victims, again, you're starting out poor, often don't have the means to pay. And officials themselves are often involved. In fact, police officers, in order to support their pay, or augment their pay often work as security for traffickers. Armed conflict, another root cause. This is Pabo IDP camp, around 60,000 people there. Again, it just disrupts the social patterns so that there are, whatever safety net you had is gone. You don't have, your income from gardening. You're all crowded together. Very difficult situation. Again, in northern Uganda, 1.6 to 1.8 million people displaced during the LRA war. Currently in South Sudan, about 1.5 million people displaced, 2.5 million people experiencing food insecurity. And then abductions. 40% of the world's child soldiers are in Africa. Lord's Resistance Army had 30 to 60,000 abductions. But it's not only the rebels. The Child Soldier Protection Act of the United States names those countries where the government uses child soldiers. And 6 of those 9 governments are in Africa, the 6 of the 9 that are named. And just this year, a branch of South Sudan Army abducted 100 of boys from one town. Wow, Sherlock, where I was visiting last December, just before they were abducted. HIV/AIDS is both cause and effect. Most trafficked children are orphans. And then the effect of it would be of HIV, it spreads and creating even more orphans. Then very quickly on some of the efforts. It's not all bad news. UN GIFT was an attempt to coordinate various entities because the view, and not just governments, but NGOs, civil society members and the like, the view that any given government can't do it by itself. The Blue Heart campaign, and that was in 2007. The Blue Heart campaign is just to raise awareness. They have a website. The blue is the UN blue, and you can wear a ribbon, like the red ribbon for HIV/AIDS, just to raise awareness. Perhaps most important is the Ouagadougou plan. Ouagadougou is the capital of Burkina Faso. And this is where the AU, the African Union, and the European Union came together. The focus is primarily on women and children, and the focus is primarily on sex trafficking. But the concern is saying this is not just in the African countries, but Europe as a demand place that's drawing the supply from Africa. So they're trying to get collaboration between the African Union and the European Union. And then the African Union Commission Initiative Against Trafficking, or AU Commit, is an extension of that. The African Union Commission plan for 2009 to 2012 included this, and includes, as we've talked about today, the 3 Ps of prevention, protection, and prosecution. And I believe I'm at the end of my time.
So we have a little bit of time left. What I'd like to do is open the floor up for questions. And what we'll do is, rather than answering each one individually, I'd like to take a series of questions and then give our panel members a chance to respond. So do I have any questions for the audience? Don't be shy. It's a law school. I can go Socratic on you all. Yes, the question was, I'd like to hear more about South America.
So my apologies that I didn't pull those pages from the trafficking report. You can find the trafficking report online on the State Department website. But what I will say as a general matter is if the data is terrible for the world, it is worse for Latin America. And I don't know quite why that is, but the research muscle just hasn't really been there. And so this is changing a little bit, and interestingly enough, a number of the cases that we see here in the United States are cases that have originated in Mexico or South America or Central America. So I'll give you an example. There's one town in Mexico called Tenancingo. And when people who are active in the human trafficking field hear the word Tenancingo, every single red flag goes up. And the reason is because Tenancingo is a town in Mexico where trafficking has become the cottage industry. And there are easily a dozen human trafficking cases involving forced prostitution on the eastern seaboard, where Tenancingo is the site where the trafficking began. And it's very similar to the kinds of trafficking that you heard about today with the sort of Prince Charming Romeo version, where traffickers from Tenancingo will go to the neighboring villages and towns. They will become the boyfriend of or the husband of a young woman. And then they will take her back to Tenancingo, where they will have her give birth to a child. Once the baby is born, she is fully and absolutely in their control. And the men then say to these young women, let's go to America. We'll bring the child up later, but let's go to America and you know, we'll get a job, we'll settle, and then we'll bring the child. When she arrives in the United States, she finds herself instead trapped in forced prostitution. And whenever these women sought to escape, they were threatened with the worst possible threat that a mother can hear, which is, we'll kill your child. And so many of these women felt like they couldn't cooperate. There was no way they could cooperate with federal law enforcement authorities until their children were safe. All of their contact with their children was completely controlled. So what we see from Latin America, Central America, what we see from those countries is sort of forced prostitution cases with children and adults being brought to the United States, but we also see forced labor cases from that part of the world. I can tell you about a case in Guatemala if you see me afterwards.
Other questions?
Been coming across the borders, and you know, the thousands of kids that are coming across to our borders, and how that's going to play an effect with the change in the game a little bit of that human trafficking and what that's actually looking like, even as of them being under our custody or not.
One of the great ironies of the unaccompanied minor surge is that many people pointed to the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act as being at fault. Because what the advocates fought very hard to insert into that law was a requirement that all children be screened. So if they arrive on the border, they have to be screened as human trafficking victims. What I worry about more is what happens to all of those children who are now being placed all around the country. And I'll tell you why. I was recently in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I read all the indictments. It's my favorite thing to do. And one of the indictments in Charlotte, North Carolina was nothing short of remarkable, because it was an unaccompanied child who had come to the United States and who was placed with a woman who put her hand up and said, I'll take that unaccompanied child, I'll house him, I have money, I can support him. The care agency that had custody of the child, I think it was Lutheran Family Services, interviewed her, sent a social worker to her house, told her in no uncertain terms that that child had to go to school, that that child could not work, and she even signed an affidavit that she had enough money to support the child. So what did she do, Mrs. Shackelford? Her name was Shackelford, Lucinda. The case is U.S. versus Shackelford, if you want to look it up. She actually owned a mobile home park. She quickly arranged for this child to do all of the cleaning of all of the yards in the mobile home park, 60 or more. She collected all the money for that forced labor. Then, in addition, she thought, what a good idea. I think I'll run a 7-Eleven out of my mobile home. And so she forced him to sleep in front of the door at night, and when someone in the housing unit wanted Mountain Dew in the middle of the night, he had to sell it and then surrender the money to her. But not content with the profit that she was making on that, She also then discovered that his father, who was from Mexico, was in the United States as an undocumented migrant. And so she threatened the father to call immigration on him unless he paid her $1,200 a month. So again, to their credit, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Charlotte prosecuted that case and got a conviction. It ended with a conviction as well as, I believe, a $729 restitution order, which seems low to me. But nevertheless, I think we need to ask ourselves not just what's happening to the children who are on the border and who are on the border, but what's happening to those children who are ending up in foster care families who may in the end turn out to be traffickers.
We have run to the end of our session. Please join me in thanking the members of our panel.
Now, as you see, we've sort of moved, we went to global, and now we're going to move back into the Wisconsin community. The next panel are people who work with a variety of issues in Wisconsin on trafficking-related matters. The moderator for this panel is Claudine O'Leary, who also was part of our planning committee and always kept us as grounded as we could in remembering the interests of the survivors and how this conference could retain its sensitivity towards that issue. Claudine has been working with commercially sexually exploited youth for over 23 years. She leads several youth groups each week, reaching youth who've been trafficked and youth at high risk. She created Rethink Resources to provide consulting services to programs seeking to build their capacity and understanding to effectively and respectfully respond to people with life experience in the sex trade and people who have survived sexual violence. She received her bachelor's in critical pedagogy from Northeastern Illinois University. The last thing, and I think I'm going to share this with this group because, we had some very serious discussions at the beginning of the planning. And Claudine was the one when we started talking about having a survivors panel about the importance of protecting survivors who are willing to speak. And while we had that discussion, she kept telling me she didn't think there was anybody that she knew of all the people she worked with that she thought she wanted to put in a position of being vulnerable enough to share with a group of strangers their own journeys. And that's one of the reasons the 3 survivors we have came from an organization in Atlanta that works with survivors, and we're able to find these 3 terrific women we have this morning who have a lot of experience, have been trained, and also work in the field of advocacy for survivors. And we purposely did not have anybody from our own community so that they wouldn't have to be in a place that they would be not feel that safety that we talked about. And that's in large part Claudine's message to us at the beginning, and we listened to her, and I'm glad we did. So with that, I will turn over the program to you, Claudine.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for this opportunity. It is true, I thought about this morning when Lisa Williams spoke both about her experiences, but then she also spoke about the idea of survivors being more than our story, and how critically important it is to realize that you actually have a lot of survivors here in this room. It's just that some of us are taking on different roles. So it's really important to recognize that even though, for example, today I might not share with you, because I won't, my experiences as a teen involved in the sex trade in Chicago, that doesn't mean that I don't have other expertise to communicate. And so it's really important that we embed that kind of expertise in so many different kinds of ways, and that is a part of what we're hoping to accomplish here as well. And I get to also moderate a panel that's fantastic and start off, as you kind of talked about, this idea of our local response, right? What are we doing? How are we actually responding? And I actually think this is such an exciting time when sometimes people will be surprised and say, wow, you've been doing this work for a really long time. And I didn't realize that we had been talking about this for some time, right? Like that we had actually been talking about both young people as well as adults who have been trafficked. We have in a lot of different ways. It's just that right now we have different kind of responses going on in Milwaukee that we haven't had and as long as I can remember. I'll just share one specific thing. As a consultant, I actually get to work with a number of different programs. Recently, Milwaukee was one of only 4 communities in the entire country that was awarded a federal grant to be able to provide specialized mentoring services to commercially sexually exploited youth and trafficked youth and those at very high risk. Yeah, I mean, I cannot underestimate how incredibly powerful that is. And so the kind of groups that I'm able to do during the week and we're just reaching so many more young people with services here, and that's what we're hoping to share with you this afternoon, and that's a part of what you're going to hear about. What you're also going to hear about with this panel is looking at it as more than a law enforcement issue, talking about it from a public health perspective, talking about it from other kinds of ways when we think about, say, for example, within the public health aspect, we talk about the idea that there are actually like systemic inequalities. And so our first presenter is Commissioner Bevan Baker. Now, one of the things that I want to say about Commissioner Baker is that, again, many people might come at it from, a commissioner could come at it from a very statistical, very dry kind of level, and that is not Commissioner Baker. He has made this a personal passion, and so I'm really excited to be able to introduce him here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudine, and I'm certainly honored to be here. And we're going to play a little game, a lot of head nodding going on. So I want everyone in the room to take your hand and reach to your right. And if you can't reach to your right, reach to your left. And touch the person next to you and say, tag, you're it. Okay, all right. So we all know the game, tag, you're it. So it's a children's game. And it's a simple game where a child chases a child. And if that child catches that child, they immediately become the pursuer. And then that game continues. And as I began to think about human trafficking through the lens of a child, it is exactly what happens. It touches you, and then you either have a choice to be the pursuer or you can end the game. And what we have done is to not end the game because we allow someone to tag you and then we continue this game. So when I think about how to end the game, I think about public health. And I think about the cornerstone of public health is to prevent disease before it happens. So as an epidemiologist and as a statistician, I want to be careful to bring the science into this, but at the same time, I want to be true to the passion of public health. So the science is, this is a digital clock. It is exactly tuned to the atomic clock in Colorado Springs. I have exactly 10 minutes to do this discussion. And for those who gamble in the room, you can do the over or under and whether or not I'm going to make it in 10 minutes. So starting right now, and so I'll be on time. So, cornerstone of public health is to solve and to prevent disease before it happens. So if we approach human trafficking as a disease, as any good epidemiologist, any good public health professional would do, then we have to have a focus. Our focus must be to identify the most vulnerable individuals before the traffickers do. So let me get that straight. We want to identify them before the traffickers do. So this is a game, just like tag. We want to get there before they get there. Because if the trafficker gets to the most vulnerable persons in our community before we do, then they have a better chance of progressing the disease magnification, which is the sequel of events that happens with trafficking, and then it's harder for us to solve that disease downstream. Now, I submit to you that everyone in this room has something to do with the great work that's happening on the ground to solve the whole notion of human trafficking. But we're doing it downstream. And the cornerstone of public health is to have a multiple-pronged approach. The federal government has said we need to have a three-pronged approach. Punish the perpetrators, provide protection and assistance for the victims, and then lastly, to have preventive measures. I'm going to flip that upside down and say we should first prevent this before we should punish the perpetrators and to make certain that there are no victims to provide assistance to in the first place. Now, all of this is happening as the world is shrinking and the world is changing. Follow the dollars and you'll find who has the power. There is a digital democracy that's underway that suggests that if there is an economic equation to the health indicators, then this is big business for someone. So why is Milwaukee? Why is Wisconsin? Why are we the perfect location for accelerating the whole notion of human trafficking? So in a scientific lab, the environment has to be perfect to carry out the experiment over and over to get the same result. If the experiment here is that we're having more and more human trafficking, then it means we have the perfect environment in Wisconsin and Milwaukee in the United States to create the perfect conditions for human trafficking. So as a disease specialist, I want to go and break that cycle, fix something so that disease won't happen. So what is that? What is that that's happening? I'm going to read off some things to you. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Google+, Tumblr, Instagram, Flickr, Tag, Meet Me, Ask FM. All of these are ways to reach people where they are at the nanospeed, nanoseconds, to really get to people, to do it through social media, to pull them in. And we're working in an analog fashion. We're saying we'll get to you when we can, when everything around us is moving at the speed of the social media networks, and we're using yesterday's tool to fix today's problem. We've got to go at this in the most aggressive way possible. So one of the things I wanted to make mention to you is that media impressions about diseases and things that affect us. 12 million media impressions for a disease that is sort of like a great white shark. Your chances are lower running into one, but your chances are even lower of surviving if you do. And that was Ebola. Why haven't we gotten the same media impressions around human trafficking? 12 million media impressions and 6 weeks with Ebola for one case. And one case of human trafficking might not make it because only a couple hundred get prosecuted every year. Law is critical, but public health is essential. It's sort of like a bikini. What it conceals is important, but what it reveals is suggestive. So we got to get to the point where we make this about approaching things in a logical public health fashion. But on the ground, the things that we're getting done. We have the public health department here, and I'm very proud of the team of people that have in the Office of Violence Prevention. Terry Perry and her team do a great job. We've integrated this into our home visitation program. Every family, every child that we visit, our nurses and our social workers know to ask the question, to provide resources and support for human trafficking. We're working with tattoo parlors to debrand, to pull tattoos off the bodies of individuals. And that's a human interest issues. We're leveraging community aspects of every type of group, faith organizations, and leaders and schools. All of them have to be in the room to do this as a public health approach. We have a task force that's looking at human trafficking, and we're using that. We're educating legislators, and that's sometimes very difficult. And we're providing resources to the medical community, because this, after all, is a scientific approach to deal with preventing disease before it happens. So in my last 3 minutes and 32 seconds, I want to tell you what I really have to think. I had the good fortune to spend the first part of my career working with HIV and AIDS and addiction. And I was there. I was there when the outbreak started. I was there when the epidemic started for HIV. And I saw how I and every other scientist who was working on this wanted to fix the whole notion of HIV. We were going to solve this. We were doing clinical trials. We had the first vaccine clinical trials in Africa in 1989. Burroughs Wellcome. Not many people knew about it. We were going to fix this issue. And we went and we took everything we had to fix it. But we forgot that along the way, we were bringing all of our passion, all of our work, all of our information was dragging the stigma along and attaching it to the people with HIV. We made women and men a vessel of disease instead of people we needed to help. And in human trafficking, we've done the same thing. We've made these individuals vessels of disease, vessels of corruption, vessels of things that are wrong, instead of saying we need to go upstream and deal with the demand side of the equation and figure out what is so incredibly wrong with people who would see the real problem with having sex with a 9-year-old. And that's who we are. That's who Milwaukee is. That's who Wisconsin is. That's who America is. That's who the world is. And we've got to change that. No one checks their biases at the door. They bring it with them. No one checks the whole notion of stigma on these human trafficking survivors. We bring it here. We have got to stop it. We've got to go upstream and deal with it. And I believe that we can do that. Every night I leave my house, I do two things. In my last 1 minute, I tell my wife I love her. And I tell my two kids the same thing. I love you, but here's one thing I want you to do. I want you to learn something new today. No matter what. And we all have learned something new today. Then the last thing I say is I walk out and I kiss them and I say, then I want you to do something about it. You cannot leave here learning something new today. You cannot come to this great symposium, this great series, and learn something new and do nothing about it. It was very difficult for me to listen to the last speaker who talked about Africa. Because I've been to that region, I've been to that border, and I saw the pain and suffering, and I saw the homelessness, and I saw the poverty, and I saw the orphans, and I picked up a little boy out of the cradle of the earth, and I adopted a little boy who was one of those orphans, and I brought him back to this place called Milwaukee in Wisconsin. And I know that I'm better than this. We're better than that. We cannot leave here and not stop this game. We have got to end it. And with that being said, for those who voted that I wasn't going to make it, 8 minutes and 54 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. So when you listen, when you hear about the fact that we're talking about putting public health into action, right? When we're talking about kind of concepts like social determinants of health, our next panelist is actually talking about embodying that into action. So I've known Jean Geraci now for a little while, and I actually know that not only is she currently the executive director of the Benedict Center, but she's formerly with Voces de la Frontera and a longtime community organizer. So there's a lot of different perspectives that are coming here into play, and she's going to share about the work that she's doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I don't know how well I'll do on time. I'm going to rely on Claudine. I don't have a clock. So the Benedict Center is a criminal justice agency. We were founded in 1974, and we specifically provide treatment, education, and support, as well as advocacy to women in the criminal justice system. We have three main programs: the Women's Harm Reduction Program, the Sisters Program, and our Advocacy Program. We've been working with women in the sex trade since our foundation. I see E. Michael McCann in the audience, and he, as the district attorney at that time, sent the first women charged with prostitution for treatment as a diversion to the Benedict Center years ago, and so we continue that tradition. I'm going to mostly focus on our Sisters Program today, and the primary focus of that program is to work with women engaged in street prostitution, and it's to take a public health approach to that issue. When we think about street prostitution, I think you all know by being attendees at this event that there's much more than meets the eye. There's many underlying factors going on for women. For us, we note the extreme amount of poverty that women in our program experience. We also know that their entry into the sex trade is varied both by the age that they come in and the circumstance, whether they were coerced or whether they're there for survival. Also, I just want to note that the process of exiting the streets is a complex one, and it can take a long time, if ever. This conference is about sex trafficking, but you're hearing me talk about prostitution. I have this Venn diagram just to demonstrate that these terms are not identical, but they do relate, they do overlap. Legally, though, they mean separate things and they have different implications. So as a result of this conference, at a minimum, you know that sex trafficking implies that there must be an element of threat, force, or coercion. There's a victim and a trafficker. In the case of prostitution, it's largely illegal. It's illegal here in Wisconsin. And it implies that the person who engages in prostitution has some agency, has some choice. Otherwise, how could we hold them accountable as breaking a law, right? In Wisconsin, it's Class A misdemeanor, up to 9 months in jail and $10,000 as a fine. Also in Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Police Department has started issuing municipal violation tickets instead of state charges, which we're in favor of because we generally have a position of decriminalizing prostitution at the Benedict Center. Nevertheless, it's a consequence that carries collateral. I think collateral damages is the reference earlier. The relationship between these two concepts is complicated at times, and it gives rise to questions. The Benedict Center, we work with women who have experience with either or both of these areas. And the thing that I want to note that I think is most important is that as we progress with public policy, as we progress with the services in the community, that we don't start to divide between who is deserving and who is undeserving of support in order to live a healthier and safer life. We can talk more about this in the panel discussion, but I want to tell you about our program. Our program was designed specifically to reduce the risk of violence that women experience when they're engaged in the sex trade on the streets. The amount of violence that they experience on a day-to-day level is absolutely off the charts, and our women experience violence not unlike the women in the studies in Minneapolis and San Francisco. So again, the line between who's a victim and who's offender is very gray in this area. When we think about street prostitution, we have to realize that it's been a cycle. When we only use traditional law enforcement efforts, what we have is police arresting women, them being incarcerated, and then what happens? Nothing magically changes when a woman is locked up in a cell. Without treatment intervention, nothing will change. She's going to go back out onto the streets. This is the cycle that we've been experiencing in certain key neighborhoods in Milwaukee for years. The police department has recognized it. The DA's office has recognized it. And that's when one of the key assistant district attorneys we partner with, Chris Ladwig, has started saying, you know what, we can't arrest our way out of this problem. This is a little bit of data about arrest rates for prostitution in Milwaukee. In a 3-year period, 749 women were arrested 2,804 times. What does that tell you? Women are being arrested multiple times. Arresting them isn't changing the behavior, right? 75% of those arrests are concentrated in the 3rd and the 2nd police districts. Our program right now is in the 3rd district, which is along Lisbon Avenue, North Avenue, but the 2nd district, which is the near south side, is also where a lot of activity is taking place. So in 2011, the Benedict Center, the 3rd District of the Milwaukee Police Department, and the District Attorney's Office devised a pilot program that we call a municipal diversion program. The idea here is that when police arrest a woman for street prostitution, she's given a choice to come to our Sisters program for 6 months of treatment instead of a ticket. So this is how it works. When police do their sweeps or their arrests, they bring women to the Sisters Drop-In Center. At the Drop-In Center, women can receive respite, simply a place to rest, eat, get warm, feel safe, feel not judged. They also will get triage, safety planning, case management, support groups, and then I just want to mention some of our underlying principles of harm reduction, which is very much a public health approach. The idea there is that we meet people where they're at, so we don't demand that they immediately stop working on the streets. That may not be a very viable solution. Instead, we start working where they want to start working. That might mean drug treatment, that might mean housing, that might be a warm meal, and then we go from there. We also have a street outreach program. We've hired 2 of our graduates, Janine and Siobhan. They do street outreach. So they invite women who want to voluntarily come into our program. They also help monitor and keep in touch with those women that have been brought in by the police through the diversion program. Women's leadership is a really key part of our program. We have a philosophy that the people most affected by the problem need to have a voice and be at the table shaping the programs and the policies that affect them. So we do focus groups and leadership development of the women in our programs. Community partners are key to the success of our program. This is a local bakery on Lisbon Avenue that's very supportive of this alternative approach to dealing with the issue of prostitution. And there's Chris Ladwig giving a presentation to the Washington Park partners about the program. We've enjoyed a lot of support from that neighborhood. And we wouldn't be able to do this work without the Medical College of Wisconsin, who's given us public health dollars, basically to do research evaluation and critically funding. So we have some preliminary results, and it's best shown up here, of our public health goals. And so what you can see is that 71% of the women in the diversion program have stayed for those 6 months and beyond. Not a single one of them went up to 6 months and then just stopped. So they're getting something that they're finding valuable, right? It's not just that they're being forced in the program. 59% of those women have achieved at least one case management goal, and 21% have self-reported being able to quit the streets. So our public health goal is to expand this policy, and that is in order to impact their long-term health in terms of health and safety. I don't think I'm going to have enough time to tell you about Kendra, but if you ask me in Q&A, I'll gladly tell you. And just from Oh, I do have a few minutes? Okay, let me tell you about Kendra then. Kendra was 17 when she was brought to our program under this diversion program. She was arrested for street prostitution. It took us some time to work with her and started to understand that she was living with her boyfriend at her boyfriend's mother's house. She had to pay a certain amount of rent each week or she couldn't stay there. And the boyfriend's mom knew that the only way that she was raising that money was by selling herself on the streets. So that's what I mean about it being gray, about sex trafficking versus prostitution. It's also gray in terms of how it's being enacted by our legal system. With time, she was able to build trust with our program director, who's actually in the back, Donna Hippis. And Donna helped her to understand, as well as the other women in the program, that a different life was possible for her and that perhaps her boyfriend's mother was taking advantage of the situation. With time, we were able to connect her to a job that she's still holding, 3 years later. She even comes back and helps other women on her program get connected to a job there. She now has her own apartment. And while she's still with that boyfriend, he doesn't live with her. So that's another piece, right? We always want women to leave the men that aren't good for them, but we can't just tell them, you can't do that. That's, their choice, right? But slowly and successively, she's been making steps towards independence and being healthier and being safer. And so that's just one of the success stories that we have at the Sisters program that I wanted to share. So from the Sisters community, we'd like to thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that oftentimes we're a little bit pressed for time, so at this point, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to have these two presenters. We won't most likely have time for questions and answers. However, it is important that perhaps over the break that you might be able to get an opportunity to get different questions answered, and I would encourage that as well. Okay? So next up, I guess I just want to say is that the thing that I want to say about Dan is that he is somebody who makes things happen. I remember having that conversation with you where I said, wow, we really need research data. If we don't start getting research data, we're not going to be able to get a handle on this problem. And this was a couple of years back. And next thing you know, he's introducing me to somebody who could write a check. And then that research happened. I mean, that's the kind of things. And last night we were having this conversation and talking about the need, just that kind of basic need for the kind of like practical hygiene items when we meet with young people in the emergency room. Well, next thing you know, Dan's telling me, okay, tell me how much you need. We'll figure this out together. That's the kind of person that Dan is. He's about thinking about solutions and being future oriented. So Dan Magnuson, CEO of Lad Lake.
So this is a really great day, a really honor. Thank you so much for your stories to kick us off this morning and set the frame and the tone. So I'm Dan Magnuson. I'm the CEO of Lad Lake, and I have a couple of agenda items today. In my 10 minutes, I don't have my clock, so I'm depending on you. One is to, of course, give a quick overview of who Lad Lake is. We have some board members here. We have many friends of Lad Lake. I also want to talk a little bit about something that is maybe very obvious to a lot of you, but I think it bears repeating, and that is to briefly comment about how do we as a community, frankly as a society, deal with at-risk young people. And then I want to talk about the scope and scale as best as we can figure it out in light of the challenges in terms of statistics, about the scale of child sexual exploitation in Milwaukee, and finally, how Lad Lake responds to that. So, start the clock, or you already have. Lad Lake, who are we? Lad Lake is the oldest children's charity in Wisconsin. Our origins reach back to 1848 when the St. Rose Center was established by a group of religious women. And throughout that century and a half, frankly, we've been dealing with versions of this issue. Currently, we are about a 350 staff, 4-campus, $15 million agency that has a deep relationship and partnership with government to help deal with young people who are wards of the state, to use an old term, under court order for juvenile justice and child welfare concerns. We also, about a year and a half ago, which I'll speak about in more detail, established and are now running Wisconsin's only residential unit and residential center. We're Wisconsin's largest, one of Wisconsin's largest residential organizations. We're running a unit for young women who are victims of sexual trafficking in Wisconsin, and we've been doing that, so we're just learning. 18 months in, it was a delight to listen to Lisa and connect with her today. But before we move into those details, let me circle back to what I said about how do we deal with young people who are at risk in our society. We made a decision as a country decades, century ago, that when certain social goods need to happen in our country, a public-private partnership needs to happen. The representative this morning noted that government needs to be accountable. You began your comments with tag, you're it. Just to riff off of that, Commissioner, tag, we're it. We need to come together both in terms of the public sector, governmental support, and private citizens to bring together the resources to make the social network available, the safety network available, and the resources to help the kids that we serve. This is a critical thing that I think gets forgotten. 97% of our budget comes from government. And on one level, that's good, but on another level, that makes it easy for us as a community to not engage. We say, well, government will take care of that. Well, no, that's not the case. They don't pay the full fare. So I just want to name that as an important piece to frame our conversation. Scale of this problem in Milwaukee. Very hard to get our arms around this. There's been a lot of media conversation about this, a lot of anecdotal information. In 2013, was it, Claudine, with the Homicide Commission, there was a study that looked statistically at how many engagements with MPD, Milwaukee Public Police Department, were identifiable as childhood sexual exploitation. The number was 77. Okay, and that reminded me a little bit of your comments this morning, Martina. It's not 150,000. It's 77. Now, what's that about? Is that just a really huge underreporting? How do we make sense of that? We only can make sense of that, I think, by looking at other strategies to try to understand the scope of the problem. Prior to my life at Lad Lake, I was with a great organization called Pathfinders. You'll hear more about them in a little bit, who deals not with young people who are in court or under court order for service, but who are runaway and homeless. And we know a little bit about the scope of that problem in Milwaukee. About 600 young people under the age of 18 in Milwaukee are homeless on any given night, given our best understanding. And we know that about a third of those young people will trade sex for food or shelter within 72 hours. Now, that's our best understanding. And we are, it's important as we try to get a sense of the scale and scope, thank you, that we put these different things together. We need to look at both formal systems of care and how they count kids. Are they wards of the state? Is a court involved? But what about all those informal engagements, involvements at Pathfinders and the homeless, the community-based services that serve kids that are not part of formal systems, but rather informal networks? Where do they reach and touch these kids? So how does Lad Lake respond? We have launched, we do a number of things. We have independent living programs, community-based programs, but I want to focus in particular on our, we call Eastwood, which is our 1.5-year-old residential center. We were approached by unit for girls. We have served thus far about 13 young people. All between the ages of about 13 and 17. They are referred to us by the child welfare system here in Milwaukee, as well as the Milwaukee County wraparound. And we modeled the program after best practices in the Pacific Northwest as well as in New York City. So we did our due diligence and constructed a treatment program that lasts, generally speaking, about a year and a half when done as planned, and there's a lot of variables. So we're just at the end of the first cycle. We've had about four graduates, or soon to be 4 graduates. 2 already have graduated, 2 are right on the cusp. We've served a total of 30. All of those kids were a perfect fit. 1 ran away. Our treatment approach is in 3 phases. One is to help young people recognize what's going on. None of these young people come in saying, I am a victim of sexual assault. 0 times. And rather, they have boyfriends, they have strategies to survive. So the first section is really to work with, phase is to really work with them to help recognize and then engage in that way. And that takes months. Then to rebuild a sense of self, a sense of dreams, a sense of clarity about what they want to do, with a plan finally then to reconnect to their community. So those are the things that we do. We also have advocacy that's part of this. There's a great story. How am I doing with time? Speaking of story, good. We had one young woman who was, with the help of Claudine, who is part of our team, went to the trial of the trafficker and was brought by our team as part of the witness process and the prosecution process. And in the audience, there was the gentleman who owned a laundromat in northern Wisconsin who found her in the early dawn morning as she escaped from a hotel, hardly clothed, bloodied. He saw her, took her in, one of the guardian angels, and they reconnected at this court hearing. So I just share that as a touching thing. It resonates or connects with many of the other comments that we've heard this morning from folks. So advocacy is a very important part of what we do with this program. We have a spiritual care initiative. Many of the stories that you've heard this morning have hearkened and spoke to the importance of a connection to a higher perspective, or another way to put it is a groundedness in something transcendent. This is an important part in so many recovery journeys. That's part of what we do with our Eastwood program as well. That's that's a good overview of what we do. We'll have time for questions if we do, and you can catch me afterwards. I end with just asking you to remember Bevan's comments and the passion with which you shared that, and tag "We're It."
Thank you. So I understand we have until 2:15, yes? That's our timing? Okay. Well, that's fantastic, because then we get to hear from Tia Medley. I tell you, I lead groups inside our Milwaukee County Juvenile Detention Center, and Tia and I have a connection since she is, one of her positions and one of the roles that she plays is as a nurse. She is a family nurse practitioner inside the Juvenile Detention Center. And oftentimes, if you were to look at both of our phones, you would find us texting each other quite often. And sometimes it's with this kind of sense of, we're sharing this urgency. This young person really needs this help. Who can we call? Who can we be able to figure out to assist this young person? Or oh, wow, this young person's getting independent living, or, oh, the sadness that we feel when that placement didn't work out and that young person is back at juvenile detention. And so we share this connection, and she's, again, one of those people who, no matter how long we talk, we realize we could talk for much, much longer. But I will let Tia explain a lot of the work that she's doing as a family nurse practitioner and share with you some of the important resources that we've been able to develop here in Milwaukee now as well. Thank you.
So, when I consider healthcare, I realize that statistics say that more than 60% of children who are in captivity will come across a healthcare provider at some point. I ask myself, why didn't I notice that? Why did it take so long? But I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad that I'm surrounded by a group of individuals regularly that assist me in providing services to children in the community. As Claudine stated, I work at the Juvenile Detention Center in Milwaukee County. I also work at the Downtown Health Center in Central City, Milwaukee. I see approximately 2,500 youth a year, and about 2 to 5% have been identified as being involved in the commercial sex trade. So, in my capacity as a nurse practitioner, we regularly encounter children who are in need of services. We noticed that we did not have the immediate response. We noticed that we didn't have coordinated services. So, in response to that, we did a couple of things. We connected with people in our community, and we developed the proactive outreach for the healthcare of sexually exploited youth, also known as POSI. And under POSI, we developed this card, and I'm sure you've seen this at the resource table. This card provides anybody who calls a 24-hour response. It may be just to say, here is another service, but that service is a warm referral. So you won't just get a number. You will get some of us who will call that person and say, we have someone who needs to see you. How can we get that person there? We also are in the midst of developing, we completed vetting about 120 community resources, and we will be able to publish those findings soon of people who are ready to respond in the community. We also have the Youth Living Out Loud grant that was a federal grant sponsored by the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Program, and this provides mentoring for both males and females, either for high risk in the sex trade who are actually involved. So, who's impacted? So we look at these numbers. 33% of all trafficking survivors are children. 3 out of 4 are trafficked online or using social media. And when we look at that, 50% are boys. And we don't hear that number very often. But 50% are boys. Their stories may be a little bit different. If you look at their numbers, if we look at age of entry, 11 to 13 years old, it's right before or right at the point of them developing into going into puberty, and girls are right in the middle of that pubertal stage. So, why are you vulnerable? We look at a vulnerability index and the limited life experiences. So we look at that. My mom is from New Orleans, and she always used to tell me, all that glitters is not gold. Children do not have that experience to determine what's gold and what's fool's gold. So they're missing that critical life experience to see that. Immature prefrontal cortex. So we know that their prefrontal cortex is not fully developed till you're about 25. So this little thing that sits behind our brain dictates all of our moral reasoning, dictates our ability to understand that if I jump from the bridge, I could possibly get hurt. If I date this guy, if I date this woman, I could possibly enter into a world of hurt that I never realized. Limited options for action and opportunities. I hear from the kids all the time at detention in the Downtown Health Center, there is nothing in Milwaukee to do, if we exclude Xbox. But, I mean, in general, there is not the resources, there's not the recreation center that you can really just be free and be a teen. Also, discovering own sexuality. When the adults that we trust are not able to discuss openly and freely what it's like to develop, what it's like to blossom, we rely on who? Our peers. And sometimes, as you can imagine, that message may be a little bit skewed. So that's what their frame of reference is. And adjusting to physical changes associated with puberty. That is huge because, again, this is a very difficult time in the life of a young person. They need assistance in going through that transition. And if parents, if teachers, if clergy aren't available, they go to adults who are available. And sometimes, and in some instances, those adults are not ideal. So we look again at the vulnerability index. So there's certain people that are at higher risk. And we know that all children have different rates of vulnerability. These are the key factors we look for. So history of sexual abuse or neglect, runaway and homeless youth, history of juvenile justice or child protective services. They're from families with other dysfunctions, whether it be drug abuse, whether their mother or father were involved in human trafficking. Living in communities with high crime rates or poverty, and chronic mental health or physical health problems. And so in order to respond to all of that, we had to build our capacity. So right now what we currently have, and I know you may have received the message that there's not a lot of going on in Milwaukee, but I assure you there is. So Rethink Resources, Claudine O'Leary's flagship organization, she provides consultation. She provides survivor advocacy to Children's Hospital. She provides groups not only in detention, but in the community as well. Children's Hospital of Wisconsin has developed a resource guide for EDs across the area for children who have been sexually assaulted. We have a wrap around Milwaukee who has, and all of the brochures are out there, but they have Project Oh Yeah, they have Wraparound Reach, they have the MUT team. A lot of services, again, that can respond directly to children who are in need. Pathfinders has their groups, they have a drop-in center, they have a residential program, so does Walker's Point, and there's residential treatment centers, Milwaukee Academy and Eastwood, which has already been mentioned. So our anticipated goals: design and launch an iOS and Android-based app, release of a CSEC resource guide, which I already mentioned, identification of central access points. So our goal is to have a one-stop shop, so people don't have to go to A and B and C and then come back to A again, but have one point that people can seek resources. And also release of a 24-hour community hotline number, so any time of the day or night, somebody can call and get information for youth. So service provision, what I want you guys to take away is offer appropriate screening tools. We want prompt referrals to sensitive crimes and to BMCW. We want you to build on existing networks. If it exists, build that network up. Don't take away from it. Actually link them up to different things in the community and make sure that they can provide the services that they intend. Don't recreate it if it already exists. Also, increase transparency. If organization A knows about a child, it's critical that organization B finds out about that same child in an adaptive way that's safe for that young person so we can all provide services. Also, identification and creation of new opportunities. When it's not there, like the organizations that we see, it's important that we do build it. So these are the references, and this is my contact information. And I just want to point you out to the national resources. So this is a National Human Trafficking Resource Center. They can link you back to a lot of the resources found in this card, and that's 1-888-3737-888, or text Be Free, and also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and that is 1-800-THE-LOST.
So apparently there's a little schedule shifting going on here. So I received a note that said, You can totally go till 2:30, so we actually have time for questions and follow-up comments, which is so critically important, and thank you for that reworking and generosity in your schedule. And I think that I actually even saw a couple of hands go up midway. People might have already been holding on to different questions, whether they be factual or things that they wanted to bring up, and I wanted to offer you that opportunity, so if perhaps you wanted to say it and I might then repeat it. Are the microphones on right here right now? Okay, great, so your microphones are working as well. I did see your hand, please.
Question, Jean. You just mentioned that in the municipal diversion program there are 2 options. What is the other option?
So the question is about within that municipal diversion program, there are different kinds of options, or thinking about the difference, perhaps.
I give you 2 options. One is
you
the
could do
sister
this.
program. One is
Right, getting the ticket and the fine, which if unpaid could lead to incarceration.
Okay.
Sorry. So the option, if you don't come to the Sisters program for 6 months, is that you will receive the ticket and the fine, which unpaid could lead to incarceration. No, this is only for adults. We do have mothers in our program, and then part of the case management is to help them become better mothers.
Great clarification. Asking that question about, right, so moms with their children and thinking about those programs, it's important to provide those services as well. Okay. I see a hand over here. Okay, if I might just say out loud really quickly. So the question is to this, it's been in the media, it's been in a number of different places where people speak about Milwaukee being a hub for human trafficking. And so your question is, what is it about Milwaukee? Why might that be the case? And I don't know if any of the panelists want to comment that, but I would open it up.
I'll give an opening comment, and I'm curious whether members of law enforcement here in the room might also be able to respond to that. I remember when I was working with Claudine and a couple other organizations, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago on the Robert Wood Johnson process, or we tried to pursue some funding from them. And we had a conversation with Milwaukee Public Police, or the Milwaukee Police Department trafficking team, and that phrase came up, and their explanation or their hypothesis is that in Milwaukee there is a multiple generational small set of families that have been particularly engaged in trafficking and have kind of taught a small group of people very well. That's my take from that conversation, but I'm curious whether law enforcement might have, if they're here, might have some other thoughts. I see somebody.
I see someone. There we go. Thank you, please. So thank you for that clarification from a law enforcement officer. What you were trying to clarify was the fact that it's not necessarily about Milwaukee being the hub, it's about a hub, and that actually has been a factor in a number of different communities, yes? Even the phenomenon of families teaching each other, okay. Well, I'll just to repeat, this law enforcement officer identified herself as being is working within District 3 of the Milwaukee Police Department, and so that is something that she's recounting. Basically, that's where her experience is from that experience within District 3. Dr. McKee?
Yeah, thank you. In my comments, and I know they were rather rapid, I did talk about the perfect environment, the microenvironment that allows Milwaukee to be an entity that's ripe for recruitment and ripe for creating conditions. There are a lot of social determinants that are impacting this city and this region, and that allows for conditions where people can get swallowed up. High rates of unemployment, high rates of poverty, transportation concerns, education concern, food insecurity. All of these things create conditions on the ground, much like what we saw with the Sub-Saharan Africa example. But I'll go even further to pop culture. Just a little trivia pursuit for those who watch the Oscars. There's only one song in the history of the Oscars that won in terms of rap. It was 3 6 Mafia from the movie Hustle and Flow. It's Hard Out Here Being a Pimp. It actually won an Oscar. During the year that it won, there was tracking of the ratings of cities who watched the Oscars. And during the performance of 3 6 Mafia for that song, It's Hard Out Here Being a Pimp, of all the cities in the United States that had the highest Armatron ranking, who resonated most with that, it was Milwaukee. So Milwaukee has history. Slim was probably the most famous pimp in the history of pimp lore. The pimp ball was held here. So we are who we think we are. You can bring 1,000 architects into a room to build a building, but at some point you have to kick out the architect and bring in a carpenter to build the doggone thing. And that's where we are. We don't need to study this anymore. We don't need to ask why. We need to go fix it.
Thank you. Sir. I saw a hand. Oh, thank you, please. Thank you. So the question is, as a municipal judge, you're actually thinking of somebody specifically right now, but just even in general, when you think, oh, you might have identified somebody who might be a victim of human trafficking, how do you approach that? Do you ask what, and this is actually a question I'm thinking to myself as well. We've had this conversation a lot within the children's court context about, for judicial officers, what is the best kind of response considering your particular role and the circumstances that might be there in front of you. Does anybody on the panel want to speak to that? So again, a municipal judge sees somebody, they think to themselves, I think this person might be trafficked. What might they do?
Right. And I have to say that one of the things that we need to solve in Milwaukee is having a more centralized response. But I can offer you two immediate suggestions. One would be to contact sensitive crimes in the Milwaukee Police Department, Detective Dawn Jones. The other resource I would offer you is our Sisters Program Director, Donna Hippis, who's sitting in the back. We have a resource table. You could grab one of our cards. And sometimes it's hard, as has been said before, not everyone initially identifies as a victim, right? But based on what else is going on, perhaps being referred to a program like the Sisters Program can begin to build enough trust where we can understand what's going on and offer her appropriate services.
And I would also add that there's the Human Trafficking Task Force, the Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Commission, which has 33 members, and so there are many portals for entry. I think the key thing here is that expect that no matter what the portal of entry is, that you'll need to revisit that, and so this is not episodic. I would say even if you have a portal and you think it may happen, really have a follow-up, because recidivism, fallout, loss to being followed up, those are the concerns. So there are a lot of agencies that do that. My bigger concern is it's to comprehensively case manage individuals through the system over the life course. It cannot be episodic. You have to think not days, not months, not weeks. You have to think the life course. You need to think years of support to make certain that we navigate, particularly teens or adolescents, through the system. So I would say any one of those portals is great. I know at lunchtime we had a question about mandated reporting and time allocations for professionals, both school and medical. 20 minutes to see an individual. Are you going to take time to really, with a high definition lens, say that this person could be there? That's a problem with our reimbursement system. That's a problem with our healthcare delivery system, where we have put pressures on providers to act like robots instead of being human beings. And I think that if it's your life that you're saving, it doesn't matter how much time it takes to save it. And so I'm just give it the time and refer and follow up. Because you can refer me, if I have cancer, to the best oncologist in the world. But if you don't follow up, I'm probably going to still not have a good outcome. So I'm pleased that you're struggling with that, because you want to get it right, and I'm happy to hear that you're going to get it right. So we have some very rich providers in this community, but they are strapped because of the system, from reimbursement schemes, from we got to get this many done. We need to deal with quality. Quality is every life matters.
Thank you. Yeah, did you want to say anything? I mean, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to add a point to that, and everybody's message was very powerful and important, but the factor that I see with children is, what is the purpose of outing them or finding out in the middle of court? So I would say, let the people who do it every day, let the people who are trained to interview and interact with, because the reality is, a child is unlikely in court to say, yes, you're right, that's my experience and now I need help. That takes months or years for that child not only to identify that as his or her experience, but to actually accept the resources available. So again, showing you this card, it says resources for teens in difficult situations. This is what we hand out to children and adults, because we want them to know that they may not be ready to speak, and I don't care what setting they're in, there's somebody here to respond to them. And I think that's very important to remember, and the message to provide, that when we seek to identify kids, what is our purpose? What is our need? And if they disclose, what services are we ready to provide them in that instance?
Thank you. Thank you. I saw a hand over here.
The discussion you had on the mandated reporting. I work in a prison and unfortunately come across some situations where I don't necessarily know the victim. We may have the perpetrator inside, but through some information, we find out who the person is. What is our role for the mandated reporting, and who would we report it to?
So talking about reporting issues, if you're with the Department of Corrections and sometimes you're finding out about it in a roundabout kind of way, so realizing that there might be, and are you talking about minor victims or about adult victims?
An adult in this situation.
Okay, because usually within the context, I think we were having that conversation with the mandated reporting is in regards to minor victims. There are definitely some measures when you talk about vulnerable adults, older adults, but not within the context. We're not talking about mandated reporting. We're just simply talking about reporting. This is information. Maybe we want to be able to get that individual different resources. Did you want to speak to that more? Anybody on the panel?
I think for professional integrity, I think their roadmap's already set up for that. And I see my good friend and colleague in the back there who may...
There's Tracy.
There are two people hopping at... You can fight over it later. So. Tracy?
There are more to pass out.
There are more to pass out. We just ordered 10,000. So anybody who needs them, they're available to them.
Definitely. It's a start. Definitely.
So, I mean, getting back to that roadmap issue in terms of, I think when I deal in the medical realm, and I deal with nurses and helping professionals, social workers and other types, they have been trained professionally to honor their oath to help an individual. There are maps and pathways to doing this. They have legal and statutory requirements that that dictate that they do it. How and when and where is where the gray areas are. What I would ask you to do is to seek out those pathways and to make certain that you at least know the minimum that you should be doing, and then try to find a way to balance that. Because I think it is, every case is different, but I do think that providers and frontline individuals like yourself, 99.9% of the time you make the right decision because you're making it both with and without emotion, your heart and your brain. If you can merge those two things together, you're gonna do the right thing. I don't want to make this tougher than it is. You know, everyone matters. If you do it, if you tell everyone, you could start by telling our Congress, who has the human trafficking bill tied up with abortion because of foolishness, to get the Attorney General voted up or down and to release that particular part of the legislation, which has had a unanimous vote the last 5 times that it's gone through. Call them and mandately report to them, do your job.
Well, on that note of everyone matters, I'm afraid we do end up needing to bring this to a close at this time. Again, a much fuller conversation is for another time. Did you need to say about the cards, Tia?
Yes, just wanted to point out to the cards again. If you would like a card or several, we have a resource table. Just sign your name and indicate that you want cards, and we'll definitely put you on our mailing list.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you.
So as we were planning the conference, we wanted, because we started with our speakers this morning, and then we went more global and more international, and sort of looking at Wisconsin. We wanted to hear from 4 groups and 4 individuals who are on the ground, working day to day on these issues in different ways, and they'll each have a chance to tell you what those ways are. And in part, I've asked each of them in their remarks to share any ideas they have about, again, how we as community can interact with them. And then we will finish with the last panel of either part of the organizers and some of the speakers sort of reflecting back on the day of what perhaps they have learned a little bit and what they think people ought to, maybe from their each perspectives, what they ought to take away with them. So we were starting at 2:42, and we're going to end this portion at 3:15. So I'm going to be a sort of a timekeeper on everybody. I'm not as good at some of the past ones. I'll get that atomic clock on my phone, I'll tell you. That's great. So the first speaker I want to introduce to you is Kathy Arney, who's been an employee of Pathfinders, which used to be called the Counseling Center of Milwaukee, for 18 years. And she is the Vice President of Community Services. Pathfinders Community Services provides comprehensive services to youth and families with a special focus on youth struggling with the effects of trauma and homelessness. Kathy has worked in several settings in addition to Pathfinders, including Milwaukee Psychiatric Hospital, Marquette University Counseling Center, and her own private practice. She began her specialization in the treatment of traumatized youth 26 years ago at one of Milwaukee's first child treatment programs for sexually abused youth. A committed community leader, Kathy has served on many councils and boards, including the Archdiocese Advisory Board for Clergy Abuse, Milwaukee Commission on Domestic Violence and Sexual Abuse, UW-Milwaukee School of Social Work Alumni Board, Milwaukee Mental Health Task Force, United Way Subcommittee on Sexual Violence and Teen Pregnancy, and been involved in many other organizations. Well, I'm very happy to introduce you Kathy, who will talk a little bit about her work, and then the great ideas on how all of us can get involved. Kathy?
Hi. This has been a really great day. I'm kind of geeked out by the great conversation that we have had. I'm honored to have been asked to come here. I had no idea the caliber of this conference, so thank you for having me. So I work at Pathfinders, and Pathfinders has been around for over 40 years. And we specialize and always have in working with homeless and runaway youth and traumatized youth. So anybody who works with RHY, runaway and homeless youth. And I had many conversations when I was in Louisville at the beginning of this week, and I met Ruth, who's here today. We had a lot of conversations about, for the runaway and homeless youth population, trafficking is really not new. It's been a way, Dan mentioned about the statistic that if a youth doesn't find a place to live or stay within 72 hours, they will engage in survival sex. And when I say survival sex, then I could have a whole half-hour conversation about what is trafficking, what is commercially sexual abuse, exploitation. There are so many definitions, and I'm just not going to go there for the purposes of this. But it always brings to mind the idea there's so many ways of looking at this. But we do have a lot of youth who engage in survival sex in order to have a roof over their head or something to eat. At Pathfinders, we have seen both labor and sex trafficking. And it's like what Todd said earlier, that it tends to be that girls are more involved in sex trafficking and boys are more involved in labor trafficking. So what we've seen are boys who are doing magazine subscriptions, boys who are trying to sell vacuum cleaners. So, you know, they get a little bit of money for the first vacuum cleaner, and then after that, they're taken advantage of. And I don't have to explain what sex trafficking is like. So we do see both boys and girls who have been trafficked. Somebody was saying we haven't been including boys, and that we also see a lot of transgender women involved in sex trafficking as well. So we've got a number of programs where youth come in our doors who may have been exploited. We have, the first and foremost is our street outreach van. Street Beat program goes out. They reach over 3,500 youth a year. And they're out there giving out condoms, they're giving out food vouchers, they're giving out underwear and clean new underwear, socks, t-shirts, baby formula for youth who are on the street, who have kids. So they're out there, they go to their sites, they have a schedule of sites, they go to those sites as scheduled, because sometimes that's the only way that the youth know where they can connect, is by going to that site on that day at that time. And then they will also, our Street Beat program, which we do with Walker's Point Youth and Family Service, they'll engage in longer term kind of case management to really connect with the youth and get them to go into our drop-in center. And drop-in center is the newest of our programs. It's about 5 years old. It was set up to be an extension for youth who were on the street that may be aged out of foster care. They may have, they're on the edge of, they're non-systems youth for the most part. They may be on the edge of turning 18, so they're not going to get services in the system anyway. So they come into the drop-in center for basic needs, so they can simply come in, get a meal, take a shower, wash their clothes, get some clothing from, we have the largest clothing pantry for youth in the city, and it's carefully vetted, and this is not the place where I donate my clothes. They don't want an old lady's clothes. They want, you know, jeans, and they want clothes that, they don't want to look homeless. They want clothes that make them look good. And then we, you know, if there's a spot, a tear, a rip, they get thrown out. It's amazing what people donate. They must have great sentiment about some of the clothing that they give us, because it's really hard to imagine that anybody would wear some of the things they give us. But so we really carefully vet that and wash it and clean it, and then the youth will go back there and they'll divide it and they'll fold it and make it look attractive. So, and then so they can do as little as those basic needs, but they can also really get engaged and learn how to get back into school, how to get a job, housing, where they can go for housing. And that's one of the first things we ask them when they walk in the door is, where are you going to go tonight? And it is just a gut punch to find out, I'm not sure. And it's 9 o'clock at night, and we're about to close, not sure. We also have a shelter, an emergency shelter for youth who are 17 and younger. 11 to 17, I believe, is the age range for the, and the shelter sees about 250 kids a year. They're there for 2 weeks maximum. They almost always go home. It's like 98% go home, back home. But we also stay engaged with them. So they could come to the drop-in center, or they could come to an aftercare group, or they could, you know, there's a number of ways. Maybe Street Beat will meet up with them on the street somewhere. So we also see a lot of kids who are being exploited through the shelter. And in fact, sometimes at the shelter, youth get recruited by a bottom who's already there. That's really hard too. And then our newest door for youth who have been trafficked is our Hand in Hand program. It's not a new program. It's been around for 30 years. Mary Ann worked in it too. And it's a therapeutic program for youth and their families and the main goal is to help them cope better with what's happened to them, get sort of beyond their identity as just a sexual abuse survivor. But now a lot of youth are coming through the system, and so the Bureau will also, and wraparound also will refer to our Hand in Hand program for youth who already have been identified as having been exploited. So that's sort of how there's a lot of ways that we reach youth, you know, thousands of youth in a year's time. We use a lot of different models. Some of them have already been mentioned by other people who have spoken before me. So we use positive youth development as sort of a foundation of our organization, which means that we want to have the input of youth about everything that we're doing, because how would I know, you know, old lady, gray hair, how would I know what somebody who is 17 really needs in their life at this moment? So we do a lot of work getting youth, helping them develop leadership abilities so that they can then, as part of their leadership, be able to talk to us about what it is that they really need. So we use the positive youth development. We use harm reduction. So again, it's meeting youth where they're at right now. Because believe me, I'm not the only one in this room, I'm sure, who wants to go in and swoop up, you know, these poor youth and take them home and make them better. But the problem is that really is disrespectful and disempowering to youth. So we try to offer them services. And as one of my workers told me yesterday, because I wanted an actual quote, she said, we don't speak for the youth, we amplify their voices. That's pretty poetic. And the second thing she said was, we're a bridge from where the youth are to where they want to be, not where we think they should be, but where they want to be. And then we use trauma-informed cognitive behavioral treatment for the youth that are in our Hand in Hand program, and play therapy and all kinds of other therapeutic models. So what are our services that we're really giving specifically for youth who are commercially sexually exploited? Number one, we offer them a relationship that's safe. We offer them that option with a safe adult. And I'll tell you what, this group of youth, they don't trust very easily. Don't blame them. Don't trust easily, and it takes a really long time to develop that relationship. you don't have that relationship, nothing else is going to happen. So sometimes it can take 3 or 4 months just to have the relationship to the point where one of our youth might really trust that we might really be wanting to act in their interest. In the film, one of the people said, "Are you ready?" They asked the youth, "Are you ready?" And they had to say themselves. I truly believe in that model, that we can't move faster than an individual is ready to move. And that has to be respected, even if they're walking away and they're going to get beat up and whatever else. What we're doing is we're planting important seeds so that the moment they think, and this happens over and over again, it's just amazing. When the youth thinks, I am ready to leave the life, they know who to call. And so they'll give us somebody a call. We also do case management. So we help them get identification. We help them sign up for insurance. We help them find a job or get back into school. We help them find some housing. And we can also offer them some referrals for therapy services, which we used to do and no longer do, because when we ask the youth, what are the most important things that you would like to see us offer? Like, basic needs was first. And like 4 or 5 on the list was, I want someone to listen to me. And then like number 35 was a counselor. So they clearly don't see those two things as the same thing. So we don't offer any of those 2 o'clock on Thursday, door shut, we're going to talk about your goals. We do completely non-traditional therapeutic services, except with our hand-in-hand program. That's it.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Thank you. Our next panelist is Deacon Steve Chapelski. Did I do it right?
Excellent.
I got a phonetic writing, so okay. Deacon Steve was ordained in 1994 after completing his studies at St. Francis Seminary in Milwaukee, and is currently assigned to St. Gabriel Catholic Church in Hubertus, where he preaches, provides pastoral counseling for married couples, for individuals and families dealing with addiction, and for people grieving. Deacon Steve provides spiritual direction for anyone regardless of faith tradition. He's been the director of Franciscan Peacemakers Street Ministry since 2001 and has served in various capacities with Franciscan Peacemakers since 1995. He speaks frequently on issues surrounding prostitution and human trafficking, including childhood sexual abuse. He, along with his Franciscan Peacemakers colleagues, Carmen Mohia, directed the development of Clare Community, a 2-year housing and healing program for women who are trying to leave a life of street prostitution and drug addiction. Both Deacon Steve and Carmen also led the development and opening of the Franciscan Peacemakers Social Enterprise. Gifts for the Journey, which is a 2-year program that provides vocational training for women living in Clare Community. Gifts for the Journey produce homemade soaps and bath products. You may have seen them out in the entryway, and I didn't have a chance to shop, so I still hope I have a chance at the end of the conference. But please join me in greeting Deacon Steve. So.
Thank you very much. And we were given 2 questions, and the second question was, what can you do to help? And I really do appreciate the commercial. And one of our board members, she would be very embarrassed that I don't have a product, a bar of soap up here. So on your way out. So I've done my job, you can tell my board. Franciscan Peacemakers was founded 20 years ago by 2 Capuchin priests at a time when the Archdiocese was closing and merging parishes. And these 2 individuals were looking for a way to maintain a Catholic presence in the central city. And after a conversation with a police captain, Father Bob and Father Mike were taught the ins and outs of prostitution in the city of Milwaukee at that time. The police department, or this particular police captain, wanted something that was not going to make him keep sending women back to jail. And we know the cycle, in and out, in and out. And so for 20 years, we cover about a 29 square mile part of the city on the north side and the south side. We bring food that is prepared for us by Catholic parishes from throughout the Archdiocese. And we began by meeting basic needs of the women, asking if they are hungry, thirsty. We learned that we had to bring first aid kits with us because when we would see them the following morning, they had been beaten up, they had been raped, and we were literally putting bandages on. And Father Bob, one of the founders, he wanted to make it known that he was never going to apologize for putting a Band-Aid on. But he deeply desired to do surgery. And both Father Bob and Father Mike, for various health reasons, background 1999, 2000, 2001, had to leave Franciscan Peacemakers. And it was about a year after that I hired my colleague Carmen, who's sitting in the back hiding. And I do like to say it took one woman to replace two priests. She's hiding up there. But the beauty of her presence changed the conversation on the streets. Because the women, for a number of years, they were really wondering what these white guys were doing. In our early years, because of funding we would get from various foundations, when a woman said, you know, I am sick and tired and I'm ready to leave the streets, we could pay rent in transitional facilities. Sometimes we had to pay rent to some of the worst places in the city. And a police officer convinced me, you know, sometimes a roof is better than no roof. Until we began to learn that in some of these places, the exploitation continued. But the women we were working with didn't want to tell us that. They didn't want to hurt our feelings. In some cases, they did understand that some roof was better than no roof. And over the years, we've provided large group settings where the women could come and talk. I have been at odds with the recovery community for a number of years. I myself am not recovering from anything except getting old. But I would not allow the individual to come in and say, hi, my name is Mary and I'm an addict. And I get that. But I wanted our place to be a place that they could be Mary. That they could be Yolanda, they could be Michelle. They could tell their story. Because we would ask them, not what do you need, but what happened to you. And the common denominator, and I'm not going to tell anybody anything new here, I don't think, whether this woman is black, white, Hispanic, whether she is coming from middle class, poverty, or wealth, the common denominator is the sexual abuse that happened to her as a child by a mother's boyfriend, by a stepfather, by brothers, cousins, friends, babysitters. And when I get invited to preach in parishes and talk about this, I was reminded one time that everyone who is sexually abused as a child is not turned to prostitution. And the woman was correct. But I've yet to encounter a victim of childhood sexual abuse who is not addicted to something, who doesn't turn to something. And so, while the routine is to be out on the streets and to keep trying to work within the framework of existing models to help a woman leave the streets, get her life together in 90, maybe 120 days, and if she's really, really good, she might be able to get her kids back and get a college degree in the process. And the system is what the system is. And we chose in 2012 not to accept it anymore. And even though I began to learn about a program in Nashville, Tennessee called Magdalene and studied it for 2 years, I was very reluctant because I didn't think there would be the support to pull something off. Because who would be really willing to spend the money to house a drug addict for 2 years, to allow her the time to not only work on recovery from drug addiction, but to have 2 years of trauma treatment? I could not imagine there's anybody who would buy into that. In Good Friday of 2012, a former client of ours who, just by all accounts, was really, really doing well for a number of years, mental health problems, and she jumped to her death. And that was the moment that, excuse my language, I had to get my head out of my ass. And Carmen, who had been encouraging me for maybe a year and a half to go down to Nashville and learn hands-on, well, we went. This past, May a year ago, we were able to open up Clare Community, Part 1. Part 2 is, it's more than in the planning stages. But Part 2 is now we have to get a house so we can add more beds. Part 2 includes a former client by the name of Michelle, who so freely shares what happened to her in her life, who she works with us, but her job right now is to go to school at Mount Mary, where she's studying to be a social worker. So if all the stars align, when she graduates in 2.5 years, the next house will be open in 2.5 years, and our business will grow exponentially in the next 2.5 years. Because we also have to have employment for these women, because we don't want to break another promise. Related or unrelated? In my work as a deacon in the Catholic Church, I've been assigned to 4 parishes. I've worked in a parish enmeshed in poverty. I've worked in one of the wealthiest parishes in the diocese, and 2 parishes in between. And the struggles that I see in the street, I learned to admire these women because they're bearing their souls. They are telling the world what happened to them. And in private in each of these parishes, I deal with brokenness of a husband going to use a woman who's prostituting, of the dramatic increase of pornography in the home, the brokenness because sexual abuse of someone's child has occurred by a grandfather and an uncle, somebody else. And as much as, and I will be one of the first to criticize the institution that I'm a part of, the Catholic Church, for its cover-up, and the Boy Scouts of America for its cover-up. The people that covered it up learned it because they covered up in families. And maybe the most important thing that you can do, not so much for Franciscan peacemakers, other than write a check to Franciscan peacemakers, is to be brave enough to start having these conversations. Because if we don't really have honest conversations about sexuality, about cravings of pornography, I've had two experiences that I wish I have not had in the last 6 weeks. One of the people that comes to me for spiritual direction is a law enforcement officer who deals in child pornography. And in my brilliance, I said, maybe you can show me a bit what you deal with. That was the longest 30 seconds of my life. And this is what he does every day. He has learned how to compartmentalize. And I've seen recently the savagery of the violence in pornography. And I know from experience from women that have come through our program over the years, they've been part of that industry as well. And I heard a statistic, and I know somebody said don't trust statistics, and I think it was you. So I don't know how true. But I remember attending a conference in Los Angeles years ago, and a gentleman who was very dedicated to identifying the problems that lead to trafficking, but also the rescue of people, talked about his best way of doing that was viewing pornography and using technology with facial recognition. And he was pretty sure he could quantify at that time that maybe up to 50% of people that are shown in pornography are people who began in it through trafficking. He thought he could quantify it, but he thought the number was probably closer to 75 to 80%. So it is all tied together, in my opinion. That is the damage that happens to children. It is the damage that is happening repeatedly to these women. It is the damage that comes back home. So I ask you to be brave, engage, because we have to talk about it. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deacon. Our next presenter is Mariana Rodriguez, the Latina Resource Center's program manager. She is responsible for overseeing the day-to-day programming of the project and supervising the staff. Mariana has been instrumental in developing and implementing linguistically and culturally specific victim services targeting the Hispanic community. As the program manager, she's implemented the first comprehensive, holistic, linguistically and culturally specific center in Wisconsin that serves Hispanic victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. Not surprisingly, she's done presentations at many national conferences on human trafficking and other domestic violence-related issues. She's a member of the Governor's Council on Domestic Violence, Domestic Abuse, and is an appointed member of the City of Milwaukee Commission on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault. Please join me in welcoming Mariana. Mariana.
Thank you very much. As I was in the way I was introduced is that I've been with UMOS, working for UMOS for going on 14 years now. And UMOS stands for United Migrant Opportunity Services. UMOS will be celebrating 50 years of service in this July. UMOS's history and humbling beginnings actually started out with advocating for the rights of migrant farm workers. And when we talk about advocating for rights, we were talking about fighting for the very basic rights for farm workers who were being violated by their employer, to the horrible living conditions that migrant farm workers were coming to in Wisconsin, and how easily they were left out and abandoned by contractors or who would actually promise them employment here in Wisconsin. And so we have years of really trying to fight for justice and social justice and rights for migrant farm workers for many years. We have wonderful migrant housings around the state that are absolutely beautiful, and their farm workers don't have to depend on some of these very small camps that often are falling apart, and so we've done some really good work around those areas. We have migrant Head Start programs for migrant farm workers who come up for the season and actually have a beautiful place for their children to go to school in. We have migrant day camps so that children are being taken care of and not left alone and behind and being taken care of by other children, that really shouldn't have that responsibility. So how I got, in this work was that I was hired to actually start out the Latina Resource Center back in 2001. And very quickly, we heard many, as we were meeting with victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, very quickly we were hearing stories and identifying stories of how women were being brought into this country and were being raped. And so it became something that we were very familiar in hearing. So we had this wonderful opportunity to really engage in a much more national conversation about the experiences of immigrant women, migrant farm workers, through the MAFO conference, which is the Migrant Farm Workers Conference that is held every 2 years around the nation. And I was able to sit in a panel with 2 or 3 other attorneys, Maria Jose Fletcher, who works for the Ayuda Legal Project at the time, and we were talking, and she immediately said, you really need to start, thinking about human, trafficking and thinking about what's happening to these women, thinking about what's happening to the workers. UMOS is at the forefront of this. And I was just like, wait a minute here, hold on. I'm just dealing with domestic violence, And very quickly we started to organize and started to think about how do we bring this discussion of human trafficking to our next Migrant Farm Workers Conference. And when we started to reshape our conversations about how we need to think differently about how we serve and how we advocate for migrant farm workers. And so UMOS has had an HIV program for over 20-something years. It's been part of our work. And they did a great deal of outreach to the migrant farm workers doing HIV testing and case management. And to this day, we still continue to provide those services. And it was through that work that we really started to also see these issues of young women who, we're hearing stories of young women being moved from different camps, being forced in, prostitution. And we started to then think about how do we start, training our staff around thinking of our work and our advocacy work very differently. How do we start reaching, as we have so much contact with farm workers, not only around rural areas of Milwaukee, of the state, but also the metro Milwaukee area. How do we start making sure that we start thinking about finding and passing information out to these vulnerable individuals who are coming here to work? And so very quickly we started to get the HIV caseworkers to start asking different questions about, who brought you here, how, where are you staying, and to also being able to connect with several of the migrant clinics, or a migrant clinic that was up north, and they had the capability of having a mobile clinic that actually went into the camps during the work hours to actually test and provide some health screenings for these migrant farm workers. So information was being moved around in ways that we didn't really know how to really articulate those things, or really know what was the best information to give. But every time we've heard that there was some issue of exploitation, whether it was being prostitution or a worker that was being exploited, we really tried to listen very differently, in terms of defining what that kind of abuse or exploitation they were experiencing. So today what we're doing is that we're really doing a great deal of outreach in the immigrant community, in our community here and around the Milwaukee metro area. So what we're doing is we are training all the UMOS migrant farm workers case managers. They have some tremendous contacts with the migrant farm workers that are coming in, starting from April, and they're here all the way until November. And they didn't, as I was sitting there training them and talking to them about what this human trafficking is, I'm putting a lot of emphasis on understanding what labor trafficking is. It's a piece that I think we can't leave in this conversation, because when we leave this piece of a conversation out of this effort that we're doing, we are missing a very large group of very vulnerable victims. If we think about what a big perception of immigrants is often, it's not a very clear perception, and it's not sometimes not a very positive outlook for immigrants. Most immigrant individuals come, and at least the ones that I've interacted with, come here with the great promise of great work, right? A better life. They are trying to leave countries where it's very, they're exploited for, because of the laws and because of the way the countries and because of all the problems that their countries are facing. They see such tremendous opportunities here. And they're very, and through that, they really, really believe that this is a place where they can, increase their prospects, be able to be free and be able to live much, have a better life. But the other thing about immigrants, and which we also need to change, is that a significant amount of workers that are coming into the United States are coming in legally. And we believe that they are here illegally. And with that, the workforce that is being brought into the United States is because we don't have that kind of workforce here that wants to take on the works of our agricultural fields or our hospitality fields or this, So we have this tremendous and rich group of people that are here legally. And yet, it is under that legal status that they are exploited and abused. And it is when they leave, or it's when they, leave their circumstances, we see that their statuses have already been expired. So now they're here illegally. And now they're underground. And so there's a lot to be learned in terms of how we interact and what we understand about our workers here in the United States. I think, one of the areas that I feel that it's the biggest struggle is trying to find better ways of how we articulate our conversations of labor trafficking. And as I had met with we have a a coalition, a small coalition that meets quarterly. We are constantly trying to have a conversation about how do we articulate that? How do we get people to care in an environment where, where it's about labor, and we assume that most of the immigrant workers here are just menial workers. And so I think that when we talk about how do we interact with communities and what can we do, I think we need to start thinking very differently about those construction workers you see out there. And that those construction workers here, we assume may be here and working and getting paid under the table, but might have entered here legally. It might be here legally. Or there are opportunities where they are very, they don't speak the language, they don't speak Spanish or English, and they are not getting paid, or they're being overworked, their papers are being confiscated, and there's a tremendous amount of lack of awareness of where they are at. These are things that we don't think about when we think about our workers. And I think we do a tremendous, disjustice when we think about looking for and making sure that we are looking at those victims and who these victims are. And so that's the other thing about how can, as a community, what can we do? And the director of Immokalee Coalition, when I first started doing this work with Maria Jose Fletcher, I told her, I said, Maria, we need to make sure that we continue to really talk about what's happening to these Latino women when they're coming into this country and what's happening to them. And right away, the director of the Immokalee Coalition said to me, she said, Mariana, if this is only going to become an issue of just how women are being affected, then we're doing a disservice when we're talking about human trafficking. Because a larger portion of the victims of labor trafficking are boys and men. The workers that are coming in here are also boys and men. And we need to find ways of how to make sure that we know how to identify those boys as men. As diligent as we are in identifying those young girls, we have to be just as diligent in finding those young men and those those adults who are working for us. And I was just like, wow, I don't know if I want to keep doing this. You're making this too hard for me. and I think that's when we talk about what can we do, and what can we do is something that I think that more awareness and more education about labor trafficking, getting to understand how that looks like. Here's what I find about the issues of workers. And that is that a lot of the times we only look at it as a wage violation. We only hear, I'm not getting paid my full hours. And immediately we think about it as, well, that's too bad. Maybe you can try to talk to this person to try to get your hours paid but we don't dig deeper. We don't, we don't ask more deep, meaningful questions and deeper questions in ways of saying, tell me about who you're working for. How long have you been working there? Do you have some ID? Do you have your paper? When you start asking those questions, we start thinking very differently. I think about how when a lot of the times when immigrant women, battered women come to us, they don't come, and I think that's true for all victims, they don't come to us to say, I'm a battered woman. How a woman comes into us, they'll say, in Spanish, of course, I'm having problems with my husband, and I want a divorce. As a domestic violence center, I'm sorry, we can refer you to an attorney right away, and you can get those services. But if we would stop and ask that question, which we do, and we say, tell us about why it is that you want to get a divorce. My husband drinks a lot, and he's very aggressive. He drinks a lot. Let's talk about, has he ever hit you? Yes. Does he do this? Yes. Do we do? Yeah. So then all of a sudden we're screening much more deeper, and then we're saying, you're a victim of domestic violence, and let me help you, and let me get you some resources. We have to be just as diligent with that with victims of labor and sex trafficking. And so when we're out there, as we're doing out there, going out there, I'm giving them these laminated little sheets, little cards for the for the health clinics that we're going into. I'm going to be training the camp inspectors for the migrant camps. And so I'm going into the labor people to make sure that the people who's responsible for overseeing a lot of our labor camps, farms around the state of Wisconsin, I'm actually going to, I'm connecting with them and I'll be training them. But I'm arming them with little cards to say, here are some indicators and here are some questions, screening questions you should be asking. And so when we give them those tools, we have greater opportunities to really identify and help those individuals that want resources and need to be connected to services. So the thing is that a lot of the people, the individuals that we work with is very afraid. They don't want interaction with law enforcement. They're unaware of where they're at a lot. Don't understand that they have legal rights. And so more reasons why they need to be connected to agencies that can help them get those resources and let them know what their rights are so that we can then, have greater opportunity to really get them out of this situation. So my minute is up, sorry.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you for all those ideas. Thank you. I'm going to extend this panel, obviously, another 10 minutes or so that obviously we can hear from our last speaker, and then we'll move into the last panel. Mm-hmm. Dr. Debbie Lassiter is the co-founder and executive director of the Convergence Resource Center. She has provided support and mentorship to men and women rebuilding their lives for over 30 years. In 2004, in response to an outcry from the women at the Robert Ellsworth Correctional Center, Dr. Lassiter worked with a group of women to start the Convergence Resource Center, providing aftercare services for women released from incarceration. In 2012, she launched the Human and Sex Trafficking Support Initiative and began hosting community awareness events. And she has gone on to be involved in many task force and other groups involved in the human trafficking issue. She was named one of the 50 heroes of Fortune 500. She holds a doctorate in divinity from St. Thomas Christian College in Jacksonville, Florida, and is a licensed associate minister in the New Testament Church of Milwaukee. Dr. Lassiter is a certified FASD educator. She is president of Triumph Industry Enterprises, providing a variety of services, including independent consulting and leadership and volunteer staff cultivation and management, training, et cetera, et cetera. She's a woman of many accomplishments and has committed much of her professional life at this point to dealing with this issue. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Lassiter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marquette Law School, for inviting me. And thank you to all of you for everything that you do already regarding human trafficking. The Convergence Resource Center was started 11 years ago, but prior to that, and including that time, I have about over 35 years experience in working with people that are rebuilding their lives after trauma. One of the things that we noticed with Convergence was after we had been working with women who were released from incarceration for a number of years, we saw something that didn't look like what we are calling prostitution today. So we started talking to people and asking questions. What is this? Why is this here? Is anyone doing anything about this? And we were told that that didn't exist. We were told that by a number of organizations. We were told that by people in high places, low places, everywhere, that it wasn't happening here, that it only happened in other countries. And if I wasn't looking at it right across the table from me on a daily basis, I may have believed that. And I could have gone on with my life and been just fine. But that wasn't the case. And as you've seen today, you know that that is not the case. It does exist here. It is happening here. And there's a lot you can do to help. Now, I'm not usually long-winded, and because I said that, I probably will be today. So just prepare yourselves. We're What Convergence did was we launched the Human and Sex Trafficking Support Initiative, because one of the things that we have discovered, and I'm sure that it's going to just make perfect sense to you once you hear it, is that people that are trafficked as children grow up. And the services that are in place today, even for children, weren't there for them. And now they're living among you, trying to survive, and haven't disclosed to you that they were trafficked. But you know them. They're the person at work that falls asleep because they've had nightmares all night. They don't want to tell you that. They shouldn't have to. They're the person that no one wants to deal with at work because she has an attitude and she's so antsy. They're the person with the gaps in their work history that they can't explain. We weren't happy to just let that go. So what we did was we launched a number of services to help women, adult women, that have come out of human trafficking. Now, I'm not saying that the children don't need help. I'm not saying that we have the answer and we're the only ones that can provide this help. But what I'm saying to you is that this help is needed. And I need to make sure that you understand that more than you understand everything about me. Two women in this room, Laura Johnson and Denise Harris, bravely told their story all over this state to help us get to a place where a lot of people know about human trafficking, but still today a lot of people don't. Through our solid support services, one of the things that we do is we provide daily one-on-one support for them. They need that because the way our society is structured, if they are lucky enough to crawl up out of human trafficking and try to reestablish their life, because a lot of them come out of human trafficking with children, their mothers, and their children have been with their families, but now they want to be mama again, and they want to be a right mama, the way it's supposed to be. So they follow everything we tell them. You go, you get a job, you do this, and they do that. And as they're trying to do that, they get knocked down over and over and over again. I can't tell you how many times my phone rings when they're just crying on the other end of the phone because they followed our step 1, step 2, step 3, and they didn't get where they were supposed to be. They need people. They need people to come alongside and help them just walk through their lives on a daily basis. Not people that want to know everything about them, because if you want that, go read a book, okay? But if you really want to impact change in someone's life, don't try to mold their life, come alongside them while they're stepping into their life. That's one of the things that we do at Convergence. We don't tell them what kind of job to get. We don't tell them where to work. We don't tell them whether or not they should go to school. Those are their decisions. But we stand alongside them while they do it. The other thing that we do is we have a support group. Our support group is for human and sex trafficking survivors and women that were held against their will. Now, folks, we don't have spectators in there. So when folks call me and say, I'd like to come in and sit in on your support group. Yeah. Oh, I see that you understand. They don't. I even had a police officer tell me that they would come in plain clothes and sit in so they could listen. For what purpose? Earlier, someone was speaking about this issue and they said, we need you to remember that they are human beings. They are human beings. We are human beings. So we need to give them that respect back and let them be treated by human beings. We don't need to tell them what they can say, whether or not they should tell their story. That's their decision. We just need to help. Now, at our support group, one of the things that we do is we provide child care. Because guess what? If they've got children and nobody to watch them, they can't come to the support group. But they need the support group. So the reason I'm saying these things is because a lot of you are wondering, what can I do? We have a lady that drives 30 minutes to just come and watch the children. Just for a couple of hours so they can go to a support group. Might not sound like anything to you, but to them it's 2 hours where they can sit and talk about what they need to talk about, not what we've decided they should talk about that day. The other thing that we provide is just basic training for them. Computer skills, office skills, those soft skills, we do that, but we also teach them how to tell their story if they want to tell it. And then during that class, a lot of times things are revealed to them that they had suppressed. So we're there to help. Now, this might not be what you expected me to say, and I would apologize about that, but I wouldn't be being honest, because I think you need to hear these things. The other thing that we do is we raise awareness throughout the community. Believe it or not, there are still people in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin, that just believe we're making this all up. That this is not happening. Okay? Because it's easier that way, isn't it? Wouldn't it be great to not know any of this? But what you know, you're accountable for. And you know a lot today. Now, in doing those community awareness events, we don't just tell you about it, we also give you ways to sit down and brainstorm on what you can do where you are so that you can impact this issue somehow. So we need people that are trained to go out and give those presentations, because I'm real big on training. So maybe you don't want to work hands-on with survivors, but you can do presentations. We'll train you how to do them. There are a lot of people that need to know. The other thing is training for people that are working with survivors. Now, guys, everybody that's hanging out their shingles saying that I work with human trafficking survivors really don't. They don't work with survivors. They don't have any hands-on experience with survivors. If you're doing that, please stop. Get some training and talk to a survivor. Your biggest asset at your agency or wherever you are that you're going to work with survivors is another survivor, because they know things that you don't know. Now, I can tell you something. In this room, I guarantee you that the survivors know who the other survivors are, whether they've told them or not. They can walk into a room and bond with each other instantly. They can pick each other out across the room. It's like a sisterhood or something they got going on. And then once they meet, they're together for life. They're Facebook and they're calling. We want to go visit them, Dr. Debbie. Can we go here? Can we go? Like I got a private plane somewhere. But anyway, but I'm saying that to you to say that because they recognize that in each other, there are things that they can help your organization do if you respect their expertise. Every place else and every other profession, if somebody's gone through something, we consult them when we want to do something, but not in human trafficking. We can do it without them. No, you can't. Not well. The other thing that we do is we do training, because your organization needs to be trained. You need to understand trauma. I mandate that all of my staff has trauma-informed care training. And if you're going to work with survivors, you need trauma-informed care as a service provider. And I'm going to tell you what that looks like. I have worked with survivors directly for about 4 years now. One night, a survivor told me that they were going to all get together and watch the story of one of them on TV. And I told my staff, I said, we got to be there. Something could happen. Well, needless to say, we went, and something did happen. We watched 4 grown women go from sitting straight up in chairs to curled up in balls, crying in the fetal position. And after they got through saying everything they needed to say and doing what they needed to do, we went home and we thought we were okay. Until the next morning when I couldn't lift my head up off the pillow. And I had to call Dr. Newby and say, hey, what's going on with me? I can't get up. So you need training. And you also need support for yourself if you're going to work with survivors. There are a lot of things about survivors that are a little bit different. Now here's one. I'm just give you one example, because you guys are looking at me like, what you talking about? We take people out to eat. We take survivors out to eat. And you want them to try something, but they don't want to eat it. What do? Come on, honey, it's good. We all eat it at my house. Go ahead, try it. What if it's triggering a memory in her, and you're trying to force her to eat it? So, you can help by getting trained. You can help by learning how to do the presentations. You can help by watching children at a support group. And here's one big way you can help. Let's talk about the demand. One of the things that we do is we have a group of men that go out and speak to men and boys about the demand. This is a supply and demand business, folks. If there's no demand, we don't need the supply. So we need to address that. Those frat parties, bachelorette parties, those people came from somewhere. Okay? So we can help in a lot of different ways, and I see you standing, and I want to be respectful of time. Am I done? Okay. One last thing, we have a solid support line where they can call 11 at night to 7 in the morning for people that are struggling with this aftermath of being trafficked. And that line is open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. My staff is all volunteers, so nothing stops us from doing what we're doing. We're not getting paid anyway. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Another hand for this panel. You know, all of you, I have this sense that we could have had every panel all day. And it was just, and that really is a little bit of what we've done. And you know, we could listen and some great suggestions from this panel. So I want to thank you all. Invite our last panel down, and we're just going to do some reflection through these panelists of the day. So thank you all. While they're coming down, let me just do a couple of introductions and an explanation. First of all, Rachel was going to be as part of our, panel this afternoon, and she had a plane to catch, and Shireen very graciously agreed to fill in. And you've already met Martina, who's going to be here somewhere. She'll be here in a moment. And let me just introduce to you somebody who probably doesn't need introducing in this room, but Carmen Petre. Carmen is a very dear friend of mine, also executive director of the Sojourner Family Peace Center. And as most people in this room knows, she has led an absolutely incredible fundraising project, and now there is the most beautiful Sojourner Truth Peace Center being built in Milwaukee, which will be the largest center in the country to address the needs of family violence. We're all very fortunate to have Carmen with us. And Carmen has been sitting through the day with us. She also was part of the planning committee, and I'm very grateful to her because I know she, like most people that have been involved in this, have an incredible busy schedule, and we're willing to give the time to this. You've met Sharina, and so we will talk to her in a few minutes. You've met Martina, and then the last person most of you also know is Jim Santel, who is the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin. He was appointed by President Obama in 2009, and before that, he has been in the U.S. Attorney's Office for a considerable length of time. He has a very long resume, and I'm not going to read most of it to you, but one of the things that I think is remarkable enough that in addition to his work on human trafficking, which has been significant, in 2006, Jim began his service as a resident legal advisor at the United States Embassy in Baghdad, where with others he worked with the leadership of the Iraqi judiciary to promote the rule of law and otherwise support the development of a fair, responsible, and productive system of justice. He later was appointed to the position of Justice Attaché, which he continued to work in the programs. And then in April of 2007, U.S. Ambassador Ryan Crocker appointed him to the position of Rule of Law Coordinator for the United States Mission in Iraq. And for 2 years, he gave service to all of us by working in Iraq, trying to help create a better system of justice and addressing the many needs that were there. Jim is one of these individuals who you will see, he was one on our planning committee. He too came and was very involved in the direction and inspiration for this conference, and so I'm very pleased that he's part of this last panel. We put this last panel together for a different reason than because of their relative expertise, other than the fact that they've been all involved in this issue. And what we thought we would have them do, and they know this, is I'm going to have each of them reflect a little bit on things they've heard, only in as much as whether there were things that surprised them about the conference or something they learned that they didn't know, or even some theme that they heard that they think that they're hoping that the people that are here will take away from them. And then I will end with them also talking about giving us each ideas of things that they think from their own body of knowledge and from what they've heard that all of us can do, because ultimately you're going to go forth. I have heard a number of challenges from a number of the speakers of ways that you can get involved, and if nothing else, to share with people that you know and that you interact with, things that you've learned at this conference in of itself will be a gift to the community. I'm going to start with Carmen. Sharina, I'm going to skip you because I'm going to have you go last each time, all right, if that's all right? Me? Yep, I'm going to skip you because I really want yours to be the last voice of the conference as well. So I'm going to go to Carmen, and I'll go to Martina and Jim, and then we'll go to Sharina. So I'll start with Carmen.
I knew when I sat in this chair she was going to call on me first, and I thought, oh, I need another chair, but it's the way it worked out. I wasn't really surprised by anything I heard today. It was, I think, a great affirmation of some of the things I have been thinking and struggling with. So I'll just share some of my humble thoughts about what I heard. What was most powerful for me this morning was the survivor panel. I mean, I felt like I could have just packed up my briefcase and gone home, because there is no greater word than that when someone tells you honestly about their experience. And I knew the day was much longer, but to me, to start out the day that way was very powerful. What was also important for me, I'm from the Quaker tradition, and how we worship is we ask questions, or queries, as they would say in the Quaker community. We seek truth by asking ourselves questions and sitting in silence and thinking about those questions. So when Janine gave the framework this morning about the restorative justice framework, that was important for me. You know, who's been harmed, what was the harm, and what can we do to repair the harm? Those are questions I think we should take time to live into. And by living into it, I think that could mean different things for all of us. And certainly listening to survivors much more, and making room for survivors, I think, is part of how I would live into understanding the harm that's been done and how to repair it. It reminded me today, I was sitting here thinking of a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt where she said, when the Commission on Human Rights was founded, she said, "Where do we search for human rights in the world? We search for it in our own lives, in our own homes, in our own jobs, in our own universities. And if we don't find it there, we won't find it anywhere in the world." And so it reminded me that this is such a critical human rights issue, that we have human beings that are suffering. I also was reminded of the parallels between what traffickers do and what we see with abusers who use the same tactics: coercion, control, physical violence. And there is an overlap for us at Sojourner in seeing that many survivors come to us with this lived experience of generational sexual violence and physical violence. And their children are learning about how to be human beings, which is what scares us the most at Sojourner, that we have kids that are learning that violence is acceptable. And I have a colleague who says to me all the time, people use violence because it works. It works. The other thing that struck me is, this is a business. It's a big business around the world, and we have to grapple with the economics of this issue. The other thing, when Lisa shared about her own mother sitting silently and packing her things and bringing her to the bus station, it reminded me, number one, how painful that experience is, but that our own victimization sometimes prevents us from protecting our children. And we have to heal ourselves. If we have wounds, if we have things that we're struggling with, we have to heal that, because our children desperately need us to step up and protect them. And we can't take care of them or protect them around their vulnerability if we don't. The other thing I heard a lot of is we need to do something. We need to stop studying. I love listening to Bevan. I love how passionate he is. I wanted to get up and run somewhere when he was talking because, you know, it is so important. I'm tired. We do need to do something. And it reminds me that that something is very personal, as Eleanor Roosevelt said. What does that mean for you? I have a sign on my door that says, this kid was asked, what made a difference for you? And he said, you know, when people said to me that what's right with you is more powerful than what is wrong with you, what's right with you is more powerful than what is wrong with you. And I would say that's a lesson for us in Milwaukee. We hear a lot of stuff about all the awful things that are happening here. There's a lot of good things that's right with this city, and we need to start holding those up. So those were my rambling thoughts.
I just have 4 brief comments. First, what a remarkable day, and what remarkable people there are doing this work in Milwaukee. Really amazing people. So I agree that I'm so sorry, yes. And I have to agree that the panel this morning was enormously powerful, and particularly powerful were Lisa Williams's words to us that reminding us all that people are more than a story. And asking people to tell their story again and again and again, in a sense, sort of defeats their humanity. And so I take those words to heart in a very powerful way, and I hope that we all will. The second thing that I'd really like to echo is what Mariana Rodriguez said on the previous panel, that if we focus only on sex trafficking, we lose sight of the totality of human trafficking, which, if you talk to the non-governmental organizations around the country that work on human trafficking, the vast majority of their cases are forced labor. So I hope today that as you leave, you'll sort of keep sight that the work that Maria Jose Fletcher does and that Mariana Rodriguez does is extremely important in this sort of holistic approach to human trafficking. Maria Jose Fletcher, who's a major leader in the human trafficking movement, will be participating in a conference in Washington for the Freedom Network. So if anybody's interested in that conference, it's April 21st and 22nd. The third thing I just wanted to focus on was Debbie Lassiter's words that we have to walk alongside trafficking survivors and respect them for their expertise. And in the work that the Human Trafficking Pro Bono Legal Center has done with survivors over the years, we have seen the power that survivors have when they are calling the shots. When they have their lawyer, they tell their lawyer what to do. They decide to settle the case. They decide what they will do next. And so I think walking alongside is such a useful set of guidance for us. So thank you for that. The fourth thing I want to say is one thing this conference has pointed out is that we need to look at all of the things that we've looked at and think about them differently. And I'll just give you one last case example that I think gives a perfect sort of insight in how we need to think differently about what we're seeing. There's a case out of Pennsylvania called U.S. versus Botswanuk. The Botswanuk brothers, 5 of them, brought trafficking victims from Ukraine. They told these people that they would be entering the country legally, their jobs would be perfectly legal, but when those individuals got here, they were put into forced labor. And guess where they were working? They were working in big box stores, Walmart, Target. They were the midnight cleaning crews. So if you ever wonder who's cleaning your office, if you ever wonder who's making your bed in the hotel, just think about it for a moment, because it actually may be someone who is trafficked. In the Botswanuk cases, again, this intersection between sexual servitude and forced labor, we saw it in vibrant color, because the traffickers in the Botswanuk case both raped the women, beat the men, and when the women ran away, they called the grandmothers back in Ukraine who were minding the children and said, if this victim does not come back, we will come to Ukraine and we will take that child and we will put that child in forced prostitution. Right? So all of this, unfortunately, is one big ball of mercury, of evil. And to fight a part of it, we have to fight it all. So I think today we heard some incredibly remarkable experts talking about what they're doing to fight human trafficking in Milwaukee, and I just tip my hat to you. It's really remarkable what you've done. Thank you.
My boss is a fellow named Eric Holder. He is the Attorney General of the United States of America to this day. My next boss is a woman named Loretta Lynch, who will also be a fantastic Attorney General of the United States of America. I have known both Eric and Loretta since 1998, and they're going to be wonderful chief federal law enforcement officers for our country and for the state of Wisconsin. Both Eric and Loretta, early in this term and with this president, put together a program called Smart on Crime. And it occurred to me as I was sitting here listening today to our wonderful speakers and being inspired, I not only learned some things about what I should be doing more inside the Smart on Crime paradigm, but also, with due respect, the things that you can also do. The Smart on Crime stool has underneath it 3 legs. It is prosecution, it is prevention, and it is reentry, sometimes also called restoration. How appropriate for our gathering here today. Prosecution. What is our office doing here in eastern Wisconsin with the prosecutors, along with the DAs who are also in Milwaukee and the other 28 counties in eastern Wisconsin? We are doing aggressively a great amount to investigate these cases with the FBI, with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And we have prosecuted people who engaged in this violent crime. Smart on Crime ultimately is about violence. And that's what human trafficking, both sex and labor trafficking, is all about. It is violent behavior. Let me suggest to you today, as I package together what I have heard, that we can steal much from Smart on Crime, which fundamentally addresses violence out there, and transport it into the way that I should be working and you should be working to address this problem. And specifically borrow heavily from our work today to continue to address drug issues: methamphetamine, heroin, cocaine, barbiturates, opiates, and yes, marijuana too. One of the things that is significant about the prosecutions that we do in eastern Wisconsin, people like Armani Booker, who stole a 14-year-old off the streets of Oak Creek back in 2011. We recovered her within 36 hours of that because of the good law enforcement work, brought him to justice, and prosecuted him 14 years in jail for doing that. We prosecuted last year a fellow named Tyrone McMillian, who, like drug prosecutors, also became involved in violence. We received from Judge Randa a 30-year sentence for Tyrone McMillian and added on to that another 6 years for, yes, violence involving guns and violence against those people that he brought into this trade. Let me tell you about Jason Guidry. A month ago, like drug traffickers engaging in violence, this is a gentleman who not only received 25 years in jail for his trafficking work, but also a sentence was also premised upon his involving his victims in the heroin and hooking them into his enterprise by virtue of bringing heroin into their lives. The connection between drug investigations and the violent crime that this is cannot be overstated. You can't do prosecution. I can. And John Chisholm can, and other DAs can. What can you do inside that prosecution stool of Smart on Crime? The stool, and that is this. We have a task force that's led by my executive assistant, Tracy Johnson, right there. I appointed her 5 years ago. There are other task forces in Milwaukee and throughout this district and throughout the country. Tracy organizes this, and we talk a lot about how we are going to collectively prosecute and investigate these cases. And then we also have a component of those task forces that focuses upon the work that you do. NGOs, social service agencies, educators, healthcare providers, all of you in the community, including my panelists up here today. Be a part of Tracy's group, be a part of the other task forces here, not only to tell us what's going on out there in terms of your services, but also to animate us so that we know what you're seeing in terms of patterns and practices today involving traffickers, so that we can animate our investigations better and more directly target the prosecutions that we're doing. The second area of this is prevention. Debbie Lassiter got it just right about 20 minutes ago, and I'll repeat it with great emphasis. This is ultimately a scourge in our community, as we all know, that will stop when the demand stops. One of the things that I need to do more of is focus on that demand, the customers, the clients who are out there. I prosecute Sean Patrick and Nicholas Harrison and Najee Moore and Paul Carter and David Moore and Dragon Wren. Those are just 7 or 8 of the people we prosecuted in the past couple of years. But we're not prosecuting, we're not going after, and we're not addressing the people who support this industry. I make another analogy from what I heard today, again, to the drug industry. How do we address the drug problem in our nation? Yes, we prosecute, we put people in jail for trafficking these terrible drugs, but we also support people by getting them treatment. We involve ourselves in schools and healthcare communities by preventing the use of it in the first place. It's not a perfect parallel, but we need to focus on preventing this from happening at all and stopping the Sean Patricks and the Tyrone McMillions from having a base upon which they can develop these industries and therefore victimize the people that they bring into it. My strong suggestion to me, to you, is that there is a business community out there as well. Some of them are represented here today. Many of them in this community and throughout the state of Wisconsin are already doing good work. We need to let them know that as they profit from the good things that our Milwaukee and our Green Bay and Madison and Wausau and Stevens Point and all the other cities and towns in this state, they also have an investment in preventing this from happening because it's good business, because it's also good community service. Their employees are the people who are doing this. The people who are supporting their good industry, their good work here, are the people who are causing this and supporting it in the first place. And so one of the things I believe we need to do going forward today is to invoke more of our business community in ensuring that through public service announcements, through letting people know, whether it's at large sporting events, conventions, and just day to day on a Friday afternoon in mid-March, letting them know that we call upon business to demand that this stop for their employees and for the people whose products who buy their products and their services. The business community in prevention has got to be a part of our analysis. And finally, restorative justice, reentry, recovery. What do we do in that area? We talked about this already, and many of you do this tremendously. And Tracy and I and Joe Wall, you heard from earlier today, likewise focus on this a lot through the task force and the other work that we're doing. Yes, we need to provide faith community support. We need to provide jobs, education, training, familial support, all those kinds of things. And then at the risk of sounding crass, the other thing that I can do and Tracy can do and all of us can do is also just do monetary restorative justice. My good new friend Martina here has written a wonderful article that I commend to you tremendously that talks about, to some extent, the failings of my colleagues, my U.S. attorneys, in not requesting always and not always getting the restorative justice in terms of monetary restoration. Monetary recoveries for the victims of this trafficking. I need to do more of that. We need to ensure that judges understand that this is it is first and foremost an emotional, it is a physical crime, it's violent, but in part, we can also restore good things here by giving the victims their lives back, by giving them money to provide them with education and training, the down payment for a house, a car, those kinds of things, and that happens through cash. And I'm very proud of the fact that with Tracy and others, we have reestablished inside our office a very vibrant financial litigation enforcement unit that takes those cases where restitution is ordered by the federal judges and goes after those people who perpetrate these crimes, and we do need to do a better job of doing just that. That monetary piece will never, ever make the victims whole. It won't. But it's a small piece. And as the chief federal law enforcement officer for this district, My 91 other colleague U.S. attorneys out there, we need to be focusing on the restoration piece that we can do, just as you can likewise focus on the restoration that you can provide in those other areas of education, training, familial support, faith support, and those other kinds of very human things. I mentioned before that Eric Holder is my boss. He is right now in Washington, D.C. I know that because we talked with him just this morning with 91 other U.S. attorneys. He works, doesn't live, but works in a wonderful building right on Pennsylvania Avenue. It's about halfway between the White House and the far end and the Capitol building. Those of you who've been to Washington, I suspect all of you probably walked by it. It's not a visitor place to go because they're just lawyers sitting around at PCs inside the building. But inscribed over the front entrance of this wonderful 1936 building, granite and aluminum, are these words: "Before justice can exist in the conduct and the conscience of a government, it must first reside in the hearts and the souls of its citizens." Let me repeat that. Before justice can exist in the conduct and the conscience of a government, it must first reside in the hearts and the souls of its citizens. That's me, and that's you. We talked before about the partnership. That's what that means. We're all invested in this together. I am so proud to share with you in that investment and continue to work toward a time when we are safe and secure for all of us. Thanks so much,
Thank you,
Janine.
Jim. Thank you. And most importantly, we were, as you know, very blessed, and everyone in this room feels that way, that we had not 3 survivors here, but 3 very strong, wise women who started our conference in a way that put a perspective on it that could not have occurred if they'd not been here. I'm so pleased that Shamir was able to stay with us through the day, and you know, Rachel and Lisa both sent their apologies. They had planes to catch, and so I'm going to ask you, Shamir, to be the final voice for us, to tell us what struck you today, what hit you, whether the interaction, and what you think that maybe can come of this conference, what people can do.
There are a lot of things that I have to say, but I promise I'll make this very brief. One of the things I forgot to highlight on the panel this morning was the criminal aspect of my story, on how I was, even though I was a victim, I was seen by our system, our criminal justice system, as a criminal. I now have a felony because of being victimized. And in addition to that, I was placed on the sex offenders registry because of my victimization. And that's something that continues to happen across this country, where victims are considered and seen as criminals instead of the victims that they truly are. And that needs to be addressed. And 18 is not a magical number. The light switch and the light bulb doesn't come on when you become 18 years old. Someone said it earlier that the human brain doesn't fully develop until you're about 25. And insurance companies got this a long time ago. And if I believe our criminal justice system needs to understand that too. Because what I see continues to happen. I have Google alert. So as soon as something happens, wherever in the country it is, I get it on my phone on how bottom girls continue to be prosecuted because they're over the age of 18. Not understanding that bottom girl is the one that's most victimized, why she's even in the position to be the bottom girl in the first place. And so Ms. Sheila Sullivan touched on the criminalization. That's your name, right? Okay, thank you. I have a problem with names sometimes. Touched on the criminal aspects and the barriers to restoration when we impose a criminal, what you call that now? I lost it. Penalty on victims. And I can tell you, even though I escaped in 2006, just last January when Loyola offered me a scholarship, it took me 2 months to find an apartment because I couldn't pass a background check. And I had to sleep on someone's couch, even though I was now provided this opportunity to have an education because of this criminal conviction. So, Mr. Prosecutor, I'm glad you're here today because I want to speak directly to you. my charge to you, since you have the power and the authority to do this, under your boss, Mr. Eric Holder, I am charging you today to take a look at these cases, especially these bottom girl cases, because I know within our system we are prosecuting bottom girls, and we need to understand these are the most victimized while they're even in that position. And I would love to have a follow-up conversation with you following this, right?
I will look forward to that, absolutely.
Another issue for all of us that we need to address is the glamorization of this issue. The glamorization of this issue. Commissioner, you stole my talking point earlier. When the first hip-hop song to perform at the Oscars was It's Hard Out Here for a Pimp. And some of us sit here and say, we never heard about trafficking before. And you listen to the words of the song, and one line says, I got a black girl and a snow bunny too. You pay the right price and they both do you. Performed at the Oscar when we sit in our homes and no one called Mr. Oscar or whoever he is to say, hey, did you hear the lyrics to that song that was performed on your very elite stage? We look in our communities and we see restaurants, and I know they're going to sue me one day, such as Hooters. Right? Why is it that you have to have big boobs and wear short shorts to work at Hooters? Is your chicken really that good, or are you selling sex? So we see these things in our communities. And if I could just ask this question, and you can answer collectively because it's a test question. But when I say, when you hear the term bachelor party, what comes to mind? Strippers. I ask that question all the time, and collectively we say strippers. That should tell us something as a people. How our minds are programmed to accept this. Collectively, we say strippers. I said bachelor party, wedding, bride, groom. Hello? But collectively, people say strippers. That should tell us something about our society and where our society is when it comes to this issue. But when I look at this conference today, and I look around the room, and I travel around the country and to a few other countries before and speak on this issue, every time I'm at a gathering, I see a lot of women. And people say, this is a women's issue. But when I look in the room today, I see men. I see men. And as a young woman who have been exploited, that means a lot to me. Because that tells me that real men exist. Okay, real men exist. There are men who exist who are not only here to hurt and to harm, but to protect women and children that understand what it really means to be a man. So I'm happy to see the men in the room, and some of you lending your voices and your work to this issue. I thank you, because we need more men to fight for this cause. Right? And thank you. And lastly, you know, when we talk about survivor empowerment and what that looks like, I came here today and Dr. Debbie touched on it, that survivors will know the survivors in the room and you may not know. And yeah, I know all the survivors here now, I think. Yeah, I've talked to a few throughout the day. But since we're in Milwaukee, that's where I am, right? Wisconsin, right? I think the best way to close this conference, and before I get to that, I have to do my dance, right? You people, everyone here, we are the eyes and ears for trafficking. When we see something, you have to say something. Don't worry about this guy's going to come after me, and I'm nervous and I'm scared. So I'm going to do my little dance. I know you have your cell phones, but after my little dance, I promise you'll remember the National Human Trafficking Hotline. Y'all ready? I have to do my dance. So I want you guys to remember this number, because you may be driving in your car and you see something that looks like trafficking, and you can just call right away instead of trying to go through your phone, you don't remember the number. So it's very easy, right? It goes 888-3737-888. I'm going to do it one more time. 888-3737-888. The arms look like 7, right? So what's the number?
888-3737-888.
What's the number on this side?
888-3737-888.
And this side?
888-3737-888.
Now I know y'all got it.
888-3737-888.
See, Mr. Prosecutor, you'll be getting a lot of cases because these people know the number, okay? They know the number. So, you see, we have our eyes and ears are right here. This is the community. But like I said, the best way to end this conference is to hear from a survivor, to have her say a few words who's here in Milwaukee doing the work. So this is what passing the baton looks like. Because I believe in doing this work, I have to continue to empower survivors to continue to do the work. And I came here today and I met a very beautiful, empowering, special young lady who is here doing amazing work on this issue. And I want to give her an opportunity to say a few words. Laura.
This was an awesome conference. I came last night, and when I got here last night, it was just so warm. And I got the opportunity to be able to have dinner with this lady. I'm not good with names neither, but I'm really good with faces, and Rachel. And this conference was awesome. I got the chance to network, meet a great lawyer. I got a chance to talk to some great people from great organizations. But what I really, really want to say is that if you're not here to really do the work that it takes, then you should find you something else to do. Because this is going to take a lot of time, but a lot of effort. This topic right here may not be the topic that you should be working on. And if you saying that you're working with survivors and you're not, because that's going on a lot here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I know because I live here and I go different places and I speak, and I'm really good with reading someone very well. I had to learn that skill after getting out of trafficking. That was a skill that I had learned. I learned how to have a conversation with somebody and get all the right information. That's what I do. And I'm very good at it. I am. I'm very good at it. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for her. She stayed right in Illinois. And I'm from Chicago. And so I'm familiar with Chicago. And so I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling, going back and forth. And my fiance and his family lives in Chicago, all of his family. So we'll always be going to Chicago a lot throughout the year. So I'm definitely going to be able to go back and visit with Samantha, with Shamir. I don't know, I just got put on the spot. But I do want to talk about just a little bit about what I do and what organization I'm with after being passed around through different organizations and not getting appreciated for the work that I have to say this while I'm here and while I get the opportunity, because I don't always get this opportunity. But after getting passed around to so many different organizations, and I finally got to an organization where it actually works and it actually fits, and where that organization actually appreciate me and the work that I do. anytime that I need help, Convergence Resource Center is there for me. Anytime that I need help. I don't care what time it is. My car, I remember somebody broke into my car and it was early in the morning. I had to go do a presentation somewhere. And Dr. Lassiter said, take a couple deep breaths, because I got PTSD and I got post-traumatic, like I would just flip out and I would become somebody else, like literally. And her kind words calmed me down and made me relax. And it's organizations like Convergence Resource Center that makes me want to fight. Because when I got into this, it was just to help an organization launch their, and when my car broke down and when I needed help, they weren't there for me. You know, I'm just grateful to be able to get this opportunity to be able to spread the word, let you know that this is real. And I'm just grateful to be here and to get the opportunity to be able to say something all the way at the end. This is great.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Don't cry, Dr. Debbie.
Well, I don't think there's a lack of food for thought today, and so I hopefully you have all sort of thought about those questions, and who is being harmed has been expanded for you in terms of who those faces are and who those people are and what that harm is. Hopefully you've come, and I know I have, to a deeper appreciation of the ripples of harm that happen and how it permeates families and communities, and the depth of the harm, obviously, to the direct survivors of trafficking. And finally, the question of how can we help on repairing the harm? And hopefully, at least some of those questions, that last question has been sparked in you and you start thinking. I do want to just take a second to thank, in particular, two people. One is Christine Walensky-Vogel. I don't know if she's in the room. She's hiding back there. You know, the dean gave me a lot of credit that I didn't deserve this morning, and Christine deserves all of it. Christine has about 1 million responsibilities in her role as dean around here, and this is a very small footnote to it. But Christine organized this planning committee that's been meeting for a year. She kept me on task. When I'm in Mexico, she hooks me up to the conference call. She gathered everybody, and the other person is Carol Dufek. Is Carol in here? Carol's next to her, and Carol stays behind the scenes. But the lunch, the breakfast, the room, and also both of them were major parts of the planning committee. And I last want to recognize the planning committee again. The dean mentioned it. They're in your program. I'm not going to give you all their names, but really it was because we had such great diversity from different professions, different backgrounds, different kinds of perspectives that I think this conference also has been a success. So thank you all very much, and have a good evening.